I'm gonna call, there's still some people who need to join, but we have a pretty tight schedule, so I'm gonna call the meeting to order. And just wanted to start by welcoming everyone. It's so good to see you, even though it's virtual. And yeah, so I'd like to begin by just introducing some new faces to to this meeting. Want to start with to welcome the incoming officers and counselors from this year's election. And if you're here, just maybe put up your hand so I'm sure people recognize you. But Ricardo, you're here? Welcome. Not
Thank
not so
you.
much a welcome, but in your
Yeah,
new role, congratulations.
I'm
Uh, is, is,
old face.
is Kaya here? I didn't see. Okay. Michelle, welcome. I don't think Marisa is here yet. So maybe later. And then Alia, you're here. So welcome everyone. And then Paige, I saw her name. So Paige is our incoming managing editor.
Hello.
So congratulations all, and look forward to working with all of you. So I'd like to begin, just take care of a little business, housekeeping. And I'd like to begin by just acknowledging, take a moment to acknowledge the land that we live on, that we strive to be good stewards of that land, and also to acknowledge the indigenous peoples who, in their own tradition, are an inseparable part of that land, and also who have been good stewards of that land for a millennium. Also, like last virtual meeting, it's a huge group, so please raise your hand if you have a point to make. And if you don't have an opportunity to speak, we ask that you use the chat so we can capture a lot of the discussion that way as well. It also makes it easier for people who are in the meeting who English isn't their first language, so it makes it easier for them to follow the discussion. Voting for any motions, we're going to take those off. Anything of substance, we're going to take them to email and address them immediately after the council meeting. We have differences in time zones, and we want to make sure that everyone has a chance to discuss the topic fully and the opportunity to vote on it. So we're going to take all those off or online for afterwards. Okay, so first the agenda. Does anyone have any suggested changes or that they'd like to make to the agenda? No. So can somebody move to accept the meeting agenda?
This is Chris Custer. I move to accept the meeting agenda.
Okay, second.
I seconded.
it.
Who was that?
Go for it.
It was Waterbird Society 1.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so moved by Chris, seconded by Liz, I think. And
It was Patty.
oh, Patty, sorry. And then just a reminder, it's on any motions, everyone's free to make their point. Like I've said this before, this is the most democratic and apolitical organization I've ever belonged to. So everyone, like, there's two things that in my experience are true. Like, first, everyone's working for the common good, and second, everyone has a voice. Everyone has a right to be part of the discussion and state their position. And I think every opinion that someone has is valid, even if it's a dissenting voice. It's valuable. So just for anyone new or any of the incoming counselors, I just wanted to make that clear that it's democratic. We vote by consensus, And the inputs to decision-making go beyond council and the officers. Like you can see by the size of the room that we value everyone's input. So there's a motion on the table to accept the agenda, and could the council please vote on that? And Kate, are you gonna do electronic, like a polling, or? Is
I
it-
think, yeah, let's put it in the chat. I'm gonna save the chat and I'll add it as like a amendment to the, or addendum to the minutes.
Okay, so motion to accept the agenda, please vote. And it passes, surprisingly. And then now we're on to the 2021, or the minutes from our mid-year meeting in April 2021. Does anyone have any changes that they'd like to make to the minutes? No? And then again, do we need a motion for this? Sorry, could I have a motion?
I'll move this, Erica. No,
Okay,
I'll move-
Erica,
accept the agenda. I mean, the minutes from last year's meeting, the April
second.
meeting.
This is
Second.
Gopi. I move to second it.
thank you. So again, everyone, could you please vote on the motion to accept the 2021, April 2021 minutes? Okay. So I think I'm up next on the agenda. Yeah. So I'm gonna share my screen. Can everyone see that okay? Okay. So thanks for this opportunity. Basically today I'm gonna propose a framework for how we move forward on the strategic planning process. So I'm gonna give a little bit of context, propose a framework, and then what I hope to get from this meeting is agreement on the general framework and structure. And hope to have some good discussion about changing or fleshing out some of the elements I'm gonna propose, and then hopefully getting some volunteers for some of the key roles. Okay, I'm gonna begin with a bit of context. It's a bit of a sidebar, but understanding this component of it really helps later on in the talk. So basically, these are all our committees or activities that represent sort of the functions of the organization. And I've just lumped them and organized them. On the right-hand side, you have very specific, or committees with very specific operating constraints, and then on the right-hand side you have these overarching committees, including membership, outreach and communication, student activities, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the reason I've done it this way, like the more I think about this, these four committees, they're really complex, multifaceted issues come to them. They require multi-committee involvement. And these are the areas that the strategic plan is really going to be focused on. Like it's going to be a comprehensive review of everything we do, but everything seems to come back to these four overarching things. And if you take membership, for example, like if one of our goals is to increase membership, you can see how it touches many other committees, the other actions or inputs from those other committees. So these are the things we've been struggling with. And I really think a strategic planning approach will help clarify a lot of this for us. If you think of some of these committees on their own, communications, like just looking at it, there's a real need to work on the structure and roles and responsibilities of that committee. Like people do an amazing job, but if you think back, in the original strategic plan, like communications was basically, you know, use email to talk to members and make sure stuff's on the web page. Like things have gotten a lot more complex since then. And in my opinion, communications is a real area that we could, it's underutilized by the society in general. And it's something that with some really easy tweaks, we could actually benefit a lot from. So it's a gap, I think. I think we really need a communication strategy. And what would help that committee do more is if we actually had a schedule. Like there's certain communications pieces that go out at the same time every year. And just putting that down on paper, having a schedule of major communications pieces when they go out, I think that would help enormously. And also, you know, recruitment for that committee would be really helpful, especially if we're thinking of an expanded role. So these are just some ideas, but you can see how the strategic thinking about these things is important. Shit. Sorry, I'm having a technical issue. Okay, student activities. Again, when the last strategic plan was put together in 2011, really student activities describe what that committee did. They'd develop events for our annual meeting, and they'd give out student travel awards and presentation awards. But really, what we've been talking about the last 2-3 years, it's really student engagement. So the scope of that committee has broadened a lot. It's evolved into something more than it was. And then diversity, for example, like it didn't even exist the last time we had a strategic plan. It's rapidly evolving. It started from a single issue, trying to address a single issue to a much broader and encompassing activity of the society. And then something we could think about is actually elevating that to the status of a standing committee rather than an ad hoc. And then there's other things like looking at gaps. We have representatives on the Ornithological Council. I don't think the ABC is even a thing anymore, but it's on it's on a bunch of our documents. But anyway, the point is, so we've got reps on the OC, but really a lot of things have been coming up lately. There's a need for a greater engagement with the larger ornithological community in general. So maybe think about restructuring that committee or creating something new to cover that gap. Anyway, a lot of things to think about. I just wanted to get that out of the way first. Like I said, it'll make things easier to communicate in the slides to come. So why do we need a strategic update? And it was last updated in 2011. So we need to assess like what the recommendations of that strategic plan were, which ones we've implemented, and what were the outcomes. And I think the main reason for doing this exercise, there's been a lot of changes in the last decade and a lot more to come in the next, I'm sure. There's new issues and directions for the Waterbird Society. As I was saying, we're dealing with an increasing complexity of issues that need that overlap and need cross-committee approaches to implement. There's technological advances, like social media didn't exist. So there's things that we're pushed to respond to, but there's also a lot of opportunities to use new technologies to further our goals. Things like the perceived value of membership in a scientific society has changed. There's calls or demands for equity and justice, widespread, not just in our society, but through society at large. And finally, our financial situation has changed. Like if you go back to the original strategic plan, the emphasis is on growing the money so that we have that buffer in perpetuity. And maybe we're at the point now where we can start to think about ways of spending that money, or creative ways of fundraising or furthering our goals in other ways. So change, it's basically dealing with change. God damn it. Sorry, my advance isn't working. And you can see, I'm not going to belabor this. There's a whole suite of benefits to undertaking this strategic planning process. I'm not going to go through them, but I just want to emphasize we're a volunteer-based society with turnover of roles every like 2 to 3 years. So continuity, like more than anything else, having a formalized strategic plan, and as I'll get into in a little bit, having a handbook that clearly defines roles and things like that is vital for a volunteer organization. Having that clarity makes everyone's job easier. We spend a lot of time reinventing the wheel, and I think thinking about things, formalizing them, it's going to save people a lot of work that can be better spent on trying to further some of our goals. And again, it's the ability to be proactive about things rather than reactive. Responding to crises all the time is not a healthy way to grow and be everything that we can be. Okay, so what are we talking about when we talk about updating the strategic plan? So there's really two documents. First is the first, as far as I know, it was the first strategic plan for the society in 2011. It defines our mission and shared values and gives a roadmap that broadly defines our goals, priorities. It identifies opportunities and risks and makes some specific recommendations on how to achieve those goals. The second piece is the Waterbird Society Policies and Procedures Manual. It was last updated sometime. It varies, like certain sections were 2005 and all the way up to 2009. But anyway, very out of date. This is a living document that's supposed to be annually updated. It defines our governance processes, roles, and responsibilities. And this is an amazing onboarding document for incoming council and officers and committee chairs, but it's also like a resource. It's got lists of all councilors, all past presidents. What are our awards? What are the conditions surrounding each award? Like, it's amazing. There's everything in there. So that's been missing in action for a while. And the archives committee is going to talk a little bit more about that later. The things that I think are important and I'd really like to add for this one are, like I was saying, like what are our major deliverables of each committee, each officer in the society, and their timing, and specifically what when we go through those activities, what are the linkages? So formalize the linkages to other committees. So anyone coming in knows these are the things we usually deliver, these are the times, and this has to be communicated, or we have to get input from the membership committee or something like that. So amazing resource, very valuable, and it's something that we really have to update and use. So I think the best way to approach this is to do the update of these two documents in parallel. If you're thinking about your committee or your role in a strategic way, it's marginally more work to try to do some of the procedural things at the same time. I think the best way to do this is through crowdsourcing. We're all busy. We all have time constraints. So breaking it down into small chunks, letting the people who are most familiar with that area do the work for that. And then in a second, I'll show you how things will flow. And again, I just want to go through, I think we should adopt the general structure from the last strategic plan. So basically they identified these three themes three things that were important and that we wanted to move forward. So it was sustainability, increasing our international participation, and increasing our impact. For each of those general themes, they went through and they picked out all the committees that would contribute to that theme, and then used these criteria to assess each of those committee activities and came up with recommendations. So I think it's really valuable approach. And like I was saying, maybe these aren't the themes that are important now. Maybe they are. That's something we have to think about, consider. Definitely some of these things I was talking about earlier, they weren't really even considered in the last strategic plan. And then also there's, we should be looking at gaps and adding additional or emerging priorities. So it's a good way to structure things, but again, we have to think about what our priorities are. So for the last bit of the talk, first I'm just gonna go through what everyone's roles are. And again, this is just a proposal and there's a lot of room for tweaking, but basically we need a steering committee, a small steering committee, and their major role would be oversight of the process, keeping things on schedule, defining the scope and structure of the strategic plan. And this is going to be an ongoing thing as we move through the process. And then again, synthesizing and editing all those small pieces that everyone's contributing to the bigger effort. I want to stress it's imperative to include a diversity of experiences and perspectives in this whole exercise. Like we don't want the same people. We don't want groupthink to we want it to be critical and involve as many people as possible. I just put this little side thing. There's a lot of things that kind of make sense that it's not to lighten the work of the steering committee and the other committees and officers that are going to be contributing. Like some things make sense just to hive off and have one or two people work on that. For example, design a survey. It might be easier for someone to just go through the old strategic plan and assess the recommendations and whether we've achieved them or not, and compile the ones that we haven't to go back to the steering committee. And again, the manual update of the handbook might be something that one person can lead as sort of a parallel process for this whole thing. The committee co-chairs and officers, they're going to have to be putting input on their specific roles, function, responsibilities, and I think they're the best people who are the best place to at least do the initial thinking on what are the issues they're facing and what are the future directions that they like to move toward. And then they'll be involved in priority setting as well. Counselors, because their role is very defined. Of course, they're going to have input into priority setting and future directions of the society, but I'm hoping that counselors that aren't directly involved in a committee would be able to volunteer for some of the ad hoc support work or to work on working groups tackling specific issues. Excuse me. And membership, again, it's this idea that we need a diversity of perspectives. So we can, I think we should really make an effort to recruit volunteers from the general membership. And from the general membership, we can get input on things through surveys. So now, once those roles are defined, I'd just like to go, we have three, I've broken it down into three main tasks that we have to accomplish. Excuse me, sorry. The first is defining our shared values and priorities. So as I said, one way to do this is to get shared values and priorities from the general membership through surveys. And a second one is to include officers, counselors, committee chairs in a strategic decision-making workshop to define our shared values and priorities. The second action is to assess committee function and define our priority actions for moving forward. There's some, like, remember if on that committee chart, there's some committees that have very defined roles. They might be able to input stuff directly into that. But for some of those overarching committees like diversity, communications, finance, membership, I think it's gonna, well, some of those groups have already expressed that it's gonna take something extra to work through these priorities and recommendations. So these are gonna require additional things. Some of us, like finance already said, it's probably best to go through just have a small working group to address some of the finance issues. DEI has already made a preference for an independent assessment. But anything, these are things we have to talk about. And I really think for these major themes or committees in the organization, we need different tools to arrive at a consensus about what our priorities are and how to achieve them. And finally, again, the people who are immersed in specific areas are the best to provide inputs to the update of the manual regarding roles, workflow, and linkages to other committees. And then the final stage is develop a draft strategic plan, and everyone, all those components, review the plan, and what we end up in the end is our strategic plan for the next 10 or so years. Beyond the scope of that, it could involve changes to bylaws. And then once we have specific recommendations of where we should be heading, we develop business plans to implement those. Oh, that's Chip's slide. So basically that's it in a nutshell. I know it's difficult to look at slide by slide. So once we're done, after the discussion, once we're done tweaking and have a really good structure, I was going to put together a critical pathway network so that you can see all of this on one page. Anyway, thanks for listening, and I just open it up to discussion now. And the only thing is, like, do you want me to leave the presentation on, or is it easier, or is that a distraction for the discussion? Clear as mud.
Dave, can you tell me what STM means? What's the acronym?
Strategic, it's a guided strategic decision-making workshop. And it always begins with, like, you have a problem that you want to solve, but it always begins with shared values. So what are the things that you want to achieve? Like, what are your values? And then that translated into goals and how to achieve them. It's a number of people have suggested that. I've been involved with them before. They're really useful for addressing complex issues or things that seem overwhelming in the beginning. It really breaks it down, and there's a formal structure of how it works.
I guess thank you for doing this. My reaction would be about, I mean, presumably the mission is also driving, like, we have a stated mission for the organization, and that would be driving part of how we're assessing values. And was any of that stated in the last strategic document? I can't remember. So we're not starting from zero. We're starting from, the mission is dictating the discussion. And so it's within, I don't know, within the framework of the Waterbird Society on the values part.
Yeah, well, yes and no. Our mission's clearly stated, but if you go from document to document, there's subtle differences. Like, I think with different reiterations of things, like the mission doesn't change substantively, but it's evolved, there's tweaks. I mean, we've had recent discussions where people have different ideas of the mission. So even if our mission is clear, I think it's really good to revisit it. Like, what is our mission? Like, what things do we value? I'm sure there's going to be consensus on that, but like, if you go through a formal process where you say, yes, these are the things we value, this is our mission, everyone agrees on that, then it's a lot easier to move forward to the next step of actually, okay, where do we want to go? Does everyone agree on that?
Maybe it's worth it actually embedding that in the slide presentation, that would be part of the, consideration, because that's, since I came up with that kind of basic assumption that we would be considering the mission,
Yeah.
the actual mission of the organization.
And again, it's not the actual mission, it's the scope. So you have your core, this is what we do. There's a lot of discussion about the sphere around that of things that further our mission. So again, like, we need clarity and agreement on what those things are. And I think that's the first step in any of these, tackling any like big processes or complex issues. Has anyone else, like, just for the strategic decision making, has anyone else had experience being involved with those types of workshops?
Yeah, I have, Dave. This is Jim. Yeah, this structured decision making is an approach to decision problems that I've been working with for quite a while, and I think, Dave, you did a great job of summarizing what it is. Right? It really works best when you have a clear decision point, but it starts with framing up that decision. What is it about? Why are we here? What are we trying to achieve in a general sense? And then starting with your values and your core concerns and what do you care about, before you start talking about the different options that you have available to you. We could do this or we could do that, without having first clarified what do we really care about? What are our values? So I think you nailed it, Dave, and kind of excited to see you all bringing that up. Looking forward to that.
What would that look like if we wanted to go that route?
Well, it depends on what stage you're at, right? Or whether you're trying to outline the strategic plan versus something within one of the committees. Like if you're in a workshop, a structured decision-making workshop, just with the diversity and inclusion committee, and you're trying to clarify what we care about, and then move to some options about things we can do to increase diversity, for example. So, I mean, I guess, Kate, I'm starting with, I'm not really sure if you're thinking about practically, or if you're asking about practically, what does it look like, or more conceptually. With this diversity and inclusion committee example, it would be like setting some objectives about increasing diversity of the society. And so I would say, we need to start with an assessment of where are we right now? How do we measure diversity of race and gender and other dimensions? And how do we set goals or objectives for increasing that? And once we have clarity on those kinds of objectives and what we care about, then you start talking about what are the things that we can do to increase diversity in the society, whether it's free memberships or outreach pieces, videos or print, and then you have an assessment of all of those different options and which ones are most cost effective and most successful, and part of the process is a little analysis of those options to help you make a choice about how to go forward. The practical side would be, I mean, Michelle Stanchel and I have been working on this virtually. Yeah, you have to do, it's a lot more fun when you're in person, but you can do it with a Zoom meeting, a couple hours and a couple of sessions.
Thanks, Jim.
Sure.
Hey, Jim, question for you in the group. Did you have a professional like facilitator do this, or was it just done in-house?
Yeah, most of the time, well, my experience is this comes from working with a group at the Fish and Wildlife Services National Conservation Training Center. And they have a curriculum. Some of the courses I helped develop, they have a curriculum in structured decision-making and adaptive management. And they also have a workshop series for this approach, this structured decision-making, that's had dozens and dozens of workshop teams come together and work on these problems. And so for the most part, the actual facilitation is someone who is more like developed some expertise in structured decision-making and the analysis part, and that they know this process that Dave described, and it's a cyclical kind of iterative thing with certain steps. And you know that process, then you can facilitate this group. But there's some people who think having a trained professional facilitator who doesn't necessarily know this structured decision-making business, but knows the business of facilitation, which means working with groups and making sure everyone's heard and a lot of good things. So the short answer is usually it's someone who knows the process, and if they're good at it, they have those facilitation skills, maybe not necessarily as professional training, but just from working with groups of people and getting things, having things go smoothly and get things done. So that would probably be my recommendation. But if others, if whoever is involved thinks, no, I think we need this structured decision-making person and someone who knows that, but we want to have a professional facilitator as well, you could go and hire someone. But I think my guess, I'll just throw it out there, for this group, I think there's enough people here that know this process. We could probably do the facilitation ourselves for any kind of workshop that you want.
Yeah, no, thanks.
I'd be happy to help.
I think Don's point in the chat is important. Thinking about not just thinking about laying out a timeline.
I guess the timeline one of the things I put in the chat is like, maybe I had the strategic decision-making workshop at the very beginning of the process, with all of us involved. And now, after listening to Jim, maybe it's better to have it targeted towards those specific complex issues. I'm not sure. But I think like soon, like we should have it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about, getting together and trying to outline or revisit the mission and trying to clarify the mission and the values of the society and what we care about and the direction we want to go, like that can a structured decision-making workshop could have some benefits there because of the values focused thinking part. Like, you know, Dave, you went right to the defining the problem and then values focused thinking, which is like, what are our core values? What do we care about? Like, so that kind of thought just about values focused thinking can help structure, you know, the initial look at the mission and the initial outline of the strategic plan. But the thing about creating a strategic plan is that there's not a real decision point there in the sense of allocation of resources or commitment to action necessarily. It's more like a plan or a prioritization or a statement of values. And it's not like, here's the money I want to spend on the strategic plan, and this is how I'm going to spend it, right? So it's whereas when I tried to do like the diversity and inclusion committee example, it's like, it makes me think of the proposal from last year. You know, there's a proposal to spend money. Here's what we're going to try to achieve with that investment. And here are the options that we considered, and an analysis of which combination of those activities is best. That's where the structured decision-making really helps, really makes hay, because there's an actual decision and a commitment to time or money of something. Whereas the planning things, you know, get clarity from values focused thinking, but it's not necessarily a selection of A, B, and C from a big list.
Well, I wonder then, like up front, if just defining our values is something, like our general values for the society is something we could do on our own. Just so, I don't know, with a survey. I think the survey to membership should go out, you know, in the next month, 2 months, depending on where Christmas falls, but I think we could also do that. We could either take those results and talk about them and establish, you know, common values that way, or we could do it as a parallel process with council committee chairs. I'm really not sure, like,
Dave, I mean, based on our voter turnout, I hesitate on how good of a survey response you're gonna get. I think there's nothing wrong with doing that for those that don't have good bandwidth, but I would encourage, you know, a survey, and then, I mean, certainly council can talk, but I think if we want to be completely open, you know, offer a couple Zoom forums for all members to attend and to share. You know, I think, you know, to Jim's point and what others said, right, we got to first tackle our vision and our mission, and then we can get into the weeds as far as how we execute that. But I think, I guess to me, offer up, you know, Zoom and survey as many outputs as possible for people to share, you know, what their vision and idea of a mission for the society should be. I can speak sort of, I know Kate is on there and a few others, but like with GoMan, they use structured decision-making, and I think it was very effective, but not everybody was involved in the GoMan. For those who's familiar with GoMan, Gulf of Mexico Avian Monitor Network, I'm not sure everybody contributed initially as to what the vision and the mission is for GoMan. And so when they did the work, it was sort of like, I'm not sure it was an inclusive view to begin with. That's not trashing GoMan. That's just my perspective. So to me, make the opportunity for anybody and everybody that's involved in our society to contribute. And then, you know, you might have work groups that focus on specific things like DEI, membership, whatever.
I like your Clay's idea, kind of like town hall meetings, I guess that's what they call them, political forums, listening session. It doesn't have to be a written survey. It could be, as Clay said, a Zoom meeting where we can just get input from all our membership on what they think is important for the society, what our values are. And if there's a need for it to be more specific, perhaps we can use that listening session or town hall meeting, whatever you want to call it, to design a survey.
Oh, that's good. I like that. And then I still think for those like overarching things, like take membership. There's all kinds of options of how we can increase membership, but we're data deficient. We don't know, like we can't really assess them quantitatively, and there's all kinds of options for what to do. So I think that would lend itself really well, like that kind of a problem would lend itself really well to the SDM like formal approach. And then, yeah, like I said, I know it's a lot. Well, either it's so obvious, everyone's like, what the hell are you talking about, Moore? Or it's too much to take in a presentation. So like I said, I'll send it out as a, a critical pathway analysis of the things we've talked about now and some of the things I presented, and then maybe people can comment on the general framework and maybe start to tweak where some of these components actually fit in. But I like the ideas that people have been suggesting. And then if we end up doing those town halls or surveys, whatever we're gonna do for the initial part, like I think we should get that started ASAP, like in the next couple months. Or immediately after the Christmas break. Like the reason I wanted to do, like we've been struggling with even getting the process going, and I really just want to have something, framework in place for Patty when she becomes the queen bee in a few months, like that she's not struggling with this, that at least there's a framework for her to like, and a steering committee too. Like I think that's a really important component. So please think about it. It's going to be small, maybe like 4 or 5 people. And like I said, it's basically just guidance, keeping it on track and synthesizing all the information that comes in, all those little components that are coming from everybody. So please consider volunteering for that steering committee. And yeah, like I think there's parts of this that we can get going on right away.
So is this something council has to vote on probably today, whether it's going to be a town hall survey? Maybe, and if so, come up with it. I agree, Dave, it should be as soon as possible. Come up with a date and, advertise it this whole week. Just keep making flags to the membership, to the attendees, that we're having these listening session or survey, and just keep plugging it all week long. Hopefully we'll have, a date can come out of it, or it's going to be a survey that, hey, be on the lookout for the survey, so that it's on people's radar. And even if it's after Christmas, they'll know that this is coming, that we have a date or an email that's coming. I think we need to do this, as you said now.
Then well, I would propose like right after Christmas, early January, with advertising leading up to that, like in advance. And then
Dave, I just want to say, I also think these kind of exercises are opportunities to bring people into the fold, right? So I was just a member, and it was really when, somebody senior specifically reached out to me and asked me to help with the strategic plan in 2011. And then since then, I've been, more heavily involved in it. But it was that single, it wasn't like a blast email. It was like somebody specific emailed me and said, would you, and which is a much harder thing to say no to, right?
Yeah.
So I think we should also look at this as a way to get more of the membership involved in the plan, outside of the survey, listening sessions.
Yeah, good point, Gail. And I think Patty even suggested that earlier, like it should be a mix of newer members and grizzled veterans, like, and it's gonna be small. So, yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. And wherever we can, I think we should be trying to do that in this process. Um,
I'm happy to send pressure emails. If we could put a list of, you're laughing because you've gotten them from me already, right? If you put together a list, if this group can identify some people to reach out to, I will do that. And I'll do that in November.
The other timeline piece is I'd really like some feedback and a decision on whether the general framework that I presented today with the tweaks is something that we're willing to commit to as well. Like we should do that ASAP as well and select the steering committee or, form the steering committee. They can tweak the process. We can be adaptive, all that, but like, I think we need a skeleton at least to help guide this. So end in November for both those issues, like a skeleton framework and starting the steering committee. Okay, we're coming up to the end of, or the next item. So I just, again, like, oh, Kate,
Sorry, just to wrap it back around to Ricardo's point, is there agreement that we should not pick a town hall date until the steering committee is identified? I have a tendency to like that sort of organization, but I agree with Ricardo that we have a really good opportunity this week to advertise, so.
any thoughts?
Can we identify the steering committee right here? And the steering committee can then reach out?
Any volunteers?
Well, I can volunteer, but I can't volunteer until January, right? So it might I don't have any more space in my life to add something else. So, but in January I would. So it depends on the timeline, and of course I would be happy to write up the stuff for the student activities committee. But I can volunteer, but not until the new year.
Thank you.
Gail. Anyway, we can work on that and twist some arms, and especially for getting some of the younger members involved.
So, right, so there's Liz pointing out, I had the impression from Dave's presentation that a steering committee would be 5 people, like a small group that reaches out to all of the co-chairs, so at least 2 members. And if co-chairs can't commit to the time, they could identify a committee member. So we'll say 2 members of each committee. And so the steering committee, small, but reaching out and keeping track of the work that's being done by committees represented on in the council. Is that an interpretation people agree with? Okay. So I wonder about this strategy. We ask counselors to chair committees and get involved in leadership. Perhaps the new round of counselors that we've just elected, this could be their leadership role. I could reach out first in getting getting them. We have a diverse group of young and new council members. And some of them are here and maybe cringing, but like this is the way to really have the impact that just meeting once or twice a year on council doesn't have. And we are all busy. So when you think about, you know, how much work this is, we all have things going on. And so we'll be cognizant of that. I don't want anyone to be scared off by the workload, but I think I would suggest that that's the way to go. And I'll start with emails and asking. People can absolutely decline, but that might be a first place to start. So Ricardo and I, and then I'll reach out to the new people because Ricardo's jumping on board January 1st.
Well, the other thing too, like the steering committee really is, it's basically, if you're good at organizing things and if you're good at synthesizing, editing, like you don't necessarily need to have a lot of experience in, you know, the history of the Waterbird Society and stuff like that. Like I really think its function should be keeping things on track and putting out the final product.
And outreach, it would give the young new members
Yeah.
a reason to get to know the committee chairs and to get to know members in that communication leadership role.
Yeah.
I think it could be a really excellent professional development opportunity as well, because all organizations are dealing with these same issues.
I guess I have a question about, so at the very beginning, is the steering committee the crowd that is leading the, you know, listening sessions and surveys? Like, is that a role for the steering committee, or is that, and if not, who would be doing that role? Okay.
I think that's up to the steering committee, and that's why I had that little side, you know, ad hoc. Like, I don't want to pile a lot of work on any one person. So there's a lot of things like that. Hive it off, say, like, I mean, organizationally, like we should set up the Zoom meeting and all that, but if like you can hive that off and say, this person run with it. You're in charge of like facilitating the meetings and summarizing the results, something like that. Like, I don't want to make this onerous for any one person.
And I think the steering committee could have representation. You know, if we could get half of the steering committee at each of the town halls and then bring in a few, you know, representatives from the committees, then it spreads things around. But I think our biggest problem is just having a core group of people willing to set the date, get some of these things going. And I think we can do it right away at the new year. That we could, through a few emails, figure out a plan for right after the new year.
Is it like, I haven't looked at what the layout is for the business meeting, but is it worth having a kind of a preamble at the business meeting and get, you know, that's a point where the membership is presumably as much represented as it's going to be, maybe, and bring this up at the business meeting?
Yes. And that we have a committee fair this year too. So that can be kind of, you know, not the main point, but pointing out that these committees need new members and need to be re-energized and have good work to do, and would liaise with the steering committee of the strategic plan. Chris has got her hand up.
Yeah, and I forget now who made the suggestion that we should, at the introductory to the plenaries, and whenever we get, you know, the big groups of our membership on the Zoom calls to talk about that we're doing the strategic planning and we're looking for input, and we want people that are, you know, skilled in decision, you know, support making and decision making tools and things. And so every opportunity when everybody's on the line to to talk about this so that when we get to the business meeting, people won't all of a sudden be starting to think about it.
I don't want to cut off discussion at all, but I think we should move along. And like I said, I'll send out like a sort of a big picture of the stuff I was talking about today with all the amendments, and then it might be easier for people to comment on it then. And I'll do that like ASAP. Okay, so thank you. Next, the first report of the day is from the nominating committee. So I'm not sure if Clay or Erica gonna be presenting.
Oh, I think I'm presenting.
Yes. So is this the, Dave, is this the agenda updated 8 November? Because
Yeah, Dave, we skipped a line.
All right, Kate, you better, can you kind of like, I've got the 7th of November.
Yeah, so Caroline had a couple motions that she wanted to present.
Okay.
So maybe we could do that, take a coffee break to reset, and then move on to committee reports, if that's okay with everyone.
Sounds good. 30 or earlier?
I think you were suggesting having the motion now, right, Kate? And then the coffee break?
I did say that, but the agenda is opposite.
Oh, yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not
mind
ready
either way.
until 10:40. I'm trying to plot something last minute so I can show you guys.
Great,
Yeah,
let's
and
take a
I'd say
coffee.
we just stay on schedule and
Okay,
come back, yeah.
okay, Kate, what is the schedule?
The schedule is that we don't take a coffee break for another 20 minutes. So perhaps we should do a committee report now if Erica and Clay are ready, and then we can.
I'm ready to go. It will
Yeah,
not take
sure.
long.
Great.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that way Carolyn can continue work what she does, but I'm ready to go.
Okay, so Dave will take
Thanks.
a coffee break in 20 minutes. So we'll do what
Okay.
we can before then. Thanks.
All right, let's see. I don't see a need to share my screen. I'm assuming everybody was able to see the report. So I'm just going to very quickly summarize the committee. Nomination committee is myself and Erica, right, as past presidents. We are the co-chairs for the committee. Jennifer Arnold, Jess Fenelo, Carolyn, Susan, and Ricardo. Ricardo removed himself this year because, as you all know, he ran for vice president, but Ricardo has normally been a member as well of the committee. And just to thank everybody on the committee, and Carolyn did a huge job in recruiting just a lot of new faces and new folks to run. And so I appreciate her help there in diversifying and broadening the perspectives on council. I would be remiss if I don't thank, and I know Dave will probably steal Dave's thunder, but thank certainly our outgoing folks, right? Gopi, Mayuki, and Danielle and Carolyn, right? For serving on council. The short of it is we had some Zoom discussions and we had a lot of the committee did a lot of work in the late kind of spring time period and behind the scenes, right, in recruiting people and reaching out to folks. But we had I think a series of Zoom and OE forum exchanges, so to speak, back in April and May. And then we came up with a list of counselors, right, for regular council member, I guess you want to call it, and then student, and then for vice president, president-elect, excuse me. And then as Dave already pointed out, the winners for vice president, counselor, and student council. The thing I want to add, and this maybe You can see it all in the report. I think the big thing was the turnout was low, but then again, it's always low. Just for everybody's note, because I think that not everybody was on this email, there was some discussion about voter turnout. We had of 493 members, 110 responded, 22.3%. If you look at the two big categories that we have of members, that would be our regular membership and then our student members, because right, there's also family, there's emeritus and all that. But if we look at the big groups of student and regular, is about 27% turnout, 26-something% turnout for regular members, and 16-17% turnout for students. So a little bit of a disparity between regular members and student. But as Caroline and I discussed via email, right, a lot of those student memberships were coming on when about the election email was going out. So there could be a variety of reasons. But the main thing is we only had 22% of people vote. And that's not at all to, to put it in historical perspective. Back when I was secretary 15 years ago, we averaged about that. In fact, we were worse because we used to do paper ballot. So the electronic ballot has actually made it better. I think when we had 500, 600, 700 members, and I'd maybe get 70 or 80 ballots back in the mail. So we're definitely doing better, but it'd be great if we could find a way to increase voter turnout. Chris Snyder sent out several emails. Hopefully people received those to remind folks. And then even after he tallied everybody that had voted, he sent out a further blast, I think, and we extended it 3 more days to try to get a few more folks to vote. And the last thing I'll mention is, I don't know if the membership committee, if that's something they want to look at, but Chris did share with me, Chris Snyder, that is, share with me a list of all members that voted. Of course, I do not know how they voted. I did not ask for that, and that's not something they're going to share, but I did get a list of who voted. And I think that's a good information, not really just to look at the demographics of both country, right? As you would expect, North America, primarily US and Canada, were most of our voters, but we can analyze that a lot of different ways, right? We could look at how do we increase student turnout? How do we increase our regular members? How do we increase members from outside North America? The point is, I have that data, and if that's something the membership committee wants to look at, I'm happy to share that, and Chris can generate past years to provide that information for previous years of voting. And that's really all I have. Erica, anything I need to add?
I guess I would like to just thank everybody who did run, in case anybody there is on the committee. And it's I hope that those people are not discouraged from running again, because all the candidates were really excellent candidates. And I think the future is hopeful, and it looks bright for the council. So thank you.
Yeah, great point, Erica. I'm glad you said that. And yeah, and we see the actual output, and it was, all the races are extremely tight, right? So to Erica's point, we certainly, those that run successful, speaking from an unsuccessful candidate that lost to Erica, right? Do not, and Susan, right? I'm a 3-time repeat, but do not get discouraged, right, at all. Please encourage people to run, for sure.
I just like to echo that. I mean, the first time I ran, Chip said, you're not going to win the first time, and don't be discouraged, and keep running. So take that to heart. And I really want to thank the nominating committee. I think they did an amazing job this year, like getting a really diverse group of candidates. And I was really happy to see so many younger members throwing their hat in the ring for that. That was very encouraging to me.
And I'll just say, yeah, that I'll echo Clay's remarks that Caroline did a really incredible job of recruiting people. And so I need to thank her again.
Cool. Thank you.
Can I add something?
Yeah, for sure.
So this is a good time, everyone on council, to pay attention to who's at the meeting and see if you find other people who might be willing to run. It's what we used to do back in the olden days when we met in person. So now it's going to be fresh in your mind. So keep that list going now. Thank you.
Cool. Kate, who's up next?
It looks like an update from Chris, but if Chris doesn't mind, I'm gonna suggest I just sneak in now so that we have like a fuller block of time for her.
Completely agree. It'd be nice to do mine after our break and discussion on student membership. So I got a big, fairly decent block of time.
Great. I'm secretary report. I'm coming up, so I'll just volunteer myself to go now and get it out of the way. I don't think I have anything really substantial, so I think it's a good time for it. So this is basically just a summary of what we've done over the last year. I think it's just nice to sort of take a step back and reflect on what we did in the last 12 months. And I've tried to summarize it all clearly in the report. So we have had, I don't know what the standard is. I felt like we had a pretty busy year. So 5 motions in last November's meeting, 13 motions in the mid-year council meeting, and then 8 motions electronically throughout the year. 6 of those had financial impacts, spending impacts. And a lot of that a lot of those motions had to do with the 2 big issues were the diversity committee's proposal at the mid-year council meeting, and then there was also a lot of shuffling around with this meeting trying to figure out what to do virtually or in person with COVID. So those both of those events took up a lot of our voting. I think the only question that I wanted to pose to you folks was just a check-in about how SurveyMonkey's been for the last couple of votes. So the feedback I got has been positive. It's easy for me, so that's great. The only potential drawback that I wanted to highlight or just make people aware of is that so when we do it by email, I can keep track. And I mean, I am getting the votes, so I know who voted, and I can ensure there's no double voting. And I can't do that with SurveyMonkey. So I'm not particularly concerned about it. I just wanted to make people aware that there is just sort of a trust thing that if we're going to continue to use SurveyMonkey, that's something we need to just accept.
So you can't see who's voted, Kate? Or
yeah, I tried to play with settings a little bit and I didn't see an option. All I see, at least with the free account, the free version, is just a tally of the number of yays and nays, basically.
I wonder whether the paid version would allow that, because it would be good to at least know who's voting, obviously not their vote.
So is that something we want to consider? I didn't look into the pricing plan or anything like that, but I could if we think it's worth spending a little bit of money on. I don't expect it to be expensive, but it's still a cost.
I'm not sure. Maybe it doesn't matter. You're just sending it out to council, right? Or the membership. So maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, in this case, I'm just thinking about SurveyMonkey for council.
Yeah.
Can one of the questions be to put your name in?
Oh, that's a great idea. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, I could do that. I would just be a fill-in response.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with, I mean, you as secretary, I don't think, knowing who voted and what they voted, because we, in the old days, right, you
Yeah.
you just emailed the secretary and the president on your vote. So, you know, I think the transparency is okay.
Okay,
Well,
great.
in most meetings are in person and you vote right there. Yeah.
Great. I'll try that then. That's a good suggestion. It didn't occur to me.
Along these lines, I was thinking about the voting via email after the fact, because we're online and not everyone can attend, which I don't think is a bad thing, but it does differ from past practice. We've always had members who cannot meet in person, and we didn't have voting occur outside that meeting. And I just wanted to bring it up since it occurred to me.
Yeah, and I would throw that out to everyone. What are the pros, cons? Are you preferring this option or disagreeing? In my mind, just to put in my 2 cents, I was pretty strongly advocating that we push all of the major votes to online, partly inspired by looking at last mid-year council meeting minutes, and we had that lengthy discussion about the DEI proposal, and by the time we actually got to the vote, it was shortly after the scheduled closing time, and it was a very, very low voter turnout for a pretty big issue. So that was the event in my mind when I was kind of advocating for let's move those votes to an online platform, email platform.
I think one of the things, and I'm not advocating against it, but I think we also run the risk of then we're sending votes to people who may not have participated in the conversation. So we have kind of the other side of the coin. And I think we're just trying to keep up with how our meetings change and how the times change. But I think we should kind of have a policy or a practice that we are consistent with and that is perhaps outlined in the minutes from this meeting, that we will do it however. I didn't think it was all that controversial.
Do you know what happened?
It says that the host ended it.
I definitely did not, so.
Was telling that Patty was talking about the subject that she was talking about when we got axed.
I'm not sure that it was that controversial, guys. Everyone got kicked out.
Anybody know why?
It gave me a message that the host ended the meeting.
Me too.
So in any case, I just wanted to put it out there and see if we can put it into the minutes how we plan to do it for all of our meetings.
So Kate, do you think the problem the last time was simply that the meeting had gone on long and people were just had to get away somewhere because we could just make sure that we, for example, there was a question about accepting the report. We could just make sure that we have the votes in a timely fashion using.
That is true, but then the other, I think, important point to bring up here is that it becomes a inclusion issue. So we have to thank Miyuki and Gopi and anyone who's working internationally, because they consistently kind of fold to our side in our time zone. And if we're trying to make sure, if we're interested in being, for example, a more international group, we're trying to recruit people who are participating. I think one way to do that is to make sure that there are multiple ways for everyone to give input.
But then I guess addressing Patty's point that they're not involved with the discussion, then it does make sense, because Zoom is recorded, that maybe we would then at least allow them to see the recording of if the discussion, so that if they feel uninformed, they can watch the recording first. I don't know, just because I agree, if you just see a motion, you have none of the background, then you're less likely to make a really informed choice.
And it seems like I kind of a fan of holding off until after the meeting, because we've had some that were terribly rushed, and it ended up creating a that some of us are still having to deal with. So one option would be to have the discussion. People are involved, hearing it. People can hear it on, the recording. But then the other thing is, so we then the motion is clearly stated, and then someone, summarizes the pros and the cons, so that then it can refresh everybody's memories about, well, why was it a good motion, or maybe the reasons to vote against it, and then have the vote. Because it just, I think with these online meetings, even in-person meetings, you don't have the opportunity to really hash out some of these important issues before voting.
Yeah, I wonder, I think I'm willing to volunteer myself to use minutes to structure kind of a pro-con summary of discussion list, along with motions that go out in an email. So you'd see the motion, you'd see my summary. There's an opportunity for more discussion or to challenge my summary of what I heard in the meeting, as you would reviewing the minutes anyways. And then we would hold the vote. And I guess the question spinning in my head right now is, if that sounds like a favorable option, do we insist that we craft the motions live, or do we allow that to happen in email after the meeting? Because the main drawback I see to this whole thing is that it just draws out the whole process a lot longer. We have some time-sensitive issues. It's important to keep things moving. So I'm just trying to think about how to balance these things. I see Dave with a hand. You're muted, Dave.
I agree. Like, I think there's a lot of value to moving things offline, but like, I think there's options in Robert's rules that you can postpone votes. Like, if we're talking about 2 people and everyone at council voted yes for something, then like, there's ways to keep people informed. There's process to postpone votes if they're close, like the DAI example. Like, I take full ownership for that. That was a close one, right? Like, it mattered, but sometimes it's not going to matter as much. The vote's already decided, that there's already a majority. And I think there's process there that anyone can step in and move to postpone or table a motion. So, like, it's some sort of balance. Like, I think it's important in some cases, but maybe not all.
Don has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate Dave's point that there are certain votes that we should just get done in process. Accepting minutes, that kind of thing. We don't want to delay. So we could do it on an ad vote basis that anyone in the room could appeal to have the vote later. We could have certain types of votes that happen later when everyone could participate, such as budget related votes. Could be a way to define that, but there's probably others. And then I would push back a little bit on this concern that people would not be informed. I think it's incumbent on all the voters to make a decision about whether they're informed on any issue. Just because you're present in a Zoom room or even in person doesn't mean you're particularly well informed on a given issue. I think we're all trusting each other to vote when we're informed. And I don't think voting afterwards changes that assumption all that much. So I worry about creating a lot of work about restating the pros and cons of a given issue, and that being a burden that is added to the volunteer time people are already putting in.
Thanks, Don. I think I don't know who was first, either Claire or Carolyn.
Oh, mine's really quick. It's really more about just the process, and maybe you have to throw this to Jeff for the bylaws, but I think we should, if I kind of what you were saying, but I think a motion, we don't want to have a motion at a meeting and then like start voting on it and then follow it up with an email vote. I think we either say, this is the discussion we did at the council meeting, and then we're going to call for a vote via email later, because if I read the bylaws correctly, and not that I'm advocating for change to bylaws, but it says the executive council, shall conduct the general business of the society. Decisions will be reached by a simple majority of those present, except where otherwise specified. And then it gets into some very confusing language about ad hoc voting and all that, but that seems to be for special meetings called by the president for the executive council. So my point is, I don't know, the bylaws are probably archaic in that area, but I think I would just recommend we be consistent, and we can have a great discussion here, but if we feel like it's something that we want to ensure that everybody votes, we wait and do it separately. Otherwise, it's going to be very confusing as to who voted live and then who voted after the fact.
Yeah, I would follow up with what Clay said to add that I'm in favor of voting after the fact for everyone. I think even if business matters are really small, it's still an opportunity for all of us to engage as council members. We've been entrusted by the membership to make big and small decisions, and it's good to have everyone participating in that. And also thinking from an early career perspective, where a lot of us haven't served on councils before or been involved in these kind of processes, even a small vote can help move us forward and can help us understand better how these things are working. And so I think, if a person can't attend, then a good way to continue to include them and to help them grow and learn things is to consistently keep this sort of as Kate's proposed, where we may have a discussion, which is important because things can happen really fast over Zoom when we're all talking to each other, but then to make sure that everyone's coming along with us by voting by email. And that way we'll get consensus of the entire council too.
Thanks, Carolyn.
I'm just going to follow up and say that we need to be very, very aggressive about making sure we do everything we can so that people are participating. We're never going to get everybody all the time. We never have, but Carolyn's important point is that we want people's voice and we want people's input, and that's best done if we can find a way to accommodate virtually everyone, virtually every time.
I do think we run the risk. I mean, I'm swayed by these arguments, but I do think we run the risk of getting actually lower participation, just because you get another email, you then have to read another email, and there's this, there's the immediacy of being here right now, and I can say yes right now. If we have to have every decision made the other way, it is possible that people will just be overwhelmed or not have time to look at their emails or whatever. So there has to be some urgency about each email and some time limitation, I think, in terms of answering and voting.
And I think there are a lot of votes, even though, and I don't like small versus controversial, but it seems like a lot of the votes can be done here with this group, because a lot of people, Mayuki and folks, that's 1 a.m. and they made a big commitment to be here. And so I think we need to get, as Erica said, as much of this done during the time that we've all set aside to do this. And then I think we could almost determine as the discussion starts, if there's going to be a lot of different points of view and a lot of different ways to recraft a motion that's on the table. So I think, and then doing it as Clay suggests, that once it becomes apparent that we shouldn't be rushing this decision, then we say, okay, this one is going to be voted offline, but maybe, we get 95% of the votes done at the council meeting. And people need, if you're going to be on council, make that commitment to get your reports in on time, get the information out there and be at the meeting.
I mean, I guess it would be nice to know, Kate, how many council members are at this meeting. I know we even have some of the ones from the next term here, but how many of our current councilors are here? Because I suspect quite a few of us are, to Chris's point.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance yet to do the count. I will say we front loaded the agenda at the time that was going to be most convenient for everyone. So which we can continue to do, is put important issues first. I see Dave's hand.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor it, but again, I think there's even something in Robert's rules about having proxies if you can't make a meeting.
Yes.
You can vote
Juliet
by
just
proxy.
suggested that
Yeah.
too.
Yes, but how often do people actually designate proxies when they have the opportunity, right? That puts the burden on the council member to think of it and to designate somebody. So it does make things harder.
I've been designated as a proxy, so it's not that big a deal. If you know you're going to miss a meeting and you have specific views on things, then you get that, views to whoever you've selected as a proxy. It's not really a very big deal at all. So,
I mean, it could be that it's more of a big deal. And I just can imagine myself just more emails and votes for every single thing that we've talked about during a council meeting. I just think I will be overwhelmed by that. And for me, and maybe this is being elitist or something, but for me, it's much easier to just vote, at least on the procedural things, right here at the meeting. But I'm willing to accept the majority opinion for sure.
So I'm just looking at the time. We're trying something new this meeting. Patty, thank you for bringing it up. It didn't occur to me that this would be a good discussion, but it clearly is. We're trying something new this meeting. I'm recording sort of what we're doing in this meeting in the minutes, and I'm going to suggest we kind of back burner this conversation. We're past our 10-minute break right now, so I'm going to suggest we take our coffee break and then put this to the test and come back for Caroline's motions that she's got prepared for us. And we can continue to tweak how we're going to do this virtual Zoom meeting as we do the next point. Dave, I'm reading your text now. Can I summarize some of the pros and cons of voting discussion and bring a motion to council? Yes, I can do that over email. That's all right. Okay, thanks. So 10-minute break. We'll meet back here in 9 minutes or 10 minutes, 10:51. Shall we get moving again, Dave? You are muted if you're trying to speak.
Yeah, Carolyn's up next, right?
Caroline, yeah.
Okay, take it away, Carolyn.
Hey, Caroline is how you say my name.
Oh,
just
I'm
for everybody.
sorry.
It's all right. It happens all the time. There's just been a rash of it. So Caroline, and I really appreciate you guys being here and that I can spend time talking about this. Can I share my screen, Kate, just to show a couple slides that I made here?
It should work.
Okay. Yeah. Does this look like this looks like some, shoot. Here we go. All right. So the motions that I want to present today are in relation to student memberships. So we've talked about this earlier, and in fact, earlier in the year in April, we passed a motion about student memberships, which was to provide free memberships for attending the meeting and free or no cost renewals to students. But that was logistically a little bit difficult to implement, and there's been some ambiguity in that motion. And so there's a need to seek clarity from council here today. And so I'll just start right back from the beginning with the problem, which is that there's student engagement in the Waterbird Society, and that's great. That's what we want. And students are doing lots of things for the society, particularly in the meetings, which is our real opportunity to be involved here. So we serve on committees and councils, students present at meetings, they organize symposia, they chair sessions and interact on social media, and also attend important events in the middle of the year and outside of council times. And so the problem, though, is that a lot of students are engaged in the society and they spend a lot of time networking and doing things at meetings, but they end up not signing up for memberships. And the problem with that is that that means that students are not engaging in society business. They're only getting what they get at the meetings. They're not voting in elections, and they don't necessarily weigh in on other things like the emails and the communication that regular society members get during the year. And there's an additional problem we think where this is coming from is that the cost of membership can present a barrier. And if you think about students now, you know, it's changed over the years, but a lot of students have debt from their undergrad and they don't get a lot of money when they're paid for their research assistantships or TAships, or maybe they don't have any of that at all and they're paying to be students. And so because of that, we can't really expect them to have disposable income that they can spend on memberships in the society. And additionally, there's a logistical issue with sign up that's happened in the past where students that register for the meeting as a non-member become members, but students who register for the meeting as a member are not given a membership. And so we've been like adding and dropping students a lot over the years. And so what's the history of the Waterbird Society and student members now? Well, just a note that this usually includes early career scientists, but we can't track early career scientists because there's no methodology for them to self-identify on the panel when they register. But you can see around 2011, we had about 100 student members, and that number's been sort of in a slow and odd decline. And in 2020, it was just 49 student members. And in 2021, up until we passed this motion in April, and remember, renewal happens in October. So a lot of students, everyone who had been renewing would have already done so. But by April, we had just 28 members. So that's the trajectory we were on until this free student membership thing was passed. And so clearly we've had a lot of engagement. You can see with the red dot that student membership increased to 198 individuals instead of 28. And so that's a pretty big impact for just 4 months of a policy to last. But this policy was ended in October, so we're not giving away free student memberships anymore. So what else has free student memberships done for us? Well, so these gray bars here, the dark gray, represent the proportion of students that are members of the society. And typically this number is hovering around 12 to 15% of the total membership of the society. So that's a useful baseline. And this is how it's fluctuated over the years. It's actually very consistent. And then in the light gray here, you can see student presenters at meetings, which I think of as a way to gauge student interest and student activity. And it's actually more around 35 to 40% of the people that are presenting or engaging in the meeting. And so with 2021, what we've seen with the student membership increase is that students are now representing about 40% of the society, which is a little more in line with what we'd expect by looking at how they present at meetings. So that's what the increase has done for us. And it's important for this motion to remember that what we're looking at here, this free student membership thing, can logically be expected to increase recruitment of students, but it's not going to necessarily do anything for retention. So that's going to take other measures. So this is solving one problem, but if we want to solve problems of retention and engagement, we're going to need other policies for that. And so the question here really today is, how do we want to work on this problem of recruitment and membership and these issues? And so, oh, there's one more thing. So these are memberships over the years in the United States. You can see in 2020, of course, we added a lot of members from there. But the other thing we've done is increase the breadth of the number of non-North American nations that we've added. So 2021, again in yellow here, and you can see even for Canada, we've added some, not so much from Europe and from other countries that have participated in the past, but way out on the tail end here from Turkey, Bhutan, Brazil, Romania, a lot of different countries have added students to the Waterbird Society as a result of this membership. And so again, retention and engagement could become an issue here. And so that just brings us to the motions. I've written them down. There are three that are important, one of which I cannot see very well because it's covered. But basically, we're moving that the Waterbird Society grant 1 year of free memberships to every student and every early career scientist who registers for the meeting. And I'd like this to begin in 2021, so right now, and last in perpetuity or until council votes to terminate this program. So one of the problems was how long should this measure last? And it lasted 4 months. So I would like it to last in perpetuity. And because of that, and because of the costs associated with it, I also move that these memberships be electronic only. But if there's a need for a paper copy, which some people can experience, that if that's expressed in writing, that it be honored. And the second motion I think that's really important is that these membership renewals again be provided without a cap in perpetuity and be electronic only. And then the third motion is going to depend on whether or not we decide on the first two. But for members that paid in 2021 and 2022, they would need to be reimbursed because they were given more free memberships. And so if they're granted that automatically, we need to work that out. So at this time, I'd really like to discuss motion 1 first for like 10 minutes, and then motion 2 and see where we're at. Does that make sense to everybody? All right, thanks.
Caroline, could you put the motions back up? Sorry, it'd just be helpful.
So I just have a question, Caroline. So I understand the first motion perfectly. On the second motion, then provide no cost student and early career membership renewals. So that means that the first motion is just 1 year, but in fact you mean more than 1 year. If they're students for more than 1 year, or am I confused?
Yeah, so this would apply for a student that has registered for a meeting in 1 year and then perhaps not in the next year, but they'd still like to maintain their active membership. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, I can't see the entire gallery, but I know Don had his hand up and then Patty, and I have a question as well.
Caroline, minor point of clarity. Can you explain what a reason would be to need a paper copy? Just that part of it, I'm not clear on what a good reason would be.
Yeah, I would say it would be most useful for people who don't have access to steady internet. or don't have access to, for instance, journals or subscriptions in the way that a lot of us here in North America do. So that was the reason for that. But really this year, or in the past, very, very few students sign up for paper only copies without also signing up for electronic journal, like 5 people or fewer this year and last year.
So I did have oh, sorry, somebody else has their hand up. Go ahead.
I'll jump in and say that I like the motion number 1. I think that part of the problem has been with the unexpected move to virtual meetings, where all of us putting on these meetings have no experience, that that's something that got dropped by the wayside, in part because for 2 years now, we've made it, if not free, very inexpensive. So moving back towards regular price on ground meetings, I think that should be part of it. And we can just outline, instead of having student member prices or student non-member prices, we can have a student registration, and that will include the next annual membership. I'm not as in favor of providing automatic renewals. I think that the argument is compelling that students that are presenting end up being engaged to greater degrees, and that each year that you present, the following year you have a membership. Thanks, Caroline.
Okay, I'm up next. That's great, Carolyn. Thank you. And if I mispronounce your name, it's because of it's Canadian, not because I'm doing it on purpose. Yeah, I like that. Like, I know we, like in emails to some like smaller group, I was saying, like, I was really advocating for students having to pay some symbolic amount of money. But I think this, again, it sort of demonstrating a commitment to the society. So I think this motion number 1 kind of meets that. It's not monetary, but they're making a commitment to attend or present at an annual meeting. And I agree. Like, I think that's a good compromise. And then, sorry, next is, I think it was Clay, Pat, Erica, and then Chris.
Hey, okay, me next, Dave?
Yep.
Yep. No, I mean, yeah, I've the first motion, definitely when I think about showing a commitment to attending the annual meeting, I'm in favor of. I think where, and maybe we just want to stick with that one, I think where I have trouble is free memberships, just in general for students. I struggle with believing that in North America, I apologize, I'm walking my dog if I sound like I'm out of breath, but that in the US and Canada, that $20, $25 is a barrier. I really struggle to believe that in a calendar year, that's a barrier for membership. I think that people have to show some investment. If we're going to invest in the society, or excuse me, invest in students, then I think there needs to be some monetary investment from the students into the society. If you look at a lot of professional organizations, the memberships are a lot higher than ours. Ours are ridiculously low. And I think that's a good thing. And then the last thing I'll say is, if we're going to have these discussions, I would be more in favor of reduced membership or free membership for people in developing countries, much more than I'm in favor of targeting students, which most of our students are from North America. That's it.
Yeah, I would say those are very good points, Clay. The 2 things that come to mind that I've been thinking about a lot lately, because you did discuss this over email too, so I had a chance, is that I can't find literature in one way or the other that says that when someone pays for something, they're more likely to engage in it. And so I can see where that comes from. But I don't think necessarily that asking students to pay for a membership is going to lead to them participating in the society more. I think that's more of a recruitment strategy, and it's what the society can bring to the table for students. So what can we do to engage and interest students? And this is about getting them in the door. And so the idea here is that the free membership will be the most effective way to do that. And I think too, that this measure was targeted to increase diversity within this society. And that within our North American and Canadian members, that doing that can still help certain people that might be struggling in ways that we don't understand. So that's my argument for that there, but I can see exactly what you mean.
I'm sorry, it's, I think it was, Eric, sorry, Pat, Erica, and then Chris. And Gopi.
Okay, sorry, I can't get my video to start, so I'm not trying to hide from you guys. So anyhow, we've been discussing this off and on, and unfortunately, we don't have the data from Schneider for the free memberships versus right now. We don't have this year's data yet, but when I've looked at everything over the last, whatever, 10 years or so, it does not seem that very many people retain anyhow. And if you look at the proportion of students who aren't retained versus the people who maybe just become members, it's less, but maybe not that much less. And I agree with Clay that $10, $20 is not that much for millennials or for Gen Zs and things like that. I think I sent around this note from the BOU, and they have had an incredible success with early career and with students. They charge 20 pounds per student to join, and they charge 10 pounds per non-American or North American, non-British or European members. And so that's a lot more than just the dollars in the United States. And I think that I disagree with you, Caroline, because I think that people don't pay attention to something that they don't pay money for. I think that people are invested when they put just some money in, and they tend to attend it or to look at it more. I mean, just how many like these little mini courses have people signed up for and that were free and never completed? I don't know, that I've sure done that. And I think that we need to charge them something. The big thing is retention. And and is Jim Fraser on this call? No, I have completely lost him, and I don't know if anyone else has contact with him, but I had a long talk with the BOU membership chair, and he had this plan, which was fantastic, and he more than doubled the number of students and early career people. And it had nothing to do with money of joining. It had to do with contact after they joined. It had to do with social media. It had to do with a lot of things. And that's what the membership committee wants to do right now. And we just need to get some members on it so we can get a hold of the plan and go forward. But I think that maybe we should just try 1 year and see what happens. And but I would just say that maybe $10 would be a better way to do it. I just don't think that that what you have is necessary. Okay, I'll talk later. Thanks.
Should I go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dave, and thanks, everybody. Interesting points, Pat. There's definitely part of me that totally agrees that if you don't pay for it, you sometimes take advantage of and don't actually use it. But on the other hand, the point one, your motion, Caroline, is that you give free 1 year free membership to those who register for the annual meeting. And so they're already invested. And so I agree with this. And I'm noticing something in the chat that the AOS also is providing free membership to students. I also agree that afterwards we should probably definitely have a reduction for student members. I'm so curious about all those students that Caroline has indicated from different countries. Yes, Romania, Brazil, etc. And what their reason for joining is, and is it so that they can access the journal on Bio 1? And I really think we should have, at least for all those people, free student memberships just in perpetuity, because if they're in other countries, I agree with some of the people who've written in the chat, $25 is too much for student members in other countries and for a lot of student members even in the US and Canada. So I would also maybe consider, but this would be another discussion, reducing the amount for a student membership. I know it's very low already, but even more so, or having something where in the application where you can apply for a reduction if you're from particular countries or if you have particularly difficult financial situations. Thank you.
Thanks, Erica. I think you're up next, Chris.
Okay, as Pat said, we've been talking about options, to increase members, especially outside of North America. And one option which we've used in the past is provide a coupon number so that, the person comes on, whether it's a student or early career or just a scientist from a developing country, that you request via somebody that volunteers. I'll just use Pat's names because she's on the membership, sends an email to Pat saying, I'm requesting a free membership. Pat says, fine, here's your coupon number. And then that person goes online, fills out all their personal information, uses that coupon number, and then they get a message, then from Schneider saying, now you're a member and here's how to get the journal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it's critical for any of the members to actually go through and sign up personally, because yes, there was this gigantic increase in the number of names on our student list, but Carolyn sat down and put a bunch of those in personally on a couple different dates. And it's how I've done it when in past years, when whoever signs up as a non-member gets a free membership for the following year. And then I would provide those 20, 30 names to Schneider, who would then start the process. These people would be notified that now they're a free member for the following year, and here's how to access the journal. But I think a better approach, so I like this coupon approach, because I agree with Clay wholeheartedly that there's a lot of people, a lot of students, a lot of early career, late career that can afford the $25. So we don't need to be subsidizing them. We need to put our money to subsidize those folks that truly can't afford it, regardless of where they are. So I think what I would do if we continue that, part of that motion one, that if you've registered for the meeting, you get a free membership for the following year. And then I think how I would approach that would be I or Pat or whoever's, taking this responsibility on. After the meeting, you send each of these people an email saying, because you've attended the meeting, you're responsible. You're now going to receive a free membership for 2022. And here's the coupon number that you use. Then that person has to care enough about being part of this organization that they go online and fill out their information and become a member. But I think what we lack by either me doing it at previous meetings or Carolyn doing it for the last meeting is folks are just added and maybe they don't even care whether they're added. So I do think somehow forcing an engagement after the meeting that they have to go online personally and become members. And I think that would take care of a lot of my consternation, which is adding 150 people by a third party that, you know, maybe they know they're enrolled and maybe they don't, but they always get a message from Snyder saying, now you're a member and, you know, here's all the ins and outs. So I think there's some middle ground that we can try and target those folks that are going to be actively engaged in care. And I realize coming to a meeting shows a little bit of active engagement. Presenting is it signifies more engagement, but I think that third level then is that, okay, I'm engaged, I want to be part of this organization, and so I'll take 15 minutes to go online, fill out my information, and then continue.
Sorry, technical difficulties. Thanks, Chris. I think Gopi's up next.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to some fundamental issues that I think those of us who are involved in societies and stuff forget most of the time, which is that a lot of these countries don't have professional institutions, they don't have professional organizations or even groups like the Waterbird Society in country or elsewhere. It's really allowing for students to think that they can go and reach out to people from another country, and especially, you know, scientists who they may have cited in their papers and stuff, and suddenly write to these people, because that's not the culture that a lot of these countries have. So I think the problem is a little bit more fundamental than just the question of money or I mean, money, of course, is extremely going to be expensive for students from the developing world to pay $25. But I think there are much more fundamental concerns which the Waterbird Society needs to think about a little bit more. And what has happened over the last couple of years, thanks, I mean, or no thanks to Corona, is that people have spread the word that there is at least a few societies that provide free membership. And you can attend, international quality conferences and stuff. And that, I suspect, is what you're seeing now, because it's gone out from several networks, and it's gone out repeatedly enough for faculty to take pay attention to and tell their students to start attending. So it's not just a question of the money issue, but keeping it open provides something very nascent to students of this area, which is an exposure to a professional society, which otherwise they simply don't have. And they simply don't have within their cultures an ability to ask questions. In India, especially, a large proportion of the universities, students will not ask questions even of their advisors, let alone experts and other people that they revere because of the papers and stuff. So the problem is a lot more fundamental outside of the US, UK, and countries like this. And so I think thinking about using this as one of the core areas in which Waterbird Society can have exceptional influence and exceptional assistance to students, to even professionals who are working, by just providing this platform where they can come on. Some of them will listen, some of them will start writing, and maybe some of them will become a lot more involved, is a help that you're providing that you really don't know how big of a help this is in getting the door open to things that these people just don't have any access to. It's improving in places like India and China, but other countries, it's really way behind. They just don't have anything like a professional society. So I think thinking about other countries requires a little bit more than just money and ability to pay, and then what they may offer to Waterbird Society, I think, is quite a long way down the line, quite honestly. And there are people who, of course, will get up and will stand up and will start writing to many more of you, but that will take time. And I think that will take a little bit more different kind of influences from the Waterbird Society. For example, having people in country that they can start calling up, because WhatsApp and phone calls are really the major way in which Indians and Chinese and a whole bunch of Southeast Asians communicate. They don't really write emails even now. So having one or two people in these countries, or even in a region that people can just start writing to get familiar with, those are places where we need to add on, in addition to having free memberships and stuff. Sorry, it was a bit long, but I just wanted to, these things came to mind because they have application elsewhere as well.
Thanks, Gopi. I noticed Allison had her hand up, and then I was gonna ask Julia if she would clarify something she wrote in the chat that was interesting afterwards. I know this is taking a bit of time.
Well, first, I just want to say thanks, Gopi. I think everything you had to say was incredibly pertinent and something that we should definitely take into account, because I don't know if we're always thinking about the international approach to this. I know myself, I have not. I just wanted to quickly just say, as a student myself, and one that has been a student for quite some time, I have been on a graduate panel working with students to try to help students at my university to understand some of the issues that they're having and how we can make their experience better at our university. And a lot of these students are literally making between $10,000 and $15,000 a year, and they're trying to live off of that amount. And I know that that's a lot of money, maybe for some countries, but in North America, depending on where you live, you can barely even pay rent, sharing an apartment with many other people. And if we're expecting these students to be our bright future of conservation for waterbirds, I think we should support them in whatever way we can. And offering them 1 year of a free membership, I don't think is asking too much. I think it will be beneficial to Waterbird Society in the future, and not only gaining new students that otherwise may not have chosen the Waterbird Society. Perhaps they would have just gone to AOS because that's all they could afford, and they felt like that's, you know, the main society for birds in North America, and maybe they wouldn't have considered joining the Waterbird Society because that's one additional thing they had to pay for. Getting those students in the door here, while we may not retain most of them, I guarantee you we'll retain some of them. And not only will they be a significant part of conservation within the Waterbird community, adding to our society, but also they'll be publishing in this journal. And we're always looking for new people to be publishing in the Waterbird Society journal. So I just really think it's a no-brainer to at least offer 1 year free membership to students. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison. Nellie?
Hey guys, so I just wanted, Gopi sort of inspired me to talk a little bit. I was going to bring this up with grants, but I think that one of the things that we see as a grants committee is a lot of proposals, probably half students and half professionals. And I think through the grants that they send in, you know, we see that a lot of the people are very talented. They're doing really good work. And I would put a plug in for the developing countries to not limit it to students, but maybe, you know, offer free membership to everybody that sends in a grant, or because these are people that are really accomplishing something. And, you know, we get like 40, 50 grants, we give out like 5, we provide money to 5 people. And the grants I've only been doing it for 3 or 4 years, but every year the grants get better and better. And these are people that can accomplish things. And I think that by offering membership to people that have already reached out, they already are starting to establish a relationship with the society through their grants. They often write back to ask for questions. I mean, I think that would be really important to invite them to participate, even though they didn't get their project funded.
Thanks for that, Nellie. Could we hear briefly from Juliet regarding the second part about retaining of students? Because I know you guys all had a lot of questions about that. And she wrote something very good in the chat that it would be nice to hear her expand on. So this is, I move that the Waterbird Society provide no-cost student and early membership renewals.
Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of on mute because I have kids going on in the background. Yeah, I think the second point, the membership renewals, basically that was part of our action plan that the DEI committee put together. And the reason that we included that, so that wasn't, the idea wasn't to have automatic renewals where students would just get, you know, free membership in perpetuity, you know, without having to do anything. The idea was students that want to renew and want to stay engaged have the option to do that without having to you know, jump over the hurdle of paying. Because if students are coming to a meeting, getting a free membership and become engaged with the society through committee service, through, knowing people in the society and working on different projects within the society. And they want to keep doing that, but they're not attending a meeting the next year. There's really no reason for them to pay the fee to, have a membership, because the only benefit they would potentially get from that is to have a reduced cost registration for the next year's meeting. But if they can, I know there's some discussion in the chat about how people need to be members to serve on committees, but in practicality, what I've seen is there are a lot of students that serve on committees and do a lot of work with society and are very engaged, but aren't members, just because, we don't have the infrastructure to check on that and people aren't enforcing those rules. And anyway, do we want to enforce those rules? Or are we really going to say, like, you want to stay involved? Well, you can't pay the $10, or you don't want to pay the $10, so we're kicking you off this committee. Like, that doesn't really seem like what we're going for here. So the idea was that students that are interested in staying engaged and want to, keep being members, keep serving on committees, have the option to renew for free, regardless of whether they're attending a meeting, so that they can do that. And that just allows us as a society to keep better track of the students that are engaged. Because when we went to, this was all coming from, trying to create an email list to stay in contact with students and early career scientists, we realized we didn't even have contact information for a lot of people that have been involved because they weren't on the membership list, and we had to go track them down other ways. So yeah, the membership list has holes in it because of the way that we've handled membership in the past, and this is a way of trying to get at that. So I know people might have other ideas of how to do it, but I'm just kind of giving a bit of background, I guess, on what the original thinking was behind that second part and why it's potentially important for kind of making sure that our membership roles reflect the people that are actually engaged with the society.
Yes, and I would reiterate with what Juliet said, that the way that I've been able to track student members that don't necessarily attend the conference in a year or become a member is by looking through old programs and pulling out their emails. And that's how we know who they are, which is complicated.
Hey, I think Pat had her hand up, and then I just have a quick, I want to say something related to what Juliet just brought up.
Well, that was really interesting, what you just said, Juliet. I think that the big problem is just communication amongst ourselves, because no one has ever told the membership committee, these students are on committee X. And if the membership committee would know that, and especially going forward with my ideas for reaching out and retention, I think the membership committee can then just leap on that and start engaging with those students and asking them, what their research is, what they're contributing and things, and then start posting that on social media, on Instagram and things like that. That is the real secret, apparently, for retention, according to the BOU guy who doubled the membership. And so I think that the membership committee really needs to be in contact with all the other committees and have them send lists of the students. And then we could just take the ball and run with it and really promote it. And I believe we would have a lot of retention if we could do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. I just, when Julia, when you're bringing up the, that some students are serving on committees and aren't membership, don't have memberships in the society, like, that's a bylaw. And I think we should enforce it, but a workaround is, it gets back to, like, they're making a commitment to the society, and students that make that kind of commitment get a free membership.
No, Dave, they don't get that right now.
No, I'm proposing that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think Pat, it's a phantom hand. Chris, and then John. I think you're on mute, Chris.
So sorry about that. So I think this is a very complex issue. It's clear that there's a lot of different points of view, but there's also a lot of different kind of solutions that have been proposed, and the logistics of how to get them accomplished. So I think this is one of these motions. None of the three have a second that I was able to see, so that this whole discussion be tabled and that we take it up in a focus meeting later on, because, this was supposed to be a 10-minute discussion, and we've almost gone 40, and we still have the whole rest of our program to go through today or later on this morning and this evening. So I think in the interest of time and other important issues, and I think this is a critical one, but we need, I think, to move on, table this, and be able to have people think about all the things that are being said, think about creative solutions, and then we can make some perhaps better informed decisions going forward.
Thanks, Chris. John, and then I'm just wondering in terms of time, how we're sitting. And then if we want to actually, if someone wants to make a motion after that, but John has the floor first.
First of all, I'd probably agree with Chris about this because it does seem like this has taken up an awful lot of time. My one big concern is the sort of what seems to me like the dead elephant in the middle of the room. I'm really troubled at the idea of third parties signing up student members and doing it at no cost. And especially in what seems to be, from what I gather, very large numbers. And I guess I would wonder what the intentionality of that might be. I'd also be really interested in knowing how many of those signed up by third parties subsequently attend the meeting and participate in the society. And that should be something that ought to be available in terms of our data. I get really worried about people using terms like a lot. We are a scientific society, and I don't think Waterbirds would take a paper where I use terms like a lot rather than actually trying to quantify things. But I really am worried about this third party thing. What is the intentionality and what are the consequences?
Hey, John, I just want to clarify the third party thing. So when free memberships were enacted, which was mid-June of this year, there was a list of students who had signed up for the conference, who attended and presented at the conference, and I created accounts for them to give them free memberships. And that's what I'm the third party. I did it in a systematic and authorized way. I know each of these individuals personally. I spend a lot of time online and in communication with students and early career members of the society. And I can vouch for the authenticity and the transparency with which each and every one of these persons were registered. So no issues on that front.
Thanks, John and Carolyn. What do you think? Is it time to move on to motion one?
I
Okay,
appreciate everybody's comments on this. Thank you so much.
Okay, we need a motion and a second, please.
So just a point of order, but thinking about our secretary report conversation, we have a motion on the table.
I seconded it in the chat already.
Oh, great. So we're trying to do the vote live, or are we tabling it?
No, nobody seconded the motion to table. So I think we're still, and I seconded the motion number 1. I do think we need to define early career. We just have to decide whether that's 3 years or 5 years. Was that in your motion, Caroline?
It wasn't. I proposed something that's commonly used, which is 5 years, a field tech, because they can be early career as well, or someone who's 5 years postgraduate plus 1 year for each additional child, because having children does delay people's entry into a major career. And I think it's fair to give people who are in that situation an advantage. So that was the definition. That's a commonly used definition that we can adopt.
So we did have a second for the motion to table this all for more full and robust discussion.
Yes, that came after my second in the chat anyway.
Right. Because I guess
I do think that defining early career, now that is complicating the conversation in a way, or not But we need to get that part into the motion. Otherwise, we're down the same path we were this spring or summer.
So I had this, oh, no, I didn't. We had a discussion about this over email. So if this is what's holding up the motion, how can we move this forward? Because it seems to me like kind of a minor detail, but an important one for sure.
Well, I think that, I mean, 3 years or 5 years, and then the addition of whether you have kids and like each one of those things, I think opens the conversation differently, unless we want to go very general and say I mean, there are so many parties here that would stand to benefit from no membership, that I'm thinking we should look at our budget and see if anybody needs to pay membership fees. No, I'm not joking around. I'm just saying, like, is that a source of income that we need? Or can we be just an absolutely inclusive society that asks everyone, brings everyone under the tent? And so I thought the motion was going to be a simple one, the number one.
Yes.
I also would like to add, I think it should be 2 years, but for simplicity, maybe we should just say students for now. Students, or do we have early career in there, Caroline?
Early
then it has
careers, yeah, early career is in the motion, and it's also not something that we don't track early career scientists at all, which is like a whole nother issue that I did bring up initially, but that I changed in my motions because it's very complex. But we don't track those people. So we don't track me or like Juliet or like people that are contributing in a major way to the society. But I think there would be a benefit to just in this situation as a stopgap, just lumping early career in with student. And if you guys want a definition, that's fine with me. I'm also fine with leaving it open-ended. I don't think people are out to get the Waterbird Society, like early career members who care about this society aren't here to like rip off the Waterbird Society. Like, we're really engaged. You can see that Paige is on the call too. I mean, like, we're here. So, we're not trying to get a free lunch out of society. We're not going to hang on indefinitely, and claim ourselves as free. But I can see where there's a concern about that. So if we can reach a fast consensus on it, that's great. If not, I'm really hesitant to table this motion. I'm fine handling it over email though, because we can include everyone then.
I agree with the broad definition of like, okay, from a point of view of retention, like early career scientists already have their research programs established. They're here because they share common interests. Like, those are people you want to retain. Like, I support keeping it really broad, including child rearing and stuff like that. Like, it's an honor system anyway, right? Like, we don't have to be really prescriptive about what the
I'm
definition.
going to just say that we shouldn't even mention that anyone that doesn't have a professional position should get a free membership. You don't want people to feel put upon because they are childless and that means they're not struggling, right? Let's just make it broad and make it easy, and then say everybody who doesn't have a professional position, no matter where you are, and whether we do that for 2 years or we do that forever, that's the next question. And I do want to move on a non-North American motion as well, because that's another huge gap that we need to fill.
Okay, I think Chris and then Gail, and then I really think we should move along either with the motion or onto the next order of business.
Dave and Don has a very good suggestion in the chat that we just put later in the meeting. Once it's reworded, maybe Kate could reword it. Cleaned up.
Okay, Chris, Gail, and then Don's chat item.
So Jeff had put in the chat, and I don't know Robert's rules of orders, but tabling a motion, does he thought it took precedence over the motion itself, which actually logically makes sense to me. So it, everybody just keeps bringing up additional points, and this is enough confusion on, I call it confusion because there's just so many thoughts out there that also in the chat was, well, when are we going to do this? Well, we can convene another Zoom call to discuss this, have people put out a lot of different strategies, and then we can come together and pros and cons of each of these strategies, or we can, how to accomplish this, and then we can get something solid, well thought out and passed. I just, if we're going to pass another motion that's pretty subject to interpretation, then we're going to be in a similar mess this year as we were in last year. And I guess the other point is that timing, and we're already well into renewals, and we have a mess to clean up from last year to pay off people that wanted, that had a membership, but now it was free. So do we pay them back, or how we work that? And so we've already got renewals under the way. So we're going to have that mess to clean up again. So I guess I would just say, let's go slow, table this all, have some really well thought out discussions, and then come up with a decent, solid plan that fits in with our bigger strategic plan. Finished.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Caroline, for your work on this. And
Oh, you're muted. Gail.
Sorry, I thought I had unmuted myself. Thank you. And then I was going to just make a friendly amendment on the year at which it starts. So rather than it starting in 2021, it starts in a subsequent year. But I would maybe disagree with Chris. I agree that we could clean up the motion and bring it back given this discussion, because I think we've had a pretty robust discussion about the topic, and that we don't need another Zoom call to talk about this. I think we've certainly given enough feedback to just try and address the various concerns that have come up. And I'm with Patty. Like, I think if we could do without membership fees, that's what we should do, right? Just and then we have people who really want to be part of the society as being part of the society. So but that's another discussion, I guess, down the road. So thanks.
Thanks, Gail. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to postpone the vote on this until later in the meeting. Have I got that right?
I thought that the motion was to table it for a completely different discussion. That was the actual motion. Right, Chris?
Yeah, that was my intent. To table this for a more thorough discussion at a later point in time. I didn't discuss whether it was a later point in time today or a later point in time next week or the week after. So that's a little ambiguity there.
Yeah, okay. I'm just worried, like, this is really time sensitive, like our membership renewal period's already started, and if we don't deal with it later today, I think it has to be like ASAP after the meeting, after the scientific meeting. But the motion on the floor is that we table or postpone the motion till a further time, right?
But
Okay.
just an ambiguous further time, like just sometime we'll talk about this. This is vague for me.
No, I'm saying like this is first priority as soon as the meeting's over. Does that work?
Dave, that's the motion on the table. Now we just need to vote, and we can vote to table it. We can vote to continue discussion.
Okay.
So voting for the motion, a yay vote, tables our current discussion till after the scientific meeting.
And sorry, just to clarify, how do we how do we, what is the consensus about how we pick this back up? And if that's the motion, I don't want to vote on that motion if it means we're left with no plan for follow-up. So that's my concern of voting yay is yes, I am ready to table this so we can discuss it later, but I want to be clear that about how we're moving forward.
Can we modify the motion to add a timeline? That we will table it and revisit it 1 week from today, something like that. No?
I like that suggestion. It was Chris's motion. Chris, are you amenable to that?
Well, I would say 2 weeks at least, because we're all going to be consumed with the scientific meeting for the rest of this week, which means, people probably won't have time to put, options on the table, clearly thought out options on the table. So I would say, I don't have my calendar open, but I would give it 2 to 3 weeks. So that once we're finished with this meeting, everybody can regroup, catch up for their real jobs, be thinking about this. So I would say, what is today, the 8th? So, the 18th or 19th of November.
So I just wrote what Chris just said in the chat. Is that accepted? I guess, Dave, I'm asking if we're allowed to get a second on that motion.
Isn't that the same that John Anderson put in the chat box that preempted my motion to approve number 1? We just need to call the motion to table. Now we have to table and resume, not resist, and maybe resist on November 18th.
Thanks, John. I was confused. I thought it was Chris. I would second that motion with the friendly amendment to revisit by the 3 motions by November 18th.
Okay, so can everyone please vote in the chat?
I'm definitely going to need help tallying here in the chat, please. And I think it fails.
Okay, so now what?
Now I think my motion for, I moved motion 1 only. I think we need to take them one at a time.
Okay, so
And I'm just trying to scroll back because.
yeah, could you read it
so
out?
She, Caroline moved that the Waterbird Society grant 1 year of free membership to every student. And early career scientist who registers for the annual meeting beginning in 2021, lasting in perpetuity. And the sort of friendly amendment was that early career scientist is anybody who has doesn't have a professional position yet. I think so, as long as that's the understanding.
Can you write that down, Patty, please?
I don't know. I think it also is meant in the broader sense to include people who are postdocs. because sometimes postdocs don't pay that much. So, I mean, yeah, full-time permanent. Thank you, Don. Yeah,
That was the spirit.
yes.
Um,
And I agree, leaving the language vague, including it like that, early career scientists.
So let's clarify the last sentence, that there is a more significant cost to providing paper memberships. Are we okay with leaving that as vague and open? Like that part could end up costing the society quite a lot, or it could cost us nothing.
I would suggest getting, I mean, for me, the getting rid of the paper copy part seems a little bit trivial compared to the larger issue of giving free membership. And most people who get free membership may not really want the paper copy.
I think getting rid of the paper copy is important because once you start shipping these paper copies overseas, they get really expensive. So it could be a significant and rather large cost to do that latter part of that last sentence.
But the motion only covers the next fiscal year. So if that is an issue, we have to revisit this through some of those other motions anyway, or proposed motions. So I think
But it says it's lasting in perpetuity. It starts in 2021. And this is going to it's
we're only
continuing
voting
on.
on one though.
I know, on one, it's continuing on. It's lasting in perpetuity.
Yeah, I think that needs to be removed, the in perpetuity.
What's the reason for removing it? If council can terminate it by vote, what's the justification?
Because people forget.
But I think that interpretation is that so somebody registers for a meeting and they get a free membership for the following year, but then it ends. It's not their membership in the way I read it. It's not their membership in perpetuity. Then the next go around, you've got a bunch of different people registering for the meeting, and then they get the free membership. So I don't think it's membership in perpetuity. That would be pretty silly.
Yes,
but
it's not a lifetime membership, but the policy of granting free memberships to those who register is a permanent policy unless we vote to repeal.
And so do you need that? Because you just say beginning in 2021.
You're off for a walk.
Yeah, sorry, Erica. The reason that's added is because the last time we voted on this, that wasn't in there. And it was ambiguous to all of us how long it should last. And so it hasn't lasted. So this is a safeguard against that. It's just a measure to make it very explicit.
Yeah.
Would Patty and the seconder take it as a friendly amendment to remove that last sentence?
Well, the latter half of the last sentence, these memberships will be electronic only. That was another kerfluffle from last year. It wasn't specified and people thought they could have both and everything. So we definitely need the first 6 words of that last sentence.
I would say that because to my knowledge, none of these students wrote to get a paper copy, that we can probably remove it if that is a major sticking point.
I think there was only 2.
Well, this way we eliminate ambiguity. These memberships will be electronic only, period. That way we don't have to revisit this mess again on that particular part of the issue.
One thing I'm uncomfortable about is this could really blow up if you we really have to assess what these things are doing, and we haven't done that. So I agree in the principle of the first motion, but if you give something away for free and then take it back at a later point, that's not going to go well.
Well, it
I
does
would-
say 1 year, doesn't it? So that's understood, isn't it?
So
Or
what we're
No,
doing is we're rewarding people for registering for and participating in our meetings. Then they're getting all of our communications for the next year, and they'll know to register for their next meeting in 2022. And then that starts it again. So what we're doing is we're capturing the people who are participating, not, and that really aims at retention, I think. But let's at least get at retention. Something here.
Good point. I misinterpreted.
yeah, and if a student can do that more than once, then, well, I was thinking 2 years of free membership because that gives them time, even if they are not presenting the next year, that gives them time to become more involved. And so that's why I proposed the 2 years. I don't know where that friendly amendment has gone. Maybe it's just voted down.
All right, so if Caroline was agreeing to remove the paper copy, this is what our motion would look like. If we want to take an, okay. But Caroline, you were okay with that?
Yeah, thanks, Patty.
Patty, would you consider Erica's suggestion of 2 years rather than 1 as a friendly amendment, or is that something bigger?
I'm not opposed to it. I'm thinking about the logistics in my mind of revolving and overlapping cohorts then.
Right.
I agree with Patty that logistically, it's going to be difficult. So if, we have our list of our members, who registers for the meeting, and then they get a free membership. But what about people that are already members? But anyway, so, and then to try and keep track of 2 years ago and then whether they registered again, I think 1 year is kind of doable with a lot of effort. 2 years, I think, is going to be very difficult.
I had asked if it should not start in 2022 because of this issue that Chris is just talking about. We already have people that have registered for the meeting and maybe paid for their membership then. Is it better to start it in 2022?
I mean, technically, given the motion that we passed in the spring, it's supposed to be granted to them already without, like, outside of this motion.
Everybody's free membership as a result of that motion ends in December. They need to become, a true member, go online and become a member if they want anything in 2022. So that's not, I don't believe, an accurate statement. So
No, it is. People who paid for membership in 2021 before it was free to everyone were offered a free membership for 2022.
but that's a fairly small group. And if they ask for a free membership in 2022.
I feel like at this point, we've made some pretty good progress on motion 1. Can we work forward from that now?
Okay, so Patty's motion, the motion's been amended and it's been seconded. So could we vote on the amended motion? And I'm just going to read it out so everyone's clear. Oh, God.
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat. Okay, the new motion is, I move that the Waterbird Society grant 1 year of free membership to every student and early career scientist who registers for the annual meeting beginning in 2021 and lasting in perpetuity until the program is terminated by a vote of council. These memberships will be electronic only. Okay, so could everyone vote in the chat? And Kate, once you're able to
I
tally.
believe that passes. Somebody else could confirm, it would be helpful. Thanks, Gopi. So yes, it passes.
Yeah,
Can we find consensus also on the non-North American version of this? I'm not writing this as a motion. This is not an official motion. I'm just going to put a kind of a revised version in the chat for consideration that we could make a motion. So taking the spirit of the student and early career that we just passed, extending it to all non-North American scientists and bringing in Nellie's point about all the grant submitters. So if you're participating in meetings and or submitting grants, we could also add submissions to the journal.
I would
And
add
if
that.
not, we can totally step out, but I think that they're similar and it might be another. Oh, good point, Don. I guess that's what I was assuming. We could say non-US and
Canada. Mhm.
Then Mayuki, yeah, she thinks it should be universal.
No, Miku is talking about students, but Patty is talking about scientists.
Oh, okay.
I would second that, Patty.
so I'm just typing it in my Word file. Free membership to all scientists outside the US and Canada who register for the annual meeting or submit a grant proposal to the Waterbird Society beginning in 2021, something like that.
I would also support publishing in Waterbirds.
Publishing or submitting?
EU.
Submitting.
Submit a grant proposal to the I'll just take out to Waterbirds. Can that be implicit?
Yep.
And I'm going to say beginning in 2020, well, 2021, I guess, indicating that it's this meeting into 2022.
And could I just clarify whose responsibility is it to track this and make the offers? Like not part of the motion, but just
Of registrations, I can work with Nellie on grants and then liaise with the journal.
okay.
I can also assist as needed with what you need, Patty, because I know you're totally busy.
Patty, there were some additions in the chat about EU, UK, Australia, and maybe I don't know, developing global south, or might be a more.
Gail, I hear you, what you're saying, but I would say we have a consistent problem of being North American, meaning US and Canada. No offense to Mexico, right? We certainly need more Mexican members. I would say anybody outside the US and Canada. If we want to be international, not worry about salaries and just say outside the US and Canada, if you register for the meeting, if you do one of these things, you're a member. That's just my thoughts.
Okay, so if there's no more discussion on, or we're not voting on this right now, it was just a straw poll, right?
we could formalize it now. I just wasn't like, so we could consider all of those friendly amendments as long as what we have at 12:06 in the chat, but from me. If that's accurate, we could vote.
I would be in favor of voting. Is it good to go though, Patty?
It captures the spirit of what I was hoping for. So
Okay.
Jeff says he's concerned about offering free memberships to anyone who submits a grant proposal. So one way to look at this, and I think what Nellie was pointing out, is that we have scientists from all over the world. And I think it's a really great measure of our impact and our outreach internationally to have so many international grant proposals that I would expect it would be a matter of us recognizing those submissions and giving them, offering them the free membership, not an advertisement, hey, submit something and you get a free membership, right? This is we recognize your science. We'd like to give you a reason and make it easy for you to connect with us. And here's a membership for the next year to do that. Liz.
Okay, so I'm not seeing a lot of
You could vote to table if you don't
no,
want to
no.
vote on it.
I'd like to, we need a second on Patty's motion if we're gonna vote on it, but I would prefer to vote on it now.
Oh, I thought Tim Lyons voted or seconded.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
seconded.
Okay, so the motion on the table, and I'm just gonna read it for clarity if I can find it. Okay, I move that the Waterbird Society grant 1 year of free membership to all scientists outside the US and Canada who register for the annual meeting, submit a grant proposal, or submit a paper to Waterbirds beginning in 2021 and lasting in perpetuity until the program is terminated by a vote of council. These memberships will be electronic only. So please vote in the chat.
Looks to me like that passes.
Thanks, everyone. That was a great discussion, and I'm glad we made some headway on these issues. Could I just, because I don't have the updated schedule, could we just do a quick check on where we are time-wise?
Yep, so we've got about 50 minutes before we're supposed to break for the midday, where we've got the treasurer's report, finance and investment committee membership, and editor's reports.
So we're about an hour behind schedule roughly.
Yeah.
Caroline has a hand up.
Hey, thank you guys for addressing some of those things and for paying attention and engaging this whole time. There were 2 more motions. I think they're still important. I don't think that we have the time to go over them now, but I feel like we should soon, like before the end of the year, because it still matters.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Maybe same thing, like if you just propose one of those motions through email, and then we can have a discussion and keep it moving forward.
Cool. I think what we've done today will lay the good groundwork for an email discussion. So thanks again.
Cool. So I think Chris is up with the treasurer's report.
Okay, I'll share my screen. okay, if, what I'm gonna do, and somebody tell me if they don't see my figure 1 up on the screen, is just gonna go through the figures and make a brief discussion about the different figures. It's all in my treasurer's report. And then I'll go through the table of our current operating and just encourage people, if there are questions, please. I'm not going to be able to monitor hands very well, so maybe Kate or someone could pop up and tell me if someone's got questions in the chat. So we're not in great financial shape, partly due, mainly due to COVID, but all the different changes that have resulted from COVID. So basically, our expenses are still less than our revenue for 2021, but that gap is closing fairly quickly. And, I'm not entirely confident that we're going to end the fiscal year in the black. It just depends on how many more issues end up at Painter before the end of the calendar year, and some of the other fairly large bills that are going to be coming in. So I guess partly my reticence on some of the emotions that just went forward seem to imply that we don't need our membership revenue, and I don't think that was a very good assumption. So these numbers are as of October. So our Bio One and JSTOR, our biggest source of income, has dropped since 2019. And I will anticipate that it will further drop in 2022. Our Bio One revenue comes from the number of pages we have published relative to the number of pages that everybody else that Bio One services has published, and then the number of hits, that is the number of times people go online to either view or download. Since we haven't had much new come online recently, I'm anticipating, but I can't foretell the future, but I think our Bio One and JSTOR are going to be less in 2022. Hopefully, as Stephanie Jones has made huge progress in getting us back up to speed, and we have a different process beginning January 1. I'm glad Paige is on, and hopefully a new editor-in-chief, so that we can get back on schedule and publishing. But that's concerning. With our recent votes, our membership revenue is going to continue to decline. So we'll have to be cognizant of that and try and figure out perhaps ways to augment our revenue stream, especially if Bio One does not rebound. And then our page charge revenues actually have dropped fairly precipitously as well, mainly because some of our tried and true authors and institutions that have always routinely paid page charges, are not, because of cuts to their department and cuts here and cuts there. So, our economic financial situation isn't great going forward into 2022. So our print and mail is the red line on our main expenditure sources. And, that is showing that our expense to print and mail is low, but that's going to jump up again because 41.1 is at the printer. So we'll have to pay, $9,000 for that. Stephanie's working really hard to get 44.2 to the printer, and that's probably going to be there before the end of the year. So we're going to have significantly more costs in 2021 by the end of the year. Our other expenses will be, and I'll talk about these more in depth once we get to the table, but there will be more of those by the end of the calendar year as well. Editorial office expenses, I just got 2 bills from Andy, and he said that he'll have his other 2 in by the end of the year. So those numbers will go up. So again, that's just to reinforce what I said about figure one, that gap between revenue and expenses is going to close fairly quickly over the next month and a half. We've talked about tapping into our endowment, and that is a possibility. I think there's some philosophical issues that we need to address, because that isn't a bottomless pit or a bottomless well to draw from. And I think we all can think about the Cooper Ornithological Society, and the only thing I heard about that, and I didn't look into it because I, was kind of a terrible situation, but the reason that they no longer exist is because they got into financial difficulties. So I think we have to be cognizant the fact that we can easily slide into financial difficulties if we're not paying attention to our revenue source. But we do have some cushion, which is a good thing, but it may not be. Those cushions can disappear because this is all funny money. That's how I like to think about it. It's on paper, and you can see back in 2007 and 8 on the Cushland bar graph and red lines that we were underwater, and those numbers can drop quickly overnight. So I'm going to now switch, unless people have questions, I'll go through the table. Nope, that wasn't where it was, sorry.
Chris, I had a quick question while you're looking or setting up. I was just wondering about the Bio 1 revenue drop, and is that solely due to the state of the journal, or are there other things going on as well?
It's only to do with the journal. So it's from, and then I guess the other point that I made it put into my treasurer's report, it's from the previous year. So the revenue we got this year in 2021 was from the number of pages we had and the number of hits in 2020. So the revenue we're going to get next year in 2022 is for the number of pages and the number of hits we have in 2021. So we know that, we didn't add any new content till, very late in the calendar year. And then we're going to have this lag. So yes, we're going to get caught up, hopefully in 2023, but so there's always a 1-year lag. So we're going to have to, we aren't going to get as good a revenue as we have in the past for another couple of years.
Thanks.
So do I need to blow this up any larger for people to see? So there have been some comments that we need to start using our endowment, but actually we've been using the endowment funds for the last decade or so. So we transfer from the endowment about $30,970. Actually, that's exactly from our endowment to pay for our 3 award categories. We got the 42,000 from Bio 1, Cengage, we got 8, a few donations coming in, a little bit of interest. And then our JSTOR is from our historic content that's online, and that didn't change from the previous year, which I think talks about how important the new material and the new content is. Bio JSTOR, which is the existing, has been right at about 4,100 for the past 5 or 6 years. Our Bio 1 does totally dependent on our new content. So our dues revenue was 14,436, and I'll probably revise in my 2022 budget that number down, given the freebies that we've all just voted for, or most of us voted for. So that number is going to be reduced. And then our page charge revenue right now is at about 10,903. So we did have pretty decent response on 44.1, but it isn't as good as it's been. You can see how many page charges, for instance, 43.2 had, we had almost 6,000, a little over $6,000. I doubt we're going to get any more revenue for 44.1 So if that's our new normal, maybe 2,500 per issue, then next year going forward, we're going to have to contend with that reduced revenue. So right now, our revenue is about $103,000. There'll be a little bit more of that from page charges, depending on, but not a whole lot. And it kind of depends on when 44.2 is out to the membership. So on the expense side, we have some basic expenses. Allen Press takes care of our back issue storage. If somebody's issue of Waterbirds gets chewed up by the post office, we send them a new version, a copy that isn't all chewed up. So the 30,000 or so that we took in from our endowment accounts was paid out for the Cushland, Nisbet, and research awards. That miscellaneous is wire fees when we send to Bhutan or Outer Mongolia or somewhere, we generally wire that money, which has a small cost. Bio One expenses are about $780. Credit card fees are about $3,000. Every time someone pays their page charges with a credit card, we pay 3 to 4% plus monthly fees. I will note that I've revamped our credit card companies so that I went with a different company. We aren't going to have the monthly fees and a straight 4%. So I'm hoping next year that we can reduce that cost a little bit anyway. Our dues are the Snyder Group that we pay them quarterly to handle our membership. The Ornithological Council, we pay them $6,000 a year. A little bit for the Ornithology Exchange, that's less than $1,000. But we will have some additional expenses with the Snyder Group for the last 2 quarters. The insurance is directors' insurance as well as general liability for the society. And then the editorial office, which, we will be paying additional expenses on that. Miscellaneous expenses are just some wire fees and this, that, and the other thing. Printing and mailing, I anticipate having at least 2 more issues by the end of the year. At least I'm seriously hoping we have 2 more issues. So that'll double that expense. And then professional fees are web page hosting, Zoom, Dropbox, etc. And then special projects or so far we've spent about $3,000. And then in red at the bottom of this, I've indicated what I've mentioned above, that we'll probably have about a $4,300 bill from Schneider, a little more to Allen Press, 2 issues of Waterbirds, which will actually get us caught up via the end of halfway through our 2021 year. The ornithological dues of, I said 5,000 here, but it's actually 6. And then our Scholar One bill, which is one of our special projects. So you can see that those 2 numbers, 30, what our net income is as of October 11th, 34,598 is very close and uncomfortably close to when we finish paying off all our outstanding bills till the end of the year. Our profit or our operating is going to be close to 0. So does anyone have any questions about any of these specifics?
Chris, can you remind me what the Scholar One, I remember, I thought I remembered it was a source of income, not an expense.
Well, Scholar One is the software that Paige is working on to get all set up.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's
Thanks.
fine. So we have, I've paid that bill. It isn't reflected in the graphs because I didn't update those graphs since October 11th. But we had some upfront, a couple thousand for the, initializing, and then I forget it, it'll be in my 2022 budget, then it's about 4,000 per year to maintain that, our lease with that software company.
Thanks, Chris. Erica has a question.
Oh, yes, thanks for that, Chris. It's kind of a little bit sad to see because all the years I've been involved, we've always had quite a bit of a surplus, but I just want to, double down on, or not double down, but respond to Pat's question that if you can go through BioOne, even from a university source, that is better for us, because if you just go through some other search engine, then we do not get the money. So oftentimes they're like 4 or 5 choices. I always choose BioOne to get there through the electronic system. But the other thing that maybe we haven't discussed in a few years is Ornithological Council. And we do have a lot of, we do contribute quite a bit to them. It has changed quite a bit. You all know that AOS actually stopped paying for it. And so we might want to know where they're at, and maybe Jeff can tell us where they're at, but what value we're getting for that, whether they're still intact or I don't know. It would be nice to have an update about OC.
So they are on the agenda for this evening's.
Okay.
So there should be a report there. But I was just on an animal care and use. I'm the chair of the animal care and use at our center, and there's a big national revamp of all the animal care and use guidelines. And I did see that Ellen Biles, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, is a representative on that animal care and use committee. So to me, that is a critical piece of outreach that she is doing on all our behalf, because I could see that getting really hard to do actually research on birds if, if there isn't a voice of reason representing field biologists and lab biologists on that committee.
Yeah, that makes sense. Very important. Thank you.
Thanks, Erica. I don't see any other questions, so in the interest of time, I think we should move on to Ricardo and the.
So we do need a motion to accept the treasurer's
Oh,
report.
I'm sorry, Chris. Can someone move to accept the treasury report?
I'll move. And this is Erica. No.
And a second, please. Okay, Clay seconds. So could everyone please vote online or in the chat? And Kate?
It looks like it passes.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Okay.
Ricardo's next.
Ricardo's up next.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. Hopefully everyone read my committee report, but maybe just a little bit of background for the incoming folks or new folks. So the Finance and Investment Committee. So Waterbirds invest their money with Fidelity. It's an investment company, but we actually have hired professionals, investment planners, financial planners, who take our money and they're the ones who make all the trades or selling with Fidelity. We do, as Chris mentioned, we do have 3 sources of income or revenue. We have the Cushman Endowment, which is for grants, work done with the coniforms. We have the NISBIT, NISBIT Endowment, and that's for anyone for grants and awards for folks doing works with terms. Then we have our general revenue. So I'm gonna share my screen real quick here. So this is, what can you guys see right now?
I
Can't
don't
see the
see
screen.
your screen.
Okay. How about that?
There you go.
There you go.
So this is real time as of today. This is what our entire portfolio is worth, 1.8, almost $1.9 million. On the side here, we have, this is the NISBET endowment, and below that's the Cushman endowment, and below is the Waterbird's general revenue or general funds. I expect the way our investments have been doing that we will hit 2 million probably early next year. The numbers, if you saw the investment finance report, they're already outdated based on those numbers and these numbers today. To give you a better idea, let's see, of how our investments are doing. So this is just long-term since we started using Parsec, our financial planners, how our investments have been doing. As you can tell, just during the pandemic, they hardly even registered on the year-to-year basis. Of course, yes, there was drops after the pandemic COVID, but it's quickly has shot up and it's continuing to do so. Again, this is the total portfolio, all three revenues or all three endowments. How does that compare to other, right?
Ricardo, I'm still seeing your original picture up, your original all accounts. Did you show something else?
Fidelity?
Right, you were talking about specifics, but I haven't seen a different slide. I'm sorry.
What are you saying now?
Just the slide you started with.
Okay.
All accounts 1.888.
That again?
I think the specifics, Chris, was Ricardo pointing to the accounts on the left, which show some specifics.
Okay, now there's, I think what you were now talking about on. Thank you.
Okay. This is the graph I thought I was showing you earlier. So this is since inception, since we started using Financial Planner, 2015. As I was saying, it's been just going up even during COVID. It hardly registered a drop. So we're doing quite well as far as investments are concerned in our portfolio. Obviously, our financial planners are doing a great job investing our money, doing the trades, doing the selling. How does that compare with other? Well, again, since inception 2015, again, NISBET endowment, Cushman endowment, Waterbird's general, based on year to date, that's our gains. That's what we've gained this year alone. Of course, as Chris said, this is what we call it, not paper money. That's all based on investments. Of course, that could drop. The year to date could drop if there was a major issue, another pandemic, etc. But over the last year, of course, it's done tremendously. I mean, that's 20% gains. Over the lifetime, it's again about 9%. So that you can't touch that with a savings account or a money market account, which might gain you like 0.5 at best interest rates. These are gains on our portfolios. When I actually did this report that day alone, and I know this is not the case always, but that day alone, just on the money we have on all three investments, there's an $8,000 gain at the end of the day. Compared to other indexes, again, it's doing about the same, maybe slightly less than other investments. But again, I think in previous years, our financial planners have done a great job keeping us at or above other investments, other companies. I think that's all I have.
Well,
Question?
thanks, Ricardo. Erica, if you're talking, you're on mute. Guess there's no questions, but that's very, very good news, Ricardo. Thanks. Oh, Kate?
I guess I have a quick question, just thinking big picture here. So in terms of, Chris mentioned earlier, philosophical differences. Is it where in the strategic planning process do we kind of iron out our financial overall financial strategy? Is there, I'm trying to remember your slideshow, Dave, is there already a spot that's plugged in, or is that something that we should find a way to plug into the process?
Well, right now, talking to Chris Ricardo and others, like we plugged it in. They thought like a working group would be the best approach. So that's where it is right now, but there's other options as well.
Great. Thanks, and thanks, Ricardo.
Up next is the membership committee. Pat, are you ready to go?
So usually
Oh,
we
sorry.
accept that, have a motion and accept Ricardo's report.
Thank you again, Chris. Okay, can someone move to accept the financial and investment report?
I second. It looks like Patty and Don got it.
Okay, thank you. And then please vote in the chat.
That's gonna pass.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, Pat, are you ready to go or?
Sorry with my video. I don't know what's going on. It was on earlier. Yeah, I sent that around. Let me just minimize my screen here. So we are having an issue right now with Schneider. I want to talk about this at some future time about how to get a better indication of retention and how many notices were sent out. It seems like right now we're not having any good coordination, right? So that's something that's internal in the membership committee, which is a committee of one, because as I said, Jim Fraser has just disappeared from the planet. And if anyone has contact with him, I would love to figure out what his new email or contact number is. But I would really like to take this opportunity to request some other people to join the membership committee. There's some very exciting things I think that we can be doing soon. And I do believe that that we could really get going, especially with this incentive with the free membership. I think we could really get the ball rolling and get a lot more members. But right now, we just don't have the data to compare any really good membership retention, especially with free membership. So there's not much I can say except what I sent around. Let me just see. Did everyone get the report that I sent out?
Yep.
No. Anyhow, it really hasn't changed too much from last year. I'm trying to get it up here on my screen, but I think the bottom line is that we continue not to retain members. The reason is I think we don't have very good communication between membership committee and some of these other committees, which I wasn't aware that some of these people were, these students were actually active on. And I think that would be a really good thing for us to find out, like which students are active, to really reach out to them, to really engage them, and to also talk with Nellie and her committee and engage all those people who applied for grants. I think we could really help with reaching out to them and maybe having them recruit some people in their groups. So I think the main thing that we're going to work on this next meeting, that's through the royal we right now, is the retention. And so that's my goal. But I would love some of you to join the committee. I know that Danielle was one of the people that was helped Jim write a report. I would love to have Carolyn on the committee too, and anyone else. And then we could just start taking the ball and running with it and dividing it up and trying to retain these people, reaching out to new members, reaching out to everyone who registered for the meeting, and just thanking them and following some of the plan that the BOU sent me. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Pat. Is there any questions for the membership committee? Not seeing any. So I'd just like to take a quick pause for a second. I noticed that Marisa's on the call now, so I just wanted to, maybe if you could turn your camera on for a second, Marisa. Just wanted to welcome you in your new role as incoming counselor. Congratulations, and we're really happy to have you as part of the team.
Thank you so much. I've been on since this morning, just didn't want to be a distraction with
Okay.
this bird here. So
Yeah, that's cool.
thank you so much.
And then I was wondering, the editor's report is up next in the schedule, but it came in this morning. I haven't had a chance to even read it yet. So I was wondering if we could move on to, I believe, the recognition awards committee. If Patty or John are available.
Excuse me, I didn't know I was up.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
All right, so I just pulled up, I think, my report. We don't have a lot to report. You all voted wholeheartedly, unanimously endorsed the committee's recommendation to recognize Erica with the Robert Cushman Murphy Prize. So we will be bestowing that recognition as we close out the meeting on Friday. As usual, the committee is looking for non-North American members. And so that'll be a big push at the committee fair on Friday and the business meeting, looking for some non-North American folks. The other challenge that we can think about, ways to remedy, is we put out multiple calls each year as we get ready for the annual meeting. And even this year, we put out a call in late spring, and we get very few nominations from outside this group. And, you know, that's fine, but it would be nice if we also engaged membership in that nomination process. So if you have any ideas, reach out to me and we'll go from there. Questions?
Thanks, Patty. Yeah, well, I think these awards are really important. Like, so yeah, stepping up and getting more people active and nominating their peers for these types of awards, I think it's a really good thing for the society. And also just want to say congratulations, Erica. It's a well-deserved and long overdue recognition of your amazing career as a scientist. So congratulations.
I very much appreciate it, Dave. I was totally surprised. Shocked. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody.
Okay, what's up next, Kate?
Well, with who's on the agenda next?
I could fit in the student report.
Great.
Before we're breaking at 1, right? We're breaking at 1.
That would be great. Thanks, Gail.
Thanks, Gail.
So Juliet Lamb and I are co-chairing, and because the committee was, the conference is virtual again, there was no travel awards that were issued. There was some wording about travel awards in the report. trying to tie encouraging students to be participating if they receive a travel award. We are doing student paper awards, the regular length, not the lightning talks. And I got a couple of volunteers for that. So that's all ready to go. And then Juliet has been involved in a couple of different virtual student mentor meetup. And then there's also the early career one, which I'm not sure, I guess falls under this. If you want to speak to that, Juliet.
Yeah, I could do a quick plug. So we have basically two big student events happening at this meeting. Tomorrow lunchtime, there's the student mentor meetup, which is typically a lunch at our in-person meetings, but since we're not in person, it's just a Zoom. Although you can eat lunch at the same time if you want to. So we have a lot more students than mentors this year, which I think is probably a function of everyone just being stretched really thin and tired and all of that. But if you have time tomorrow at lunch, if you don't have time tomorrow at lunch, but we would be willing to connect with a student at another time to set up a meeting, please sign up. It really means a lot. And it's a great way for us to kind of, we've been talking about, you know, retention and bringing in students and everything. One of the best things we can do is have these in-person connections. That's what keeps people coming back. So, you know, I get that it's a lot to ask, and I really appreciate everyone who's already signed up and anyone who thinks they might be able to participate. And then on Wednesday, we have something that we're really excited about. Ricardo, Marisa, Liz, Sarah Schweitzer, and I have been working on this, putting together a career panel. So the way that that's going to work, we have a bunch of different sub sessions, and a lot of you are participating in one way or another, focusing on, you know, NGOs, federal, state agencies, academic careers, and we also have one in Spanish that's going to be targeting careers in Latin America across a variety of different career paths. And we already have a bunch of students signed up for that. If you're not a student but just want to come sit in on the discussion, you're welcome to do that as well. We're not restricting it to students, and you don't need to sign up ahead. We've kind of asked people to sign up just to get an idea of the breakdown of who's interested in attending which sessions, but you're welcome to just show up and attend as well. I think there's going to be some really good discussions, and it's going to be a great opportunity for students to kind of get a sense of all the different options that are available to them and get some practical ideas about how to integrate into different careers. So yeah, really excited about those events, and thanks to everyone who's been helping out with putting those together. I think it's going to be a really fun meeting for students.
Thanks, guys. I just want to say, like, everyone recognizes how much work this committee puts into student engagement, and especially during the 2 virtual meetings. Like, it's amazing the stuff that you've put together to offer. So just congratulations and keep up the good work. And then I just wondered if anyone had any questions for the Student Activities Committee. And I'm not seeing any, but I had a quick question. So with the money we put aside for student travel and, like, you know, the past couple of years being virtual, like how are we sitting for travel funds for the next in-person meeting? And, like, is that an opportunity to really
That's the Chris answer.
I have something from the auction. We've already raised about $2,400 for travel, student travel.
Wow. So what council did several years ago is we now have a dedicated fund that where the meeting proceeds and the silent auction go sit. So, and I should have gone through the balance sheet to have pointed that out. So that money just stays there, and then it's available. So we haven't lost the 5,000 that we were going to put to student travel award. It's just all there. So I believe there was $38,000 in that, and we had been, you know, spending down 5,000 or 6,000 a year, inputting about 2, you know, or 3 from the meeting proceeds. So that should be a self-sustaining fund to continue once we get back, hopefully, to in-person travel, to be able to continue to support in a very nice fashion student travel to attend the meetings.
Awesome. So everyone, just a reminder, get on that silent auction site and start bidding for stuff. Okay, we only have 7 minutes left, so I'm not sure if we can try to fit in.
I could run through archives or we could break 7 minutes early. Not sure how people feel.
That's it.
Could,
Archives is fast. Do
yeah,
it.
we should, and just try to get back on schedule for the evening.
Perfect. Okay, so let me just open it up. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but it's quite detailed in terms of sort of the status and the history of archived materials. I've started doing a better job of recording what kinds of questions we get from you folks over the course of the year, just to figure out sort of where the holes are. And so that's all documented as well. Our two kind of special projects are wrapping up the 40th anniversary still. So I followed up with people, the 15 people that we interviewed back in 2016. And about a third of them are ready to be posted. A third of them are undergoing edits, and a third of them I need to follow up with the authors because they didn't respond. But just to note that there's a little bit of progress on that. I had two more substantial things. So one is just notice that we have this Dropbox subscription that no one's been using, including us. So we got the Dropbox for archives shortly before council kind of moved over to Google Drive. And we've since been putting everything in the drive. And so we've been paying for this Dropbox account that no one's using. And it'd be my suggestion to cancel it unless somebody can think of a use for it. So is anybody, the question is anybody opposed to Chris and I canceling the Dropbox subscription?
Nope.
Okay. So I'll move that way then, sooner than later. And then the last thing is just, and Dave mentioned it earlier, but it's a plug for the Waterbird Society handbook. So I think Dave's idea is a great one that we should edit it in parallel with this strategic plan. And I would just say, so it's on Google Drive right now. And I would suggest this is just my suggestion. I haven't run this past anyone, but it'd be my suggestion that it's on the drive now. You should all have access to it. And if you don't, please let me know, because I didn't get much feedback about sort of shared Google documents. But we could, because it's a living document, we could be editing it live, sort of in an ad hoc way, as long as we're using the suggestions mode on Google Drive. Everyone will be able to see changes that are made. Or if you don't want to make direct changes, you could add a comment and somebody can address that. It might be a way to move forward. Dave, I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks for the report, Kate. Yeah, like I just echo that. Like, even if you just skim the document, like, it's amazing. It could be an amazing resource, and I think updating it is like of immense value to the society. So just like, even if you just like skim through it fast, like you can see how much stuff is in there. And then I had a question. We're probably going to have to draw heavily on the archives to actually update some of the stuff in the handbook. So what's the best way to do that?
Just keep sending John and I requests. We have sort of creative ways of digging. I've tapped some other people on the shoulders, and I wasn't the one that found the handbook. I'm not sure who unearthed that, but we can be point people to try to find things. And the fact of the matter is, we don't have, the archives is not complete. There are holes that I don't have access to. Some of the early documents are only in a hard copy in Smithsonian, so they're, again, not easily accessible. But just the more you ask us for stuff, the more we can figure out how to clean up what we have. So Not sure if that answers your question, but I'm not sure I have a better answer than that.
No, that's good. Thank you. And then Chris, you have a question?
Yeah, so I would suggest on this handbook, I like this idea that it's a living document, and when, you know, a procedures or a policy gets instigated, that it get put in there. But I really do think we need to set a point, you know, whatever, October each year, to put the most current version up on the webpage so that other people can see it, because there's some things that I think are in there, but, you know, for our federal tax reporting, you know, we need to have a conflict of interest policy. And I've had verbiage in a previous version of the handbook for what that is. And there's a bunch of, you know, they're not heavy duty, big deal kind of things, but we do need to have something that's available for the public to see and our membership to see. So I think once we maybe get this handbook whipped into shape, or put a whatever version up there, so that this material and information is available to the membership, and then once a year put a new updated handbook there so that any new stuff is incorporated. But I'm glad someone unearthed it, because there is, you know, a lot of good information and important information in there.
I'll just add, part of my report was put together a list of annual to-dos. So Chris, I just noted both of those things, the conflict of interest and the annual updates to the web. I'll add both of those to our archives timeline, trying to get in the habit of keeping to a schedule.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. But like, I think the handbook is the source of everything, and then sharing it out where it should go is secondary. But that's like, I think that should always be our starting point, where the handbook is basically the institutional store of knowledge. And then, so that's the last order of business for the morning session of the meeting. And do we have to vote to adjourn, or is that at the very end?
I think that's at the end, because we're
Okay.
just taking a really long break in the middle. So it's
Okay.
nothing, you know, it's just like the coffee breaks we take without an adjournment.
Okay, so great. Thank you, everybody. I think it was a really productive meeting, and then I'll see everyone back at 6 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good afternoon. I think there's like 28 people, so maybe we can get rolling. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome if you're joining the evening session for the first time. I just wanted to start out, if Kaya, if you could put your camera on for a sec. I just wanted to introduce you to everybody and welcome you to Waterbird Society Council, and congratulations on being elected. And we're all looking forward to working with you. So I'm glad you could come for this chunk of the meeting.
No problem. And just FYI, I know people usually pronounce it Kaya, but it's Kia.
Kia, sorry. Thank
It's
you.
okay. It happens all the time. Just want to let y'all know early that it's Kia, because
Absolutely.
it happens all the time.
Cool. So Kate, just to be sure, I think communications is up. We're going to switch the order slightly.
Yeah.
The time constraints. So I'm not sure if Amanda or Anna or both are going to present, but you guys are on deck.
Cool. We both are. I'm going to start off and then Anna's going to finish. So I don't know what you guys are doing this morning. I had meetings all morning, so I missed it. Are we sharing screen, or are we just looking, is everybody just looking at the stuff in Google Docs?
I like if you share the screen.
Okay, cool. Because actually there's something in the Google Doc that won't show up, or won't show up in the Google Doc, but it's in what I sent. It's kind of strange. So here we go. All right. You guys all see the annual report, right? Cool. Okay. So this year to the annual report, I added these fancy error bars where you can see the % increase of membership for each of our platforms. So we are still steadily growing on all of our platforms. Starting with Facebook, we have a pretty good increase compared to last year's. Something that I thought was kind of interesting that I just realized is that, we also have a Facebook journal page, which is different than just like the Waterbird Society page. And there's a lot more followers on that page, but barely anybody ever likes anything that's posted there, which is kind of weird. Just wanted to point that out. Twitter up 13%, sort of comparable to last year. Instagram, though, this year has really exploded in membership. It's probably because we're posting a lot more. I think Anna has posted a lot, and I'm not sure who, I lose track of. We have all these people listed as members, but I lose track who has the login for Instagram. I'm not sure if Caroline's posting
I
too.
do. I post somewhat regularly, but not as well as
Okay.
Anna.
Awesome. You guys are doing great at creating content. We had a problem with actually creating the content for Instagram for a number of years. So that's why it's kind of behind compared to the other platforms. And really that's it. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anybody in the membership list. We seem to kind of have people come in and out of our membership, just like with helping. So if anybody's on the call right now that I'm missing, please let me know. And really that's it. There was something at the bottom here I'm going to jump to. Anna's going to talk about the next section, but down here at the bottom, we just had our top 3 Facebook posts. This is kind of just in case you guys thought it was neat. It didn't show up in the Google Docs version of this, so I'm not really sure why, but so our society meeting got lots of likes, so that's cool. And then of course the free memberships for students, people like that a lot. And then the tweet stuff was also the free membership thing, and then the virtual panel that we held in November. Or wait, is that for that one? Yeah, was that last year's? I get confused because we go from before the meeting until right before each meeting until after each meeting is when I look at the posts, so it gets confusing what year is what. But yeah. Does anybody have any questions about our social media platforms? Can't see everybody. Let me switch my screen.
How often do you post things, Amanda, on, for example, Twitter?
I actually don't really do much posting on any of the social media platforms. I do mainly the website updates. Every once in a while, I will post something if somebody requests it, but Anna can probably, and Caroline could probably answer that better than I do. I know Allison, I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name, Kosek, was posting a ton for the past couple of years. That was really great, especially on Twitter, but I don't know, Caroline, if you can answer that better.
Oh, most of the things that I've posted over the past year have been housekeeping, like advertising to people that are running for council, or if I see an interesting job that like a member of the Waterbird Society is looking for technicians, or if someone from the society's done something special, like Aaliyah won an NSF award, which was really awesome. So those are the kind of things that I post. And Anna's been posting a lot of the same, I think.
Yeah, as people send us like, hey, can you guys post this? I'll typically be the one who gets that out. So it's really a lot of Waterbird Society updates and like go vote, or there's the editor jobs open, things like that. But this is an area, and I guess I'll just jump into the next part. I'd like to like post more. So if there's anybody interested in like doing, I don't know, more of these kind of campaigns to like continue to reach out to people. We have chunks of time where there's nothing posted, and that's probably on me or but if anybody has ideas for things that should get posted, or if you see an interesting article that you'd like to have shared across the platforms, I'm happy to have it emailed to me. We also have that Slack workspace that we can use for that kind of thing as well. And so I guess that kind of goes into the next part of it that I'm technically presenting, but basically our next year, we're just going to continue updating the website and posting as needed through social media. So for Amanda's part, if anybody has updates to the website that they notice, it's hard for one or two people to kind of keep up with all of the potential things on the website. So if you're looking at something and see something that needs to be updated, we appreciate the extra eyes. Or if there's a page you think we should be adding to the website, anything like that, especially all the various committees, doing those kind of updates would be useful. And we're asking during this meeting if you could take screenshots of interesting presentations or post using the hashtag Waterbird 2021. I've also been using WBS 2021. And so just kind of sharing what you're hearing about and all of that kind of stuff is really great. And then we can be retweeting. Jenna Schenner is going to be helping with the Twitter as well throughout the meeting. So it'll help kind of expand everybody's reach of the cool research and presentations we have going on. So if you can tag the Waterbird Society, that's great. Nellie, yes.
I have a question about the overall the increases that Amanda reported on. Is that what's you guys' sense? Is that like a general increase in how much people are using the media, or is that a real increase, you think, in how much our sites are being used? I mean, do people continue? Is there a steady growth in use of Facebook since 2017, or does anybody have that answer?
Yeah, I'm not sure. These numbers are just our followers. Yeah, there's so many stats that you can get from all these platforms, and they're super confusing and very in depth. And I don't have enough. There's not enough time in the day to figure them out. So I just go with the simple how many followers and kind of try to gauge it off of that.
No, that's perfect. My question is more like, what do we think? Do we think that this actually really reflects that we're getting a lot more Twitter followers, or do we think that this reflects that there are a lot more Twitter people out there and Facebook people out there?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I don't know that any of us have the answer. I'm just curious if anybody does.
I think for Instagram, it's definitely that we've been posting more. So that big chunk, that big, 120% or whatever it was jump was probably from use and reach. I don't know about, I'm not as good at Twitter. I think a 13% increase is about just like expected if you're regularly posting. And Facebook, I'm kind of clueless as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure the answer to that. I actually have to leave in a couple of minutes. Anna, can I give you control of the screen?
Yeah.
Stop sharing. Yeah, pause share. Oh, there it is. Okay.
All right. Can everybody see that?
You're good.
Okay. Let's get back down to where we were. Okay. So yeah, if everybody here could post, if you do have social media and use those hashtags, we can reshare, retweet, and post a lot more, and that'll help us continue to reach new people who maybe aren't aware of the Waterbird Society or what we do. Things to discuss. So conference planning communication, I think we already kind of chatted with Danielle and Jonathan about this, but as things, especially during the next week, if there's questions or needs for posts, please shoot me a message, either email or Slack. I'll be looking at, we set up 2 channels on Slack to answer like technical questions with Drifta and things like that. So if anybody here notices a question that hasn't been answered, you can like tag myself or Danielle or somebody to get that person a quick answer. I'll be trying to monitor that throughout the meeting. We can also use, right at the last meeting, the Slack channel was used a lot, kind of at the beginning a year ago, and it kind of filters off, but we can use that more if we want to. I'm happy to help like set up new channels on that and everything. And if anybody has suggestions on like how we can better communicate with each other between the committees or with the general public, I'm all ears. Hopefully this next year we can kind of come up with like more of a strategy for things and yeah, continue to grow reach. So, Nellie, is your hand still up from before, or do you have another question? Okay, Gail.
Yeah, thanks to all for your work. I guess I have a question around boundaries of topics. So if a topic is on water birds, is that something that could be posted, or is it something that is specific to the Waterbird Society?
I think that's a great question. I would love to hear everybody's thoughts related to that. I also help with the communications for PSG, and that is anything related to seabirds, research, conservation. We share pretty much run the gamut. So I think it's just organization to organization. So I'm curious what other people think. If that, yeah, Dave, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I just like regarding how to make things better, like we talked earlier in the day about like I think it would really make your job or the committee's job a lot easier if we actually had a list of routine communications that we make every year, a list of those things, when they're supposed to go out, and then like at least it's not less, you know, emailing you panicked at the last minute. Come on, can you please post this for us?
Yes, this is a great idea. This would be awesome.
Yeah. So that, and the other thing was the web page. Like someone suggested having an actual time of year, or like something where every year we go through like various sections that we're involved with, and then send the changes to you that way as well.
Yeah, and I could probably even start making a document, and because I have an idea of when things need to be done. But I don't always have the information that I need to add. But definitely there's a timeline of like removing old stuff. I've gotten kind of behind on that. I forget to check all the little pages and take down old stuff from meetings. So I'm going to work on getting better at that. And I can probably put together a document and people can just add to it as far as what needs to get out when. Yeah. I have to leave, and I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
sorry.
won't stay, but I have to go pick up my daughter. Every minute I'm late, it's like $1 extra, so I gotta go.
Oh no.
It's kind of crazy.
I'll take notes, Amanda, and we can chat.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Amanda.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thanks, Amanda. See ya.
I was just going to jump in and say at January 1st, we have the council and officers changeover. So that seems like a good time to do a quick housekeeping on the website, because we need to change out bios and pictures, which means, and I'll just put the solicitation out there, we need bios and pictures from all the new people.
Cool.
Pat?
Yeah, I just was curious. I have ability to post on Facebook. And so when I find things, let's say like maybe that you post on, or someone posts on PSG, or that I find through other means, just on waterbirds in general, I always post them. Would you prefer us to just ask you? I just don't want to bug you all the time. And that's my question. I mean, should we just go ahead and do that? That's what I've been doing on Facebook, at least. I don't think I have permissions to do it the other two, Instagram or Twitter.
And I think that's fine. I notice when you post, and I will typically, like, if I have something to go out, I can schedule things out too. So we have the ability on Facebook and maybe on Twitter, but to schedule things. So on January 1st, I could, schedule check out the new website, not that I'm going to do that because that would hold us to a very strict timeline, but would especially for these regularly scheduled posts that we want to go out, that's easy to do. It's just the creating content thing that ends up being the most difficult, I would say, or the most time consuming. So if people, which this group's pretty good at, send me posts that they want to go out and an idea, even if it's not like a concise verbiage, just kind of like a summary of what you want, I can get it out typically, and I'll make those the little graphics I can just do on the web platform by slapping words on a photo. So that's the kind of thing I'm happy to help with. It's just, I'd be curious if we want more of that, like sharing apropos articles, or if we want to keep it more directly Waterbird Society related.
I'd advocate that research, grants, jobs, articles, anything that we can do to provide information that's relevant to our followers, we're going to increase engagement. And I think everyone in this meeting is capable of deciding what's appropriate and what's not. We shouldn't get hung up on gatekeeping because we don't have extra time for that kind of thing. So that's my personal stance. I would advocate to do what we've been doing and continue to encourage people to do it.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, then I'm happy if people see anything of interest, just feel free to post it on Slack or email it to me, and I'll make sure that that stuff gets out. It's you know, sometimes I get busy and forget to post, so it helps to have suggestions coming in to keep things moving. But yeah, that's pretty much all I think we have, unless there's any other questions.
I think you guys are doing such a great job. Things have,
Yes.
over the last year and a half, this area is completely turned around and for the better. So thank you for all the work.
Yeah, of course.
Cool. All right, if you're ready to go, next up is the diversity report. And I'm not sure if Liz or Marisa or Juliet are going to present, or everybody, but it's your go.
Thanks, Dave. I'll be presenting. Yeah, so just to bring everyone up to speed on the diversity committee, since there's some new folks here, we've been, a lot of what our work has been done over the past year has been fueled from the diversity panel at the meeting last year. And so we've spent the most earlier part of this year synthesizing the feedback and the recommendations that we've received from that panel discussion. And it was an incredible discussion we received. There was a lot of participation. And so we took that and then we drafted a set of action items and we synthesized that into an action plan, which I believe everyone has seen, or at least has knows that it exists. And that action plan was actually, I guess, voted on or accepted, adopted by the council at the mid-year meeting. And at that meeting in April, we presented a proposal to council to hire a consultant that specializes in diversity, equity, inclusion to help us develop and implement those action items. And that proposal did not pass, though it was very close. So that gave us the motivation to keep going with it. We received, a few months later, we've received feedback and comments from that proposal, which Dave put together. And now we have, you know, we are drafting a new request or new proposal for that, for funding a DEI consultant. So thank you everyone who had, who reached out to us with comments or responded to Dave and provided their feedback for it, which is all very helpful. And I believe that it's really strengthened the proposal. And so we're planning to putting that out in early 2022 with the new council. We still consider it to be a key priority for our committee. So that is definitely still in the works. But after that, we work with council to publicize and implement the free student memberships this year. And so we're seeing, you know, a few things being checked off of our action item or action plan, I should say. Another one of those is the career panel that we've worked with the Student Affairs Committee to organize at this year's meeting, as well as a committee fair, which will be the business meeting. So that will emphasize committee service opportunities for the attendees of this meeting. Another thing that we've been working on is drafting a council inclusiveness guidelines document. And this document we can share. I'm not sure if it's been, I don't know if it's been circulated yet, but it's something that we wanted to address as we get new council members, but also to address some of the things that we've seen be barriers in past meetings, but also just to make sure that that all the diverse voices and council decision making will be heard, and to commit to that. So we have a series of measures that we are proposing, and we would definitely appreciate any input from current and past council members to include in this guidelines document. I can share my screen and just so you can see in case it has not been passed around yet. So this is just a draft, and it just lists a few things like an onboarding meeting, so so that all incoming counselors have the opportunity to meet with the president and go over, you know, questions or concerns. I know that there's at the earlier meeting today, there was mention of a manual of some sort. I'm not familiar with that, like the Waterbirds. I don't know, is that specific to the society? So I don't know if that could be part of a kind of an onboarding meeting. And then just, you know, a few things on, you know, participation and discussion and voting. A lot of that actually was covered earlier. So just to kind of have this, you know, just on paper and to be aware of it. So that way, you know, we can really have maximize the communication and efficiency for these council meetings. So I think that is, let me go back to our proposed activities. So the second, I think I mentioned already, was revisiting the consultant proposal with the new council. And then we want to continue developing events that really, I guess, convey the mission of our committee. And that includes international representation and LGBTQ+ issues for and in advance of the meeting next year. So that summarizes everything. This is just so you can all see, this is the action plan that we put forward, and just to remind you that we have so many, these are so many ideas that we were able to put together and organize, and they list what actions can be completed internally by our committee. A lot of action items are actually require inter-committee collaboration, and that kind of touches on the other ways to get more students engaged and to improve how memberships are being tracked. All of that, you know, is really overlaps with improving diversity and equity inclusion in our society. So we'll just make sure that this doesn't get forgotten about, and because there's definitely some great ideas in here that we can kind of keep coming back to, that I think really touch on all the different committees. They have a role in this too. Liz, is there anything that you'd like to add?
That was great, Marisa. Thanks. I guess I want to first of all thank you for taking a big step up at becoming co-chair of the committee. And I also know there's a lot of folks on the meeting tonight who've contributed to all this work. So I don't have anything particular to add except a big thanks.
Thanks, Liz. Juliet did so much work as well. So I know that this is late in her time, but definitely have so much appreciation for Juliet really spearheading a lot of this too. That's all.
Cool, great work, guys. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the diversity committee?
I'd like to just be sure that they dovetail with the membership committee. So we're kind of on the same page and have the same goals. I think that would be super.
Absolutely. Pat, yes. Yeah, we'll talk more about that too. I'll have to reach out to you.
I put it in the chat, but I just want to say, like, the document you put out for, even though it's draft, for inclusivity in council meetings and so forth, like, I thought that was really helpful, and I've actually been trying to implement as many of those things as I can today. So thank you. Okay.
I did have a question too,
yep.
Sorry, Marisa, I was just wondering, I saw one item about getting the addresses and contact information for the like historically black colleges. And what was that about? I mean, it came across the screen quickly and I wasn't sure, but what were you going to do with that information, or how are you going to reach out to them? I'm just curious because that seems like a really great initiative.
Yeah, that was one of the things that were mentioned just from the feedback that we got after the panel, and considering that we were at the HBCU in 2019. And so that's on our action plan to develop. Just, I guess, in the broader impact is to just increase our directory of all of the venues that we could reach for increasing diversity in Waterbird. So the fact that we've had participation from the Eastern Shore, the Maryland campus, how much have we been able to really retain like participation from the people that attended that event? It's just wanting to make sure that whenever we're intentional with our actions. And so that was something that really kind of stuck out to me at the Diversity Day in 2019 is, we did this amazing event, but how much of that is actually, are we seeing, like that we're actually taking what we've done and have that be kind of made into a way that we can expand diversity in our society. So that was just one idea. That's definitely, I know that was something that was in the proposal as well, but it's very specific to the US. And so we, as part of the way that we're revising this proposal, is to make sure that it is still broad enough to cover diversity and equity inclusion issues that are not just specific to the US, but that's why we need a diversity consultant who's that's their expertise and understand how best to utilize the resources that we have and take the connections that we've made in the past at previous meetings and be able to improve these metrics across all boards for the society.
Okay, thank you very much.
I had a quick question as well. Do you remember that there was a call for NSF grant, months ago, and it was targeted towards increasing diversity and inclusion, but it was like across multiple scientific organizations. Like it required input or matching from other groups. Like, do you know if that's still on the table, or did we miss the boat on that?
I'm not familiar with that. Liz, do you remember that?
I'm not either, and I don't think we ever discussed it as a society.
There was, I remember from the Equity, Inclusion, and Diversity Committee for PSG, it was with SACNAS, I think. It was in collaboration with And I think it's closed, but I think it's gonna be an annual thing. It's an NSF. I'll share it. I'll find it and share it in the chat.
No, Juliet had originally flagged that and distributed it, but it was quite a while ago. So yeah, like if it is an annual thing, I think that's something to really consider going forward, like as a source of funding for some of the diversity initiatives.
Yeah, it's called LEAPS. It's something LEAPS, Leading Cultural Change Through Professional Societies of Biology. Is one of the things. I think I found it originally and forwarded it to people, but now I can't remember what it was. I didn't follow up on it. I'll look for it and I can see if I find it. Somebody's posted it, I think, already in the. Anna just posted it in the chat, so we can look at it.
Thanks, Kaz and Anna. Like, yeah, I really think, I don't know, we should at least follow up on it and see if it's a good fit. That's what we're trying to do. And Susan, you had a question?
Yeah, I just, when we met on the Eastern Shores, we did have an NSF grant. I know Ellen Paul applied for it and we received it to sponsor the diversity portion of the meeting. And we didn't know up until the last minute if we were going to get it or not. I don't know if it's the same thing that you're talking about, but if it is, I guess we should know that we've already had it. I'll look into it and let you know. And I also wanted to just commend the current chairs of the committee and say you've done such a tremendous job of, I know a lot of us were feeling kind of down after our sort of, I wouldn't call it a failure, but our not success when we did meet in Maryland with the Diversity Day. And I think that you three have really gotten the committee together and done a lot of really positive things and focused on the positive. So thank you so much for doing that.
Yes, thank you. And it's really amazing, like how the committees have like evolved over such a short period of time. Like really, it is. So thank you very much. Doesn't look like there's any more questions, so perhaps we can move on to the publications report. Erica and Jeff, I'm not sure who, but
I can talk about it and Erica can chime in if there's anything she wants to correct. I'll share my screen. Figure out how to do. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. So the publications committee, we have 3 members plus the editor and now the managing editor. So it's myself, Erica, and Kaz Taylor, along with Andrew Kasner, and it's not written here, but Paige Byerly is also on the committee. I joined in February and Kaz joined in the summer. So one of the things we did this year was contact a bunch of companies for editorial management systems to automate submissions for our journal. In April, I presented to the council on what I found, and they asked for a recommendation by June 2021. And we recommended Scholar One, and we got a formal quote, and I believe we went forward with it. In this table here, I have a description of what the costs are associated with that. So in the first year, it's going to be about $6,750. That's because there's a setup fee of $2,500. But every year after that, it should be a bit more stable, around $4,500. And to help with setting up this automated editorial management submission system, we hired a managing editor. As I mentioned, Paige Byerly was selected in October. So she'll be getting that up and running, hopefully in the start of the new year or sooner. All right. And we're also going to be searching for a new editor. So Andrew Kastner's 3-year term has come to an end. So just want to thank him, if he's here, for all his contributions. And also Stephanie Jones for her assistance this year. I believe the posting for the new editor already went up, and the deadline may have already passed. So we're probably still in the process of selecting the new editor at this point. As you know from the financial report earlier, a lot of our income comes from journals like JSTOR and BioOne. JSTOR changed their revenue sharing system this year. Their old system was a bit cumbersome and very complex, so they just made it really simple. They don't expect it to really change what we receive year to year. In fact, we got more money in 2020 compared to the old system in 2019. Inside the report, I have what the new calculation is based on here. And just BioOne is going to combine our payments in May 2022, just so everyone's aware. So we also have a list of what are the most read articles on BioOne for the Waterbird Society. They're all at least 4 years old at this point. So I guess the new articles haven't been as popular as some of the older ones. And our impact factor, it's kind of been a bit steady over time. It peaked in about 2012, and it's just been kind of on a very slow decline ever since. According to BioOne, it's 0.534 right now. And we have a little chart here comparing it to other ornithological journals. And that's about it. So hopefully with this new editorial system, we'll get some more submissions and increase our impact factor and revenue as well. So that's kind of the hope. That's everything from the Publications Committee. Any questions?
Thanks, Jeff.
I just wanted to add that I wanted to thank the members of the search committee for helping with the search for the managing editor position, and for Paige for accepting. Thank Paige too for accepting.
I don't have a question, but I just want to say, like, yeah, a lot of really good thought and hard work went into a complete revamping of the whole editorial process. So I think we're in a really good position going forward to increase the impact and visibility of our journal and start to get really good and a good volume of quality submissions. So thank you so much for all your work. You accomplished like a ton of stuff in a very short period of time and under some pretty serious time constraints. Thanks. Man, I think everyone's got the post supper doldrums now. It's pretty. Okay, thank you. Next up is we're actually ahead of schedule. I still have to do. Andy wasn't able to make it to the meeting today, so he submitted a editor's report, and I'd like to push that to the end of the meeting just so I have some time to think about it. And we're actually ahead of schedule. Okay, so I think we should just push on. There's a coffee break scheduled coming up in a bit, and maybe we could have a report from the Ornithological Council. I don't know if Susan or Jeff or both will be presenting.
I'll start it. I should probably start by saying the Ornithological Council was started more than 30 years ago, and one of the major proponents of this was a guy named Dick Banks, who at that point was high up in the AOU. Unfortunately, Dick passed away earlier this month at the age of 90, which is actually maybe a good thing, because just in recent, although the OC provides several unique and valuable services to the ornithological community, it's been in the state of flux for the last several years. Laura Buys took over as the OC's executive director and our sole employee. Interesting situation. We have 1 employee and 18 people that advise her. In the summer of 2020, about the time that the AOS, which, like I said, is a former AOU, had been a main driver behind the creation of it, dropped out. And the AOS was the main source of financial support. The OC used up its rainy day fund to keep Laura employed at about 20 hours per week for her first year. And just last year, the Wilson Ornithological Society increased its support, but this was only a temporary increase. So for this fiscal year, both AFO, that's Association of Field Ornithologists, and Wilson Ornithological Society have each agreed to kick in $10K per year in the way of financial support. And as a result, the OC had to cut back Laura's time tremendously. She's down to only 8 hours per week. We're in the process of looking for new ways of getting support from other organizations in addition to the 9 professional societies that continue to support it. And I realize this is not exactly a good time based upon what we heard from Chris earlier, but Susan and I would both like Waterbird Society consider making another increase if they can this year in support to keep the OC going. Like I said, the OC provides several unique and valuable services that there are no other organizations out there doing, although we've heard rumors that some are thinking of doing them. But at this point, we're the only place you can go to for some of these things regarding, for example, the publication of the use of guidelines for use of wild birds in research. Susan, anything to add?
No, I think that's pretty good. Kate Schlepper distributes the periodic updates that we get from Laura. I think she sends them to Schneider and they send it out to all the members, I believe. So we want to remind you to please read those because there's a lot of policy and permitting and all kinds of behind the scenes work that gets done by the OC. And like Jeff says, no one else really does this. So if you go on to Ornithology Exchange, which I know a lot of you aren't thrilled with, but it was a way that it is still a way that some of our committees communicate among ourselves. And the OC uses Ornithology Exchange. I also wanted to put Pat Baird on the spot too, because Pat is also an OC rep, but she's a rep for Pacific Seabird Group. So she can also answer questions about the Ornithological Council.
I'll just pop in then. The one thing, I'll just put my video on, I guess, which is working now. Yeah, so what they have done this year, I know to try to emphasize like what has the OC done for you? And I think Laura asked us to state that. And I remember at one point I was talking with the head veterinarian for APHIS and also with a permit issue that I had bringing in some blood. And if it hadn't been for the OC, I would have lost a whole season's worth of collecting blood. So they really help with permitting issues, not only just helping you get through them, but if you have a major issue, they'll just jump right in and help. And I think that's really important. And I don't think anyone else does that. Plus, we find out about all these things that are happening in the US Congress that I never follow them. I mean, it's just too much. So I think that's a good thing for them to do, to like let us know, and then it can go out on social media. We can post it, and it's available for all our followers and anyone interested in Waterbird. So I think it's a good thing in that respect.
Patty?
I wanted to bring up an option that Susan and Jeff proposed at some point over the last year that I don't know if it would be another option or in addition to an infusion of cash from Waterbirds, but that we could start to add a surcharge, a $2 or $5 surcharge to meeting registrations or to annual memberships, ways that people can contribute towards this service on a more individual level. So I wanted to bring those thoughts up. I also was thinking, as Pat was pointing out, that the OC will jump in, and in the past it's been Ellen that would jump in and help someone get their package through customs and find the permits that you need. But I'm not sure how well known that is. And I'm thinking now that Ellen's gone, I don't know who I would call if I got a package. So I think some of the disconnect might be in how well we boil down and emphasize the value, and so that more people could take advantage of the value when they need it. Especially if we're asking for additional funding.
Chris?
And then I mentioned it this morning, but the animal care and use guidelines are going to be revisited, and Ellen or Laura's on that committee. So I think that's really important, because that really trickles down to what's required and how we're able to do both field and laboratory work. So that's another important contribution that the OC makes to members.
I think your point is a good one, Patty. Well, I don't know if anybody else had their hand up, sorry. Just that maybe after Ellen's departure, that it wasn't as well publicized, and that maybe we need a little bit of social media presence for the OC as well, or even just on our website, that this is a service that we pay for and other ornithological societies. So it might be something for communications to consider.
So is there a motion from Susan and Jeff? Are we being asked to act here?
Since neither Susan or I are no longer members of council, we can't officially make motions. So we're hoping that someone nice like you would do it for us.
Where are we on the straw poll here?
And I haven't found the hand raise button as a co-host or a host on this thing yet. But I guess I just have never had a very clear understanding of the history of this organization or where it comes from. Like, why aren't some of these services housed in a place like Waterbird Society? Like, does it require specific expertise that we don't have? Or why isn't this like a hired consulting sort of thing? Like, it just seems like an odd organization, an odd affiliation within a unique kind of organization.
Susan,
Jeff,
do you
why
want
don't
to
you take
tack that
that?
one?
No, I was going to say you take it, because you were there from almost the beginning. So
Almost. Basically, it's a consortium of professional ornithological societies, and part of the services that are provided are in part due because both Ellen and Laura have was it JDS degrees? They're lawyers by profession, way back. So they know how to deal with some of the more legal aspects of things for dealing in particular with governments like the US government or Canadian government, particularly the Fish and Wildlife Service here, or Canadian Wildlife Service there in Canada. And it's also because these are services that are provided overall in general to all ornithologists that Dick really pushed having everybody, all the different societies contribute to it. And I think there are now still, like I said, 9 societies. Originally there were more, but then Cooper joined with AOU to become the AOS. And then just recently, the Canadian group dropped out. But we still have a broad range of societies. The more general groups like AOU, AFO, Wilson, and then some more specialized groups like us, PSG, Raptor Research Foundation, North American Crane Working Group, and the I forget what the official name is now, but this is Neotropical
Caribbean, yeah.
Ornithology and the Society for the Study of Caribbean Birds. I think are the other two. Oh, and CEPAMAX from Mexico. So like I said, it's, excuse me.
I know one of the comments earlier had been that like Waterbirds is international. So how are we helping, for example, Kopi with his permitting issues in India? And I think that that was something that Ellen had, when Ellen was the director of this, was working toward, and it's really hard to get that information for other countries. She hadn't gotten there yet, and now bringing back, having Laura only being able to work 8 hours a week, we're never going to get there with that. But I think we all agree, the people on the Ornithological Council, your reps, we all agree that we've done a horrible job at letting everyone know exactly what it is that the OC does. The people who've reached out and used it know the value, but the other people who haven't don't. And that's a problem.
I think it's a very worthwhile organization, and I like to put my money where my mouth is. So without being boastful here, I did contribute myself $1,000 to it last year in order to try to get us over this problem with the great decrease in income.
Why are some of the other societies dropping out of the OC? Is it because they think they can do it in-house, or they don't see the value in it, or?
I think it was a case of they thought they could do it in-house and they wanted more control. But I'm not inside their heads, so that's just my hypothesis about it.
The timing is interesting because it all happened when AOS was emerging.
I think Jeff is right about the AOS because I'm involved with the AOS, and so definitely they thought they could do it in-house, and it's just been interesting because they have had a committee whose job description was to basically recreate something that OC does in-house, but it has not got funded through the budget process of AOS, and I sit there kind of wondering why did they withdraw their funding? And then from the Canadian perspective, I think the Canadians, because I'm just a member of the Society of Canadian Ornithologists, that I was at their annual meeting, which was just last week, and I think they said that it was that the OC, I guess, again, like you said, Susan, just 8 hours a week or whatever it is, that person, Laura, just had no time to do anything that actually was relevant to Canadians. Ellen used to bend over backwards, but I would say that most of her work was useful for Americans anyway. So it was always a bit of a stretch for it to convince the Society of Canadian Ornithologists that it was useful expenditure.
Thanks, Erica.
Pat?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, I think that one of the things that they decided too, the council, was that if anyone who belonged to a society that was not a member of the OC, Laura could not help them with any permitting issues. And I think that these other societies who have dropped out, not Canada, because I agree with you, Erica, about that, but I think that they're going to realize it probably too late that the OC was really helping them quite a lot. Now, I know that on the membership page, there is a little checkbox that you can put that if you want to donate, but I think your idea, I think it's Patty said that just to add in the actual membership thing, just like a little surcharge or something might be good. But they've really helped. And Jeff's point of the Laura and Ellen were both lawyers. They do know how to operate on the Hill, and they also have created these really good relationships with some of the people on the various committees at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service too. So really good in that we have to put our viewpoints through. I mean, our viewpoints being waterbirds in general, and that thing that Chris was talking about with the Animal Care Act. I mean, they were wild birds like laboratory animals. And so you were supposed to have all this equipment in order, let's say, to euthanize a bird. And so I think they've really helped a lot in that respect, but we need to get that information out to the members.
Maybe one way people can think of it is the organization supports ornithologists, supports us as scientists trying to do our work. The OC doesn't try to do the research. They're supporting the researchers.
Or as Ellen used to say, tried to make the world safe for ornithologists and ornithological research.
Yeah.
Chris?
So I guess I just had a question. So we already provide $6,000 to OC annually. So I don't understand quite what this $2 is all about. If we have 400 members, that's an additional $800. So why don't we just, anyway, I don't see how do we want to increase it to $6,800? I mean, or who's paying this other $2?
That was just a suggestion that came up in conversation. If the council is not willing to up it to 9, I mean, they're asking for an additional 3,000, which would make it 9,000. How can we contribute more, but spread the pain a little? And you're right, it's not a lot. We would need either a larger surcharges in other places. I was just throwing that out there as part of the conversation that there might be ways to generate revenue for OC's work without the Waterbird Council upping another $3,000. Gail's had her hand up.
Yeah, Gail, sorry.
It's okay. I will say that while I'm sympathetic to providing more money, I'm also hesitant to provide more money given the budget that was laid out this morning, and I like the idea of kind of a surcharge as a way to still try and give a bit more money, but without it coming straight out of the budget, especially when we seem to have a lot of other goals going on. And I'd be curious to know, our membership is quite varied. And so, for example, and maybe, I mean, Chris already spoke to this, like if you work for Fish and Wildlife, doesn't Fish and Wildlife help you with permitting, so we have a wide variety of memberships. So we have academics and we have people doing, or working for government. And so where do these services come in? Is it only for academics, or is it only, would Fish and Wildlife Service step up and help somebody with a permitting problem if they were their employee, I guess is my question.
It's more, I think, a question of people trying to get fish and wildlife permits and running into problems, or also many cases it's people trying to get state permits and running into problems. And I can remember a long time ago when I first applied for a permit, and this was long before the OC, I was told by the feds I couldn't get a permit for Maine unless I couldn't get Maine added to my federal permit unless I get the Maine permit first. And Maine said, no, you can't get our permit till you have we're listed on your federal permit. So it's like, complete roadblock. And I certainly could have used Ellen's help back then. I'm not sure that answered your question, Gail, but it's an example.
Well, I guess I'm hesitant to offer up more. And if we can come up with a creative solution the way Patty was suggesting, that would be, I would be supportive of that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, OC right now financially is in pretty dire straits. So we're trying to think way outside the box to come up with other ways of raising funds. And one of the things which I didn't mention, probably should have, is that we're also, we have a category of non-professional ornithological societies. We're trying to promote them becoming financial supporters, but without necessarily giving them reps at the table. Only the professional ornithological societies have representatives on the OC. But that's another way we might be able to raise some funds, like maybe going to either National Audubon Society or some of the state Audubon societies, some of the museums, or bird observatories, which sometimes also have problems with getting permits or with dealing with how to deal with live birds, those kinds of things.
Kate?
Hey y'all, good to see everybody. Do we have data in terms of like how often we've actually been using any of these services over the last several years to kind of justify? I mean, I know we pay for insurance for our cars or whatever, and like you hope you never get in a wreck or whatever, but and that's kind of what this is, right? To have somebody on call. But have we been using these services over the last several years?
Well, I know in some cases,
50%.
I know in some cases, either Ellen or Laura would help, say, the Conservation Committee in drafting something where there's an issue came up that they wanted to deal with, but didn't know quite how to handle it. So I know it's happened in the past, but I don't know if we necessarily have kept track of how many times our committees or we as a society have gone for their help. I think it's been a lot more along the cases of individual members of the societies.
I think too, Jeff, you've made points in the past that it's not only about these individual needs and services, that there's a lot of just Congress watching, and so disseminating information when important bills are coming up that is less tangible and less trackable. Well, that hasn't been tracked.
Is there a way we can track it somehow? Like, can we, like to try and at least quantify this a little bit, or at least just say, hey, we value this, and we can at least come up with something so that, if nothing else, appreciation is really apparent on our end.
That's what the quarterly, is it quarterly reports?
No, every 2 months, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It used to be quarterly, right?
And I'll be the first to admit that it's just one more thing in my inbox. I'm like, oh, there's the OC, they're doing their thing, but I rarely look at it and really think about it. But I do remember over the last couple of years, like with the Migratory Bird Act, that the finagling in Congress under the Trump administration, there was a lot of stuff coming out, a lot of action alerts, but I don't know.
And for example, follow up on that, Patty, we're in the process right now of submitting comments with regard to the incidental take thing, now that that's being revisited by Fish and Wildlife Service and Department of Interior.
I think Jonathan had a Jonathan, and then Erica had questions.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Oh, Jonathan says his audio is broken. He just put something in the chat for us to read.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, okay. So I'll go to, and so that's interesting that Jonathan is in touch 3 to 4 times a year, because the question that Kate had was one of the reasons why the AOS withdrew their funding, because it was, I think they had some data that 8% of their members had used the services, but then some people said, especially museum people, where they're always trying to, get samples across borders and things. They said, well, it's extremely important for some people. So it may not be important for everybody, and maybe it's 8% one year, but it's a different 8% the next year. So yeah,
Yeah, and
So,
if you're the person trying to get it across, it's very important.
yes,
For sure. I mean, you know that I'm always looking for birds to get delivered to me. So like I'm not arguing with this in any way. It'd just be kind of cool to be able to track it if that's some sort of a possibility to do that. And I don't want to necessarily put my hand up to do those things, but Patty, if you want to forward me things when you see them, maybe I can, keep a tally or something like that to
Hello?
help kind of,
Hello?
substantiate this.
I heard Jonathan for a second.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Oh, well, someone's suggestion actually worked, so that was cool. Yeah, I don't think I have anything more to say than was in my chat. Just, yeah, making sure I didn't mean to say I contacted her because I needed help with permits or anything, but she, sends me information or often if we write letters, which, I'll give my report soon, like we weren't really active in that this year. But like like last year, we were pretty active in that stuff. And usually or often she'll give us a letter that, we base ours off of. So they do a lot of that work so that we don't have to be experts on everything.
Okay, I think Kate, you're up next, and then I have a question.
I guess I was just going to say my thinking right now is kind of in line with Gail's, where I'm sympathetic, but I'm not sure about committing money. And I guess my question at this point is sort of about the long-term plan. So last year, council voted to increase from 5,000 to 6,000. So it sounds like we know that there's a bit of a communication issue, which could be improved. But is there reason to think that this is like a temporary hump, like COVID's been hard on everyone, we just need to push through this period and skies will be bluer again, or not? So I guess it's a question for Susan, Jeff, or Pat.
That's a really good question, and that's something that we've been grappling with for the last, how long, guys? Since AOS withdrew their funding, and
Year and
we
a
lost-
half at least.
Yeah, and Cooper, and then pure transparency. Wilson was a huge supporter. It was next in line after AOU and Cooper, and then Wilson. And Wilson withdrew all their funding too because they were afraid that it was all going to collapse. And then they reinstated their last board meeting. So it's a valid question, and we don't know. Like Jeff had said earlier, we're trying to figure out ways to make it sustainable instead of coming back to the societies year after year and say, give us more money, give us more money. That's not sustainable. We need to figure out a way to get funding to support this. But I also don't think 8 hours a week is really going to help us advance the effort much. So I can't answer your question, Kate. We're planning, I guess, year by year, and it is planned. I mean, it's a thoughtful process. We've seen strategic planning for if these societies give this much, if they give less than that, how many hours can we do? What can we actually accomplish in the time? So I think 8 hours is the bare minimum. If we drop any lower, it's going to just disappear.
Thanks, Susan. I was just wondering, again, back to Patty's point, is there business or emotion or anything like that we should be thinking about, or is it premature?
I didn't hear all of what you said, Dave. Can you repeat some of it?
No, I was just wondering if there's a motion that you'd like to propose, or is it premature right now?
I think it may be premature. Like I said, when I wrote up my notes to talk to you guys, that's before I had a chance to see Chris's report, and that kind of put a damper on things. I mean, I would love if you guys could increase it 2,000, but I don't think that's realistic at all. Anything would help. Let's put it that way.
Okay, thanks, Susan and Jeff.
Something we could get on social media, if we had a few talking points, could we put out a call for donations that might bring in something? I don't know.
It wouldn't hurt. At least that's the way I look at it.
Or a GoFundMe, something like this.
Excuse me, I gotta get off to take a phone call here. Hold on.
Erica's point in the chat that if this is our ornithology lobby, then maybe this is really important, and we need to get more people than our small society, bought in.
I really like your idea, Susan, of going to the bird observatories. And I mean, I'm not sure whether the North American Bird Banding Council is a member. And I mean, because all those people do benefit. There are a lot of little bird observatories all over the place. And maybe they could even just ask for donations, That's what we do with I Little Saw an Owl banding thing, and we ask for donations, and I could give some of the donations,
Yeah. Yeah, so this is sort of a new idea, and we'll see if we can make any headway with it. I think it's a good idea too. But the caveat was that the people wouldn't be voting, so only the scientists would be voting, would be the voting members of the council. Which I like that.
This could potentially, if we're talking about trying to reach out, potentially be a recruiting tool also. So maybe even looping in the communications group to put together some sort of a flyer or something like that we can push out to smaller ornithological groups that we could get as members to say, hey, this is a benefit that you can get with us, right? We could get potentially increased membership and participation, and then maybe also reach out to some of those groups for maybe some matching funds or something, something along those lines. So that's another idea.
That's good. It is a benefit of membership, being a member of the society. That's a good point. Great point.
Okay. I just
Thank you.
Thank you for your report. I just want to put a plug in, like when we come to strategic planning, again, like this whole notion of a broader engagement with the ornithological community at large, like I think it really goes beyond our participation in the OC. Like the Waterbird Council and the Waterbird Conservation for the Americas initiative is starting back up again. Patty and I attended sort of the initial meeting of that. There's been, like over the past year, there's been various things like planning for NAOC, issues like harmonizing codes of conduct across the ornithological societies. I know that I think it's AOS has periodic sort of monthly or bi-monthly DEI workshop / community of practice type things. So I think there's a way that we can like encompass all of these things into a committee or a more cohesive way of approaching it, I think. So anyway, we're still a bit ahead of schedule, so that's great. And up next, if either Kate or Nellie could present the report for the research grants.
Hey guys, So I can't project because I can't my report because I'm on a different computer. My laptop seems to have really bad feedback on.
Do you want me to do that, Nellie? I can do it.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Sure.
If you don't mind. I'm gonna try to turn my camera on to show
Give me
that.
a second, I'll find it, but go ahead and start talking if you want, and I'll bring it up when I can.
So this year we got a lot of proposals. We got 9 proposals for Cushland, 10 for Nisbet, and 26 for Waterbird Society Awards. And I just went back to look. I don't have records before 2012, but I went back there and it was about, for those years, which was only like 10 years ago, we were getting about 20 proposals, 20 to 25 proposals. And now, this past year we had, 46 proposals. So we're increasing and people like to send us things. And in addition to that, the proposals the past couple of years have been getting better and better. I'm sorry, my cat is moving on my lap. Let me see if I can get a big fat cat down. Okay. So it's the selection has been very difficult. Fortunately, last year, the past couple of years, the amount of money that we got was higher. So we were able to award more research grants. But the quality of the proposals is really good. Everybody can read, we have a lot from North America, but also we had good numbers, especially for the Waterbird Society. We had 9 from Africa, 5 from Asia. It seems like these things get publicized, and a lot of what I see happening by reading the proposals and going through the whole pile of them is that it seems like, there are people from a certain region that all of a sudden realize, wow, the Waterbird Society is giving out all these grants. So you get, like 2 or 3 proposals or 5 proposals for the same species group from the same region. It's kind of exciting to see. Let's see the names. I put down the names and I'll go over them just because they're, our recipients are outstanding. So the Cushland Award grant went to Lopez, Ricardo Lopez, Samaran Batgiri, and Kwajang Dorji. And the Nisbet grants went to Gemma Gluckus and Kate Sheehan. And the Waterbird grant went to, and I'm probably totally destroying his name, Onolarga Gambold and Kyle Lloyd. If you see, it's like, so Mongolia, South Africa, Bhutan, India, and Portugal, plus, a small smattering of US grants, US and Canada grants that came in. So it was pretty exciting. The one thing also that I noticed strongly this year is there were several good proposals that had a very strong social science aspect, sort of from these small grassroots groups. We were able to award one of those groups because their proposal was so good. It's one of those things, I know we're tight for money right now, but it's something that I would like to see in the future, having the ability to separate, if we start getting a lot of those grants, somehow separate them out and award one grant for this social type work. And these are people like in developing countries who are pulling, the public together and are accomplishing a lot through education and through actually getting, people moving in terms of conservation. So they're very important for conservation. Kate, do you have anything to add as far as the background?
No, I think maybe the interesting thing that, because I'm new as the co-chair on this committee, but that was really great. And I think interesting was we had numerous grants that came in from maybe the same lab group or groups that were working in really similar systems. We were kind of able to talk with them a little bit and ask if they were coordinating with one another and if they would be able to share funds so that we could contribute more to the larger project or the larger system. And I don't know how typical that is when it comes to grants, but it was a really kind of interesting and hopeful thing that I noticed that we were seeing in terms of the applicants, where they were maybe working under the same PI or in the same location kind of deal, where they could use some of the similar resources and kind of bounce off of one another to get more things done with the limited funds, which we had more funds this year, and that was awesome. But still limited funds to try and fund as many projects as we possibly could.
And I just wanted to say, I'm happy to see that Gopi has his hand up, because Gopi is great to have on this committee, because he knows a lot of the people that are, or at least a lot of the systems, much better than we do. So Gopi, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see all of this, but I'm on several other granting agencies, including Rufford, National Geographic, and others. So we've had similar things happen there. And just as an FYI to people on the council, Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh have now been blacklisted from a couple of funding organizations because people have been plagiarizing and working with each other to submit proposals that sound nice, but very little happens on the ground. So it was very unfortunate, and it was really tough to take that decision, but we realized after about 5 to 7 years of funding that it's just a bunch of people who are taking in money, creating a easy to do poster, sitting with a bunch of children and taking a few photographs. And we saw the same photographs being used in different grant stuff, because a few of us were on different committees, we were able to catch it. And so I think a lot of them have now jumped over to the Waterbird Society, because we don't know that process yet, and they've been excluded from some of the other granting agencies. So I would encourage that while we of course have to find good proposals, and the couple of proposals that came in from Bhutan, I know those people, they're doing really good work. The Nepalis that we got, and the couple of Africans, they're really, really solid folks. But we just need to be aware that this is going on, and it is also begin to pick up in Southeast Asia. So my suspicion and prediction is that you'll get a bunch of proposals from Southeast Asia, all of which look fantastic. So I think we just need to be a little bit aware of some of the systems that are going on. Having said that, it's really nice to see that the Waterbird Society is giving grants to proposals that don't necessarily have the scientific robustness of, let's say, North America or other things. But I would really push for Waterbird Society focusing on bird-related research and not so much education, because people here are able to access grants for awareness and education from different mediums. And I think we have a very unique niche that we can potentially provide. I mean, given, of course, that people submit their proposals.
Thanks, Gopi. That's really good to know. Clay, you had a question?
Yep. Sorry, wrangling my dog. I think, no, Gopi, that's really good. And I know, Nellie, you and I have talked about this before, but I think, and I know it's a pain and y'all already do a lot of work, but, sorry, dog. I think it'd be good to track, the progress of these grants and all that, because, I mean, let's face it, I think we want to give the benefit of doubt to anybody, but it could happen anywhere in the world that someone could take advantage or just not do the project, right? Right, life happens, but just some way to track the success of these, I think, is important. And I'm pretty sure Ian does, but I know for sure Jim wants, Cushland wants to know the success of his applicants, and if it leads to publications, if it leads to presentations at our meetings. So not trying to give you more work, Nellie. I know you and I've talked about this before, but
No, that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. And I think it kind of brings me to some of the topics that I wanted to bring to the council. Yeah, and one of them is, we did have 46 proposals, and we need additional people. So if anybody else wants to review, I reviewed probably 35 of the 46 myself. That's a lot of reviewing, and I felt like I needed to do it because I wasn't sure. I needed another opinion was needed or something, but we could use more people. And the other thing is, I realized when I was writing this, I didn't realize the financial situation, but it would be nice to have to update the submission process. I know a lot of agencies now, a lot of groups, you can submit things online. And the benefit of doing it that way is that, you know, everything gets entered into a database. You don't have individual emails that you need to pull out. You don't have to download everything and then transfer it to the entire committee. So if we could take some of the work away from that end by just having it done automatically, then we would have more time to track the applicants and the applications and the research. Gopi.
Another point that I'd already mentioned last meeting is that a lot of these people are not English speaking people. So you may have issues if you make it too structured. So you can see that some of the proposals were a little bit flexible in terms of the format and stuff. So there is a case to be made for making it structured online, but there is also a case that a lot of the field people may not necessarily have the skill sets to do stuff. Of course, you could one way to counter this that we've been doing in other places is that we offer a mentor who is either from the United States or from the granting agency or from the region where the person is submitting from. So that's a potential option where they speak to this person, figure out how to do things, and the person helps them put the proposal together, because they just don't have the mindset is different. They think in another language, the grammar will be different. The way that they do things is much more social and not so sort of informal, sort of formal. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I'm not envisioning, that's a really good suggestion. I was not really envisioning completely structured online. I mean, I was thinking more not having to go through 46 emails and download 46 proposals and cover pages. And we already have the cover page structure. So, you know, I mean, even if we just had the titles and the institution and the name and the email in a database, you know, it would help out a lot in the process.
And it seems like, you know, we have drifted now and we do online submissions of abstracts. So it would seem like it could be, and maybe Danielle or Patty, you know, set those items up, but it seems like that process could be used, you know, so then you've got the title, you know, the proposal itself, the budget, and then, you know, would just be another part of DRFTA. So something to think about that would be covered in our existing contract.
I'm not sure that that's true. I think I have to look at the fine details about, I think we paid for the event and the lead up to the event. I'm not sure. Let me look. But I'm also thinking a Google form would allow you to collect, you know, first name, last name, contact information, and upload whatever they're already uploading. And I think it would
definitely do that.
It would be very simple. It would keep the accounting, it would keep it out of your email. At least as a stopgap, and I'll make a note to just investigate. I also will say that Danielle has spent a huge amount of time getting really proficient at DRFTA in the back end, and it's not easy. You have to spend some time to learn it, and I found that even putting the abstract book together was easier outside of DRFTA because I hadn't learned how to set it up in the background. So the investment on the front end is going to be bigger, far bigger than the Google form would be.
Is that something you're going to follow up on, Patty, to see about DRFTA, if we could continue? I mean, if that's an option?
Yes, yes, I will follow up on that. I wonder also if the Schneider group, who, you know, takes care of our membership, I'm not sure that we have fully leveraged the member clicks and that website that's associated with the membership. But I will follow up with DRFTA and let you know for sure what that looks like.
mean, it's
And
still a
are
pretty.
we, if we want to shift that for this 2022 award season, do we need a vote of any sort? Just out of curiosity. Because I'll do it. Nellie, that's fine. If we can migrate it onto Google Forms, I'll do it. And that's not a problem. I'll do it in the next 6 weeks.
Yeah, so, for that level, that's kind of internal to your committee. So what kind of form you use is fine. I
Okay.
think the only time votes are needed is when all of a sudden, more money needs to be spent. Then that kind of goes to the council to consider in the next year's budget. And before this gets lost, we only approved, and Kate can kind of correct me here, but we only did Drifta for 1 year. So if we want to continue them for, the meeting and not have somebody else have to learn, do all the learning curve for a brand new system, we're going to need to, approve expenditures for another year, and then really seriously think about more like we did with Scholar One. Let's buy in for 3 years or 4 years so that there's some consistency. But that's another discussion that needs to happen at some point.
As far as the research grants, we're only looking at, we're looking at less than 50 proposals. I mean, we're not getting, hundreds of proposals or anything. So it's not something worth investing a lot of money into. I mean, I think
No, we can do it pretty easily through Google. So as long
Yeah.
as we've got the Google account that's already signed up, or we're using the Drive as it is, that we can import things, I think that even standardizes things a little bit more. So it might make things easier for evaluating the proposals to make sure that they have all the components in them that are required.
Okay. Yeah, let's talk about it, Kate.
I'm gonna add the grant awardees to the slides for the award ceremony. Does anyone have any issues with that?
I think it's a great idea.
Oh, good idea.
One of the things that I want to discuss is really kudos to the reporting through social media. I think that something was posted about everybody. Well, I'm not sure that something was posted about all the award recipients, but there was a lot of outreach, and I think that's a great thing to do. And we need to continue doing that for everybody to get credit. And then the last thing on my topics is what's the available funding for 2021 for each grant, and are we sticking with the same maximum award amounts? Question for Chris.
Sorry, I stepped out for about 30 seconds. So what got me? So what was the question? I'm sorry.
The question is, how much money do we have? Are we sticking? I'm not sure if we change or if this changes every 2 years and we're still sticking with the same amount.
We are sticking with the same amount. It changes every 3 years. There was a decision made that it's, every 3 years, then we take, 3% of the 5-year running average to help try and smooth out the ups and downs. So we stick with the same amount this year, and then it'll be reassessed. And if the stock market continues to do well, then it will be more in subsequent years.
And I think it was last year that we upped everything. So I think we got a couple more before it'll be revisited.
Right.
Yeah, good. Okay.
I think there's one last question. Someone with the Waterbird Society one has their hand up.
That's me, and it's a relic, sorry.
And join the committee. We need more reviewers.
Great work. Thanks a lot, Kate and Nellie. We're coming up. We're about 5 minutes away from our scheduled break, so the only thing that we could possibly fit in would be bylaws. I know that's a quick one usually. maybe we can knock that off and then go for a break.
Jeff,
So
what?
Chris or Jeff, yeah.
Jeff, go ahead and take it if you don't mind.
Actually, Chris, since you wrote it and are much more familiar with it, I'm going to let you take it.
Oh, shoot. Okay. So let me share my screen and okay, so the members of the committee are Jeff, myself, and Dave. And we did our kind of standard thing. We responded to inquiries about interpretations of our bylaws, and you can see the 5 inquiries that we had here. And then we had one request to change the bylaws. So that request was to add as an additional student representative to council to bring the total to 2, each with 2-year terms that begin and end in alternating years. So the verbiage to make that bylaw change was created. The motion was accepted by council, then it has to be out for public, well, not public review, but it needs to be announced to all the membership, and they have 2 months or so to comment. And then after, it's a fairly long involved process, and then it was on the ballot along with the officers and council election, and then I'm presuming it passed, in which case then we'll need to update the bylaws on the webpage to reflect that. And this, the person, just because of this time frame issue, the new student rep, the second student rep, then will be elected in the election of in 2022. So that's it for bylaws. If anyone has any questions.
Thanks, Chris and Jeff. Not questions about the report, but I was just thinking ahead to the strategic planning when we actually have the document at the end, like that could involve a suite of bylaw changes possibly. And I was just wondering, what's the best way to go about something like that?
So the process is someone proposes these bylaw changes, and then it has to be approved by council. You know, the appropriate verbiage needs to be ginned up, you know, what's being deleted, what's being added. And then, you know, then that's announced each, you know, the bylaw change is announced to the membership, you know, the obligatory 60 days, I believe is what it is. And then it'll be on the, if this was done early enough, then it's on the ballot that's sent out in calendar year 2022. And then those items that are the bylaw changes that are approved then become the appropriate bylaws in 2023.
Thanks. Was there any questions for the bylaws committee at all, or? Okay, excellent. We're like still ahead of time, and it's time for a 15-minute break. So if everyone could be back online at 8 o'clock, that would be amazing. Thanks.
This is when you go to get your glass of wine.
Exactly.
I'll see you in a minute.
Hey, Dave. For tomorrow morning, are you or Patty, are y'all making, I know the plenary kicks off at, I think, what is it, 9 Eastern? But are y'all, I know we have it logged on, you can log on 30 minutes earlier. Y'all planning on making announcements and all that?
I'm hoping Dave can.
Sure, just like what,
A welcome, like, hello.
I'm the president, I'm in charge. Patty
Not
pulls
for-
all the strings, but I'm the face.
yeah, I know, it's yeah, exactly. I'm the figurehead.
Patty's the puppet master. No, I'm just asking because the plenary begins at 9 Eastern. I just want to make sure because probably like Patty, maybe I'll be shuttling kids at first, but I'll be online. But I wasn't planning on introducing the plenary until, you know, at 9. I mean, I'm assuming the first 30 minutes is sort of the meet and greet and stuff.
Yeah, and you know, Dave, if you can even just say, welcome, introduce yourself, welcome. We're so glad you're here. Note
yeah.
that there's a help tab. So on Drifta, there's a help tab if people have technical difficulties. They got instructions about Slack, just kind of that sort of tiny little thing. Don't prepare remarks or anything.
No, and I have the stuff from last year saved.
There's
So I can-
Danielle. She is our guru.
Dave, do you have the slides that Patty sent around? She made some slides with this year's logo.
No,
Do you have a link to the Google Drive?
yes,
There's a PowerPoint slides in there.
Okay.
It says welcome, thanks slides. And just look at them because there's a big bright insert your session and time here.
Hey, I was thinking of sending around to all the moderators 2 different documents. One that has all the direct links to each and every session in case something happens, or they have a speaker who is at the last minute, can't get on. They could just email them the link just in case they can't get a hold of somebody on the Slack channel and all that. That's one document. I don't want to confuse moderators though, because like, it doesn't mean you should send this out. It doesn't mean you should use these links. They're kind of like the last resort. We should be using Drifta. The other document I was going to send is a spreadsheet with all the speakers and their email addresses and which sessions they're in, because people want to know, moderators should be getting backup presentations just in case something happens. And there's no way to know people's emails in the session. Like you can direct message them on Drifta, but you can't actually see their email, I don't think. Does that sound okay, Patty, to send those 2 documents? Does anybody have any
I trust
reservation?
you implicitly.
Okay.
You
I
should,
just,
you should absolutely make these decisions and do it.
all right. I'll try to do that later tonight.
Did anyone else get swag? I'm wearing my Waterbirds t-shirt tonight.
crap. Not yet.
I'm gonna share with my Waterbirds besties. My 9-year-old got her shot just 5 minutes ago.
I got the shirts for everybody in my family. They took kind of a family photo with the black crown night hair and all facing the same way. It was pretty good.
Nice.
They're nice.
We're gonna work on, Juliet gave me this idea today, but I'm gonna work on getting do you remember the diversity night herons sticker
Yes.
that we had?
Yes.
Gonna work on putting that on TeePublic as well, so that those
Cool.
are available. I'm just gonna do stickers for now. If people want more, they can let me know.
Even the stickers are awesome. This is a great design. And yeah, like, I think I'm down to my last one now. So That's great about the vaccines, eh?
Hey, I have a question, y'all. Nellie and I were just chatting with one another about putting the form. Sorry, I can turn on my video if that makes it less weird. The form for doing the Google for converting things on the research grants. Which Google account should we use? Should we do the Waterbird Society one that's not attached? And Chris, I'd appreciate if you weigh in as well. The Waterbird Society at gmail.com, is that a good place to house that information?
I don't know who checks that one. I think Chris
Right.
checks the other one.
Right. So the original one for the society was straight Waterbird Society at gmail.com. So
yes,
I would prefer that anything that's kind of historical or needs to be goes to that one. And then the Waterbird Society is what we've only been using that for is because we need a second Zoom license. And then that's where the second Zoom license gets.
Right. And that's where our YouTube like channels are for posting things from the meeting and stuff like that is on the Waterbird Society at gmail.com. So I just wanted to just confirm if we do this with the Google form, we'll go with that account for the research grants.
I would prefer not putting people through, that's what Kate and I said. We would prefer not to put people through the one that has all the financials, Chris, just in case of hacking or whatever else. That's sort of my preference. So to go to the Waterbird Society for that reason.
Are we okay with that?
I guess who checks that email? Because I don't have a login for it.
Everyone has a login from last year's stuff. There's an email with all the password information and all of that. Yeah. I think it's WBS meeting 2020 exclamation point is the current password for it or whatever that I found the other day. I mean, we can certainly upgrade that and make it more secure if we need to, or more current if we need to. But that's where, if we're going to be posting any YouTube stuff, I did that last year. I'm not on the planning committee for this virtual meeting, so that is off of my plate, unfortunately. But whoever is going to be doing that potentially, that's the account where we could be posting any of the videos from our sessions under that account.
Yeah, that keeps it consistent from previous years and keeps all of that away from the one that's connected to PayPal and a variety of other society business.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how I'll proceed then. Thank you.
Dave, you're muted.
Oh, what an idiot. No, I was just saying, Dale Golick's going to be logging on at 8:30 for the future meeting for a race. Maybe we should time that one then. And I think the Conservation Committee report is up next. So
Hey.
Jonathan and or
Dave?
oh my God. Yeah.
Dave, you said Dale Garlick's not coming on until 8:30?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he was coming on at 8, but anyway, okay.
8:30 Eastern time, Chip.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit earlier than he'd planned. Whatever, it doesn't matter. 8:30 is the current time.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, take it away, Jonathan.
Okay, thanks. As I mentioned earlier, it wasn't a very busy year for advocacy side of things. we did spend a good amount of time on the publication award. So kind of the similar procedures in the past. We've had sort of, I guess, an unofficial like ad hoc subcommittee that has developed over the last couple of years. So Brad and Race sort of did an initial screening of 2019 publication year, which was volume 42, and identified through abstracts which ones fit the criteria. And then Kate and Nellie and I read through those and came up with a short list of candidates, which we brought to the whole committee. And the winner this year was Carl et al. 2019, Cass and Zocklet, population size, reproduction, and habitat management on a recently colonized island in California, USA. And Ryan Carl, who's the lead author, has agreed to be the speaker at our award ceremony and talk about the paper. So that's very exciting. So we'll hear from him later this week. And, as far as advocacy goes, it's sort of the way it usually has been working is people will bring ideas to me, and sometimes it's the Ornithological Council, sometimes it's someone else, and then I usually bring it to the Ornithological Council, because Ellen used to basically, I'd get excited about something and she'd say, this is still in committee in Congress and it's a waste of your time to get to try to do anything right now, or else she would tell us it was important. But really, I think one limiting factor is, our membership has, its own set of expertise. And if we get an issue that isn't something that someone's an expert in, then, no one seems to want to take the lead on trying to organize writing anything on. And so, and then a lot of people who are in federal positions, and even in some cases state positions, just are prohibited by their job from taking advocacy positions or writing letters. And a lot of our committee is in that position. So I think, I need to try to sort of come up with a different strategy of figuring out ways to connect with like the general membership, or even finding outside experts. That's when we've been most effective, like Linda Wires with our cormorant work. She's not really on the committee, but she, when she has a cormorant issue, she really helps us prepare statements and things. So, so yeah, I don't know. I can talk about it more at the committee fair on Friday, but Sean and I need to put our heads together too and think about how to capitalize better on like the society's expertise to be able to write letters. Because the year before last we were quite active, and just it depends on the issues that get brought to us and who is able to write something. So, any questions?
And I just wanted to clarify, since I'm making the slides for the award ceremony, do we consider this the 2021 publication award?
Yeah, we always say the year that we bestow it as the award, as what we put in the plaque and all that. It's just we're always evaluating the year, a 2-year prior publication volume.
Kate?
Jonathan, I'm just curious, how often do you scout for issues to get involved in with it versus people contact the Waterbird Society asking for help with something?
Well, if by you mean me personally, like I try a couple of times, like I check in with Laura, and or if if something comes across my desk that looks interesting, I'll ask her myself. And then sometimes another member of the Waterbird Society will bring something to me. So it kind of depends, but yeah, it's often like Laura will write something to like a couple years ago with MBTA or whatever, she would write to like a lot of the societies, sort of in a massy, like the conservation committees of all the societies, and ask if anyone would write a letter or sign on to their letter or whatever. Signing on to their letter, of course, makes life pretty easy on us. So it's pretty variable.
Thanks, Jonathan. Excuse me. I think we have time for another one before future meetings. So archives, are you ready to go, Kate?
We
And or
did it
John?
this morning already, so the
Oh,
only
okay,
report
awesome.
that's left besides future meetings is going to be the editor's report. I'm not sure if you're ready or not.
Yes. Okay.
Alternatively, I don't want to break protocol here, but with future meetings, we could preemptively start a conversation about the hybrid component, which I know is a big question. Let's start that conversation before Dale shows up.
That's a great idea.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. I really am going off script here. Haven't really thought this through, don't have it planned. I just know that the tech component has been kind of a big question mark in our conversations the last several council meetings. Obviously, because of COVID, trying to decide if we're going to go virtual, but this question about whether or not or how we go about rather doing a hybrid type meeting moving forward. I think in the past, we've recognized that there's some logistical and maybe financial constraints there. And it's different from the planning involved is different from anything we've ever done, either all virtual or all in person. And I think Dale is really, I've talked to Dale more than Woody, but I think they're both very enthusiastic about hosting in Texas, but I'm sure that they're going to have questions for us about sort of what we want in that regard and what we're willing to spend and what kind of time we're willing to put into it. Just what are our priorities, I guess, for trying to make a hybrid type meeting happen.
So I'll jump in and note that Drifta was recommended by Dale's institution when we were still kind of talking about a 2021 on the ground. Could we have a regional meeting, but then the rest of us on the virtual platform? So one of the, in addition to cost, that was a big issue, as I thought, if we go with a platform that's recommended by an institution that's using it to host meetings, then there might be a more seamless connection to a hybrid meeting next year. That said, I think I would advocate, assuming it's in Texas, and that they're willing to do it, that the cost of integrating the hybrid with the in-person be budgeted into the cost of meeting, and when we assess a registration fee. I don't think anybody wants a hybrid meeting that is simply a camera where you can observe the talks, which is fairly simple and we could probably handle as volunteers. I think hybrid meetings are moving towards actual interaction amongst the virtual folks, and we would need technical support. We need the facility support to do that. And so I would advocate that if we want to continue to be able to engage members from across the globe and even members who just can't or prefer not to travel, that we need to invest in that. I don't know, but I'm gonna estimate that Danielle's invested 20 hours a week for many weeks. I bet it's close if she actually counted it up. It's a huge investment, and I'm not sure that our volunteers can continue to do that and then add in the complexity of integration with an in-person meeting.
Patty, is there an option to like have that technical support like built into the subscription, or?
I'm not certain that there is, but it's my understanding at the Heart Center that the facilities, the IT folks there use Drifta. I mean, that's how I got the recommendation. So I would assume that going forward, every hotel, every conference center, most research universities will have the capability to provide hybrid support, because that's I mean, we're teaching that way now, right? So it will be a line item like catering, I think. And that it's not something that we would necessarily contract separately. But I think the local committee will be coming to us with a proposal and have some of these ideas already set, but I think they may also ask us.
Thanks. Kate and then Dawn.
So just kind of spitballing from when I was an undergrad and volunteering to be a moderator, or, you know, like help with IT stuff, things like that. Potentially we could also incentivize some of our students, you know, for either free registration or a free night in the hotel, arrive a day early, learn how to train on the systems so that they could even moderate and take, you know, like take kind of charge over their sessions, where they could be kind of monitoring chat, things like that, so that there could be some sort of integration, seamless integration between those things. And again, could help defer costs to undergrads or whatever, you know, graduate student participants, things like that, people that want to participate. And if we can give them a free night in the hotel for the night of the council meeting and they do training while we're doing council, awesome. You know, they get there a day early and are ready to go and can contribute to the society and be bought in for those sorts of things. So just an idea I'm throwing out.
If we go, Chip here, if we go to a hybrid meeting, I suspect our actual our face-to-face attendance will drop dramatically. And so, I mean, are we gonna have to have two financial structures, one for face-to-face attendees and another for internet attendees? And I mean, that's going to be a heck of a thing to figure out. I mean, the way we used to do it when it was just face-to-face, I mean, we could predict what percent were going to be members and what percent were, you know, non-member students, member students, and all this. I mean, that's what we based it on. I would think there's going to be certainly some mighty big growing pains on figuring out the finances of that. And I mean, it could be the meeting could be, the face-to-face part could be really a downer. You might have only 50 people at a face-to-face meeting and 200 or 300 coming in virtually. I mean, we're going to have to change our thinking about our face-to-face meetings totally, I think, eh?
But they still could be so much fun, Chip.
Well, I'm sure they would. Hey, the 50 that came would have a good time. I'm not worried about that. But we might lose half the regular crowd. Just some thoughts.
Dawn, Clay, Chris, and then Gail.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate Chip's comments. I think the hybrid meeting is a whole new world, and in conversation with Patty, I think a lot of us who've thought a little bit about it recognize it as a very different animal. I wonder if there isn't a role in this for the future meetings committee, or maybe an expanded version of that, to start looking at bids from hotels, from venues, about what they would offer and what they would charge, if only for educational purposes for the organization. I think that's one avenue to collect information about options. And then, with a smaller organization like ours, I'm not sure it's in our interest to be an early adopter, but to maybe let some other organizations go first and work out more of the technology, the pricing, those kinds of options. But definitely interested. I do think this is the future. I would tweak Chip's comments slightly in that I think it's a way to grow the organization in a significant way. I think hybrid meetings have the potential to be much larger affairs in general than our traditional in-person or the fully online versions that we're doing this week and last year. So I think there is opportunity, but a lot of work to do to figure it out.
Oh, I agree with you. I think the overall attendance would be much greater. But boy, the personal interchange and experience of doing face-to-face is going to take a hit like you can't believe, I think. Or could, I mean, it could be. I mean, I think it's a real possibility. I mean, imagine a meeting with 50 people face-to-face and 300 or 400 on the virtual end.
I don't think we're going to get.
I would argue that I don't think in-person meetings are dead. I think that there's a pretty significant contingent of folks, even young folks, that will get a lot of value out of meeting in person. So I don't think they're dead.
Okay, that's good to hear. I mean,
our meetings, we have, well, this year we have right around 200 registered, but we have 75 presentations. So it's smaller. I think people are getting a little sick of this. I think we might be able to offer for a small fee access to viewing the presentations after the fact, so that folks can have access to the science and reconnect kind of asynchronously. I like Don's point that we should not be the early adopter trial runners, but be on top of the trends and what's working and what's not.
so by that, do you mean we should perhaps not have a virtual session for next year's meeting, have it all totally face-to-face or in person? I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're saying, Patty.
I don't know. I think we should be creative, but we need to be reasonable about what we bite off, because it's a ton of work. And it's these people in this screen right now that are doing all the work for all the society, and to add the complexity of combining it with in-person, it's not just it's a multiplier, it's not an addition. So we'll see. I am pretty confident that Dale's going to have some good ideas, and they should have some strong feelings about what they're able to do. I'm sure they've looked into it. Woody looked into it last spring. I just can't remember what the numbers were. But the hotel had services. They were using all of the technology. So I think that business is getting there already.
Clay?
Yeah, no, I would, yeah, I mean, I think what Don said, I think I agree completely. I mean, Airbnb, I just heard on NPR today, posted their best quarter ever. I think people are ready to travel again where they can and do it safely. So I don't think in-person meetings are dead. I wonder if for next year, I know we need to talk to Dale and all that, but I would I would urge us to consider a virtual component of next year's meeting. Because if we go reverse and it's strictly in person, I just think that could alienate folks that aren't able to travel to the meeting, right? Whether it be travel, I mean, whether it be costs, COVID, whatever. And I'm not saying a true hybrid, like you've got people in the room and people in Zoom land, that gets a little wonky. But I'm just throwing out ideas. I'm not saying they really have merit, but you know, maybe a session or two that are virtual. And for those of us in person, you know, that might be a little weird. Do you go to your hotel room to watch the session and then go back downstairs to watch? I don't know how that would work, right? But if you had a few sessions that were strictly virtual, I just throwing an idea out there. That way, folks that can't come, that still want to be a part of our society, I don't want us to not have a virtual option. I do agree with Don and Patty that I don't think we need to be the early adopters and stick our neck out there, but I think having some virtual component is of merit.
Could you have a whole day ahead of, or, you know, one whole day that's virtual? Or would that be, again, too many people who are there face to face have to run to their motel room?
Well, I think what Caroline just said is a great point, right? Come to the plenary sort of auditorium, right? And everybody's virtual, but I mean, there are ways to do it, but I just don't want us to nix virtual because I do think it's opened a lot of doors.
Yeah, no,
if there's anything good from COVID.
I agree with that.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, look at the Heron Symposium. I mean, we've people from all over the world contributing, and if it was just face to face, that would not have happened. I don't think.
Chris, you had a question or comment?
I just had a comment. So up until our 2 virtual meetings, you know, it's the local committee that decides what they're going to do and how the meeting's going to be structured and what the costs are going to be. So, you know, it's going to be up to Dale to look at all of those and figure out, you know, how this all can work. It's really not council's role to try and second guess hybrid versus a hybrid session versus all in person. I think we can have some input, which I think we're having, that we want some sort of virtual piece somehow, but it's really up to Dale and whoever the local committee is to figure out how they can make that work and what the cost points for registrations will be to be able to make a meeting, you know, show break even at the worst and maybe show some profit. But you know, it's going to be up to whoever that local committee is. And, you know, it gets really hairy. It's going to be much hairier. It's hard enough to plan the registration fees with just early bird regular student versus regular. And so we'll have another component in there, but that's going to be up to the local committee to make that all work.
Thanks, Chris. Gail?
Yeah, like the comments so far, I agree that I totally agree with Don and comment. I don't think we should be doing for the high flex, you know, full on hybrid. But I also agree that some people, you know, we've been talking about students and you know, being broke and we're never giving them enough money to cover the full cost of going to conferences. And so I do think it's very important. Some students are going to be able to go, but some students who could attend from India that wouldn't have been able to otherwise come, right? So I think it's an important aspect that I would want to see maintained. And I will say, to Chris's point, I mean, council does approve, you know, packages, future meetings packages. So I think, you know, even though there might be changes because of all the COVID complications, I think Texas might be maybe an outlier, but we do approve proposals. So I think we could have some input as to how things are done in the future. Right?
I mean, I usually review them and work with the local chair and, you know, hey, do I think this will pass or do I not think it will not? So, I mean, I give them that kind of guidance and point them in those directions. but it might be a little bit more difficult with this one.
Thanks. Danielle?
Yeah, I was just gonna comment that I think we need to somehow incentivize doing face-to-face, because if you give people the option to go virtual, and if their employer sees that there's a virtual option, they might not get approved to do the travel.
Right.
And we all know how valuable it is to be in person whenever possible and be able to have those interactions. So I think it's important to have a virtual component, but I think that should be minor compared to the rest of it. Because it's going to be costly, and you're not going to be able to ask people who are going virtual to pay $200 for registration. So I think we need to consider that. I think if everybody gets the same thing, whether they're virtual or in person, we're going to lose money in that sense. Yeah, I just think you could have a virtual component. You could have certain things that are talks that are on demand, for certain sessions or topics. And like everybody else was suggesting, there was a lot of good suggestions on how to make that happen. But I think we have to consider trying to make an in-person meeting, what people want to do, if possible.
Could you ever have a distance limit on it, saying that you'll only accept virtuals from people who are more than 1,000 miles away from the meeting site or a given distance?
I think we wouldn't want to do that. I really like how Danielle's framed it as incentivizing, and also making it very hard for an employer to say no to the travel and yes to the virtual if an employee wants to travel. I think, there's a lot of creative ideas being thrown into the chat, which I really like.
Yeah. Ricardo, you're up next.
I agree with what Danielle said. I mean, and Patty brought it up earlier, if we're doing a virtual option, working for a state agency, they're always going to go with the cheapest option with no travel. And, there's a lot of value in meeting in person, but I do agree. I mean, I think if one option I'm all for, if we're having meetings in North America and we're a truly international society, we should be giving the option for folks outside North America to be presenting presenters to be in video. Not so sure I'm too hot about having the whole separate sessions or hybrid sessions where the audience and the presenters are virtual. As somebody that's going to be organizing the Florida meeting, I think that just doubles the complication of organizing a conference. It's complicated enough to organize a conference without adding a second component.
Thanks, Ricardo. Erica?
It's kind of on, Ricardo's point there, that if we're going kind of low tech virtual, I said this before, but just at the university, when we give lectures, we have a console where we show this, show the slides, we put our PowerPoint presentation on, and you can actually just put Zoom on at the same time, and it's very low tech. And so it's just a Zoom meeting. So they're watching it at the same time synchronously, and they can ask questions. And so maybe that would be the way of, it wouldn't be early adopters of anything fancy, although I like the idea of seeing what the IOC is doing, but it would be a relatively, I think, inexpensive way, as long as wherever you are has a console that has connection to the internet, you can do it. So, because I could sign on to my Zoom account, for example, and just, give that link. So I don't think we could have to make, I agree with Ricardo. I think we shouldn't have like separate sessions, although it's a nice idea to have different time zones, but it does make it really complicated.
Cool. Thanks, Erica. Kate?
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, blending into all of this. So I think part of it in terms of bringing people into a meeting is to make sure that we're having locations where people want to go. Because things are ramping back up for all sorts of societies at this point, and making choices in terms of where I'm going to spend my funds and which conferences I'm going to go to in person versus which ones I'm going to encourage my students to go to, or that I'm going to go to virtually, are not only part of the society, but then also part of it is part of whether I want to go to Texas or whether I want to go to New Zealand, you know, that year, or Montreal or something like that. So, so part of it is also making sure that our meetings are happening in places that people want to go to, and that we really communicate that they're fantastic places to see water birds, right, for those field trips, and to make them really appealing to our membership, to make them desirable meetings to attend in person in the first place. Otherwise, my university is not going to pay for more than one conference a year, if not every other year, if I'm lucky. But I also think, from what Erica was saying, like, to get buy-in online, and even the idea for some of these like purely virtual sessions, I think if we had virtual sessions where the presenters were virtual, we could have individual sessions that way, right? But we could also have the Zoom kind of deal where we have comments or questions coming in on the side from virtual attendees that were through any and all of the sessions, so long as the moderators are able to kind of keep track of questions that are coming in, or able to kind of give people ability to unmute themselves and ask questions real time during the sessions, and be present and participate. So I think you know, part of it is also making sure we're drawing people in, that we're going cool places, that we're telling people these are spots. You know, Nebraska was never a place that I necessarily wanted to go, but I was super pumped, you know, when I got there and I got to experience what happened at that meeting and got on those field trips and things like that. And I think making sure that our local committees are really putting forth why our meeting is worth attending in person is worthwhile becomes very important, but then also potentially making those opportunities available to access the talks from a virtual standpoint. But presenters, potentially we could have sessions for just virtual presentations. And some of us, I would be happy to sit in a room and look at a screen and see a virtual presentation with everybody else sitting around me also viewing the same virtual presentation, and we could ask as a group questions. I don't think that that's necessarily something that we couldn't do, right? So I think there's a bunch of different modalities that we could use to make these things really successful, where we could have a combination of those things. But the other thing that I'm seeing out of a lot of societies, and this has been going on for the last, I want to say 4 years, is that the deadlines for abstract submissions and the decisions have been further out, 6 months out, 8, 9 months out from the actual meeting, so that we understand what sort of participants are actually attending these meetings. And that helps us, I think, for the local committees to understand what the in-person component would be versus what the non-in-person component would be for them, so that we can try and figure out the financials and how to actually coordinate for blocking of hotels or whatever needs to happen, so that we can get the things done that we need to do. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Kate. Clay?
Yeah, no, actually everybody in chat stealing my thunder, which is great. But Gail, I'm impressed. You can chat really well while walking on a treadmill. That's impressive. I can't even chat well sitting on a desk. But no, Ricardo, to your point, not to put more. I mean, you have the good fortune of being president-elect and organizing a local meeting, so you've got a lot of work. But no, I guess to me, and Gail and Don, exactly, I think what was my thinking is that, you know, maybe the week before the meeting, right? Or just something, you know, we find a region, right, or a group or whatever that wants to host a virtual meeting, and the fee is minimal or whatever it would need to be, and it's separate, and it, you know, like was just put in chat, right? The Heron Symposium, like Chip said, there's no way. We've got folks coming from every continent except Antarctica tomorrow. That's not going to I mean, it happened in New Bern, believe it or not, but it's not likely to happen all the time. And so offering a virtual component for our members that can't travel, I don't want to see that die. I do understand the complications it makes for a local meeting. And I definitely look forward to local meetings, but I hope that we consider some sort of virtual option.
Thanks, Clay. Kaz?
Yeah, I would just sort of add to that. I agree that it, you know, I think that the virtual meeting will just add to the in-person meeting. I don't think it will detract from it at all. I think that if people can travel, they will. And if they can't, they may then also participate virtually. So I suspect that we'll actually get a much bigger enrollment, because we'll have the most of the enrollment, if not all of the enrollment that we would have had of an in-person meeting, in-person people, and then we'll have these additional people who weren't able to travel. And you know, there's lots of reasons you can't travel, not just about funds, it's also family commitments and teaching commitments and other things. So I think it's just a way to be more inclusive, to include the virtual. I don't think there'll be very many people who could travel but won't, but there will be people who can't travel but will attend anyway because they can attend virtually.
Thanks, Kaz. Yeah, I agree. It's a way to enhance, and you know, there might be a small detraction, but I don't think it's going to be huge. And especially with some of the ideas that have been thrown around, they're really good, and we can be creative and low tech and still maintain some of those components. So it doesn't look like there's any more questions, and I know Dale has logged on, so welcome, Dale. And I guess, Chip, are you ready to?
Sure, fire up.
Yep.
Let me just give a bit of an introduction about the Future Meetings Committee for those who are new here. We've had a Future Meetings Committee for many years, perhaps, I don't know, 20 or more. The three of us have been involved since 2008 or thereabouts, I think. The role of the Future Committee's member is twofold. One is to find a location that we would find attractive and go to, something very desirable. And the other is to find a person or people to be the local chair. And then we guide them through the preparation of the proposal. As somebody was mentioning, yes, council gets to vote on a proposal that's being put forth, but preparing that proposal is the job of the local committee in conjunction with members of the Future Meetings Committee, because we've prepared many before. We've got examples that they can follow. There's a handbook that we hand out on how to prepare for a meeting. So those are our roles. And once the proposal has been accepted, then we don't have a lot to do with it because it's been laid out what they're going to do. I mean, we're there for consulting, but it's usually the local chair that takes it, and local committee that takes it on from there. So with that, yes, let's have Dale give a spiel, and let's hear what you've got to say, Dale.
Hey, Chip. Hey, folks. Great to be here. And sounds like I logged in just when there were some really relevant things being discussed. And my question list just got shorter from what I heard. So maybe we can get through some of this quickly. So just building on what Chip said, it's great to be here. I came to Texas 11 months ago and quickly volunteered to help Woody and other folks that were going to do the meeting in 2021 in Texas. And of course that got postponed. And so helping Woody as best I could from afar, because he's in Galveston, I'm here in Corpus, was getting more and more difficult. So we've been chatting and talking, and I think we're both kind of on the same page that it makes sense, since I'm local, to sort of take this on, and Woody's going to be right with me on this, and lots of other folks in Texas, pretty much everybody I can think of. I see lots of faces here, or several. place trying to black his screen out, but I know he's there. So anyway, that's sort of how that's just a prelude to sort of how I got here. And I want to say, I saw Chip sent out this big to-do list for this meeting. It was only 10 days ago I had the conversation with Woody. So what you're going to hear is someone who's been on the job for 10 days. So that hopefully brings the bar down a little bit. So I hope I have some questions, and I have some things that I have learned. I did spend some time reaching out to a good colleague and a person who has a company putting meetings on to get some understanding of what's involved in the hybrid range of options, which is almost mind-numbing when you really get down into it. And you guys touched on a lot of the different possibilities. What I came away with is pretty much anything is possible. It's just a matter of money and time. And so, you know, I didn't hear much about that in this conversation, but I know you guys were thinking about it. As you add that complexity, you start to add the costs for, you know, facilities. You have more people. We've got to have people monitoring chat and so on. So I don't know how far you want to get down in the weeds with that, but I'll just say there is a little, you know, there's a little bit more to dig into once you all decide on, you know, kind of what degree you want for this next meeting. We can kind of go from there. You ready to jump into some questions?
Well, I'll just jump in, Dale, and say that was the whole reason for our conversation before you got here, was
Okay.
to kind of bounce ideas and figure out where the council was on the degree of hybrid. And I guess one of the takeaways is that we want to be able to preserve the in-person atmosphere and excitement, encouraging people to travel if they can, and finding a way that we can incorporate hybrid or virtual options. So I don't think we have any expectation or desire to have a fully integrated hybrid meeting. Don's point was that we're a small organization. We shouldn't be breaking the ground on these you know, fully immersive experiences. So we're also attentive and sensitive to the local committee and what you think you're able to handle at a cost that is good for everyone. So some option, there are several options for having an international session or a virtual day. No decision, just a lot of conversation about some aspect that's virtual.
Okay. We can come back to that. Let everybody stew on what all transpired today and at the conference in the next few days, and we can kind of circle back. But I think that's probably one of the top three things we have to sort of nail down. The first would be the dates for sure, because it seems like everything flows from that. And then probably the very next thing will be what that format looks like. And then once we get that in place, we can really start to get down to specifics, cost and so on.
Well, I think most of our dates in the past have probably been started from the second week of October to the second week in November. I think most.
Okay. I have to apologize because I kind of came in this late, so I don't know how much discussion there was, but I did get some text from Woody saying that the suggested dates would be from October 31st to Friday, that's a Monday, to Friday, November 5th. But you know, that's not set in stone. That was just something that must have transpired between Woody and other folks. And then there's about 5 dates that we should definitely avoid. November 8th is National Election Voting Day in the US. November 11th is Veterans Day. November 13th to 17th is CTAC. June 27th to July 1st is American Ornithological Society in Puerto Rico. And then November 6th and 7th is the Wildlife Society in Spokane. So there's a lot going on in that November time, it looks like, first 2 weeks in November, but nothing before the 8th. So that would leave lots of room, I think, going, if you wanted to move it earlier, but anything up to the 8th would be fine. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
But what's the location? Do we have any sort of constraints on the location?
Well, okay, that's a great point. Let me just go through what I've got and we'll come back to like these questions I have starred, which hopefully we could circle back to them. I do have a couple slides from like the venue that Woody's been corresponding with and who I've talked with. Do you want me to sort of show some of those slides? They have a bunch of canned stuff and it gives you a feel for the location and the venue, and nothing's locked in stone yet, but I think Woody's had a fair bit of discussion already up to this point. So I kind of stepped in with the idea that, there's been some progress made on this and that would be the recommended venue. Do you want to see what that actually looks like? Go through some slides, or what would you like to see?
I think that would be great.
Okay, let me share my screen then real.
Because partly the exact dates are somewhat determined by availability of hotels, with the caveat of the weeks that we're avoiding. So, we don't always get to pick exactly when, and we try and just have a broad framework of when we usually have this meeting, but that usually is not set in stone.
That's a really good point. If we have a little flexibility, like say we choose, we always want to whatever, Monday to Friday, and we would prefer this week, but we have some flexibility, that may actually be a good thing. Although I didn't get the sense that availability was really an issue. Of course, that could change, I guess, week to week, but it seemed like the hotel was pretty hungry for business, for conference type business, which is obviously good for us. All right, so this is just a couple quick, see if I can get this up. Everybody seeing that okay?
Yes.
So Corpus Christi, just some real quick background, about 300,000 people. Some people say it has sort of a small town. Coming from South Florida, most definitely. For folks in smaller towns, obviously, they'll still feel like, a little bit of a hustle and bustle. Let me have a different view here to where I can see the screen. This is sort of the waterfront area. There's about 5 hotels kind of down there. There's a marina, quite a large public walking, running area along the water. They've done a nice job of preserving it. There's an art museum there. What else am I missing? There's 40 restaurants and bars within 10 blocks probably. So there's really not necessarily a need for people to drive anywhere, because I think the thing could be contained within the Omni, and then there's places within the hotel, but also not so far away. So lots of access. Just for your refresher, geography, we're kind of way down here, in this lost area that nobody seems to. In Florida, like I would see everybody passing through. Well, nobody passes through Corpus Christi. Like I think I realize now you have to be wanting to come here. I don't think it's on the road to too many places. But I show you this slide because there's an airport here in Corpus, but there's also a pretty large airport in San Antonio. If you come through Corpus, you're going to have to go through one of the hubs, Houston or Dallas, commonly. But the other option that people sometimes do is they go into San Antonio, which you can get to from lots of places, pretty reasonable. And it's about 2 hours. And Clay, you might correct me on this. I've only made the drive once. I think it's about 2 hours from the airport to Corpus.
Yep.
So, and it's an interstate the whole way, pretty straightforward. It does get you in a car though. So the other option, the hotel has free shuttle back and forth to the airport. So again, if you don't want to, if you're car averse, you can definitely do the conference here and not have to get into one. All right, anything? Oh yeah, that's the shot of the Omni. This is the building. This really is pretty much the entire downtown in terms of anything of any height. There's a banking center. There is off to the right, there's the museum, and there is a convention center, but it's a few stories tall, but the rest of it is pretty much right here. And then it's pretty much water. Most of these rooms have water view somewhere. So you definitely get the feeling that you're really down on the waterfront. Now, Clay, have you ever spent time down here on the waterfront, stayed at the Omni?
I have, years ago, the Wildlife Society with
Okay.
their, the Texas chapter, which is like bigger than the national chapter. But yeah, it's a nice venue, and like you said, you don't really need a car.
No.
It's just a matter of getting to the place. But yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
In
Corpus
terms of-
is.
In terms of access, it seems like a little bit larger version of New Bern,
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it.
and we all love New Bern.
Yeah. No, that was a great meeting. And this is the shot of the airport. So it's 15 minutes or so from the hotel. It's complimentary shuttle. American, United, and Southwest are the three big ones, and maybe the only ones. I'm not sure about that. But I don't know about Southwest. I know they do fly a lot of direct flights, but American and United have hubs in Houston and Dallas, so not too far away. Very, very easy to get around. That's a shot of the building itself. Rooms, they've got just under 500 guest rooms, 27 suites, 1-bedroom suite, 1 3-bedroom suite, 181 deluxe kings, 293 deluxe doubles. So pretty good assortment of rooms. They're decent. I mean, I've stayed there before. Like I said, the views are good. So you don't get the feeling that you're gonna have, you're scrimping or anything up with the accommodations. Dining options in the hotel. There's kind of an expensive restaurant on the very top floor, and great food, but pretty expensive, pretty pricey. There's a couple of other options within the hotel. There's a bar and lounge. And then again, you're not far from lots of other places. And then I think Clay, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's this unique Texas thing about good little Mexican restaurant in a gas station. And never would I take someone to eat in a gas station except for this place. But you know what I'm talking about, Clay? These Laredo taco places that are everywhere.
I do. All good breakfast tacos are at a gas station.
It's crazy, right? But it's been fun learning about this. And these are just some of the places pretty close by. This place is pretty cool. This Water Street restaurant. The guy is a local entrepreneur who just jumped into oyster farming. He wants to be the first. I think he may be the first licensed oyster farm in the state, and he's trying to get a supply chain going for his restaurant. So it's kind of interesting. Eating space, it's not so different from anything of this size. You got a couple ballrooms which can be broken up. It's a little bit smaller one here. I don't know if this is showing on my screen or not. Let me try to move by. Yeah, move this over. These individual rooms. I think this is on the 3rd floor. Pretty much the whole 3rd floor is all meeting space. And then there's some other rooms on the 1st floor as well. So you kind of have a combination of those two things. But for the size of meeting that we would expect to put on there, I think you could probably meet pretty much everything you need here on this setup they have on the 3rd floor. By the way, if you have questions, people just jump in here. I can't see anybody with the screen that I have here now, so can't see hands going up or anything. So feel free to just jump in. Get back here. This is just an idea of the square footage, dimensions, which is kind of down in the weeds, but we have a number of different options for that. The way the pricing works, if I remember right, is they tend to give you, depending on how many rooms you fill, the meeting space is complimentary or maybe some small charge. The institute I work for, the Hart Research Institute for Gulf of Mexico Studies, has a relationship with this Omni, and we've got a good price apparently through them, and they'll do what they can for us. I'll just say that they've been really good to work with so far. And there's just some pictures of the meeting space, typical kind of ballroom. The one thing that's not typical is pretty much every room you go to, you see this kind of backdrop. It's very nice. You definitely, again, gives you that feeling that you're not far from the water. Given that we are the Waterbird Society, nice feature. Just some bar space, common meeting areas. Again, looking at pretty much every window you see, you got a nice view. These are just some local attractions within walking distance. This is the art museum down here. This is a drive. This is 15, 20 miles away. Well, actually, they're saying 24. This is nearby. Tourist stuff. If you bring the family, there's a few things for them to do. I'm not sure how much of this will be going on in November, but certainly are a lot of people there now. So maybe. Just some other stuff, local attractions. This is a shot of the university where I'm at. Actually, there's my building right there. And you can see me up on the 3rd floor with a spotting scope trained out here and picking up the brown booby every now and then that makes its way across the bay. So it's one of the treats of working here. And that's it for the visual tour. Questions before we go on to the text? Comments?
It looks good, Dale. I was just wondering, like at that time of year, and in the area, is there option for field trips at all, or?
Yeah, that I think you're going to be really happy with that. Depending on exactly which date you could get whooping cranes, we ought to try to structure it so we get whooping cranes. Not the eastern ones that are introduced, but the real ones that are up there in Canada in the summer. They start coming down around mid-October thereabouts, and so by early November there should be some birds down anyway. Although not the numbers you see a little later, but and then aside from that, of course, I've got a great group of people I'm thinking of for tapping into for field trips here locally. Got Laguna Madre. There's some great wetlands nearby that can be driven to. There's potential for some boat trips. Laguna Madre is firm sand bottom, really wade friendly place and lots of access, lots of cool places to see. So I think field trips, people will be pretty happy with that. And certainly Clay would have lots of other ideas, I'm sure, many more than I do about options. But we do have a good number of local people who have already sort of, kind of inquired about, and they're excited about getting involved. Audubon, Coastal Bend Basin Estuaries Program.
How far are you from Aransas?
We are about
less than an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say 30 miles,
Yeah.
maybe not more than that.
Depends
Probably
on the
faster
ferry.
by boat.
Yeah, depends on the ferry, but yeah, you're not far from Ranzas. So depends on when we come, but whooping cranes may have returned by then. So yeah, that'll get Gopi there.
Yeah. Of course, those reddish egrets are weed species here. You see them driving down the causeway. They're flying by my window.
Chris had a question.
So just a comment. So often our in-person meetings are actually council meeting on Tuesday, the scientific meeting Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday with our banquet Saturday night. So, don't get tied into Monday to Friday because, I guess I personally prefer the Wednesday council meeting, scientific on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so that one doesn't have to take the whole week off of work and you can travel on a Sunday or do some field trips. So anyway, I think our days and our weeks can be flexible depending on, how it works at your end.
Okay, that's great. I didn't know if you had a tradition for, days of the week that you tend to start.
And perhaps that's an area that flexibility could improve the price point.
Yeah. Sounds good. Let's see. All right, so talked about location, we talked about travel, venue, other hotels. Okay, so this is just along the waterfront now. So walking distance, there's a Holiday Inn, Best Western Corpus Christi, and Holiday Inn's 2 blocks from the Omni, Best Western Corpus Christi 6 blocks, Residence Inn Marriott 10 blocks, Budget Inn and Suites 14 blocks, Emerald Beach Hotel 16. Those are all the walking ones along the water. There's a whole set, along the interstate, typical, hotels that you would expect to find there. So those of course are further, a few miles away. You'd have to drive and have a car and stuff. But I think all of these could be within walking distance. And this time of year is pretty good. I mean, weather here tends to be like a front will come through, and then there's like 5 or 6 or 7 days of heavenly weather, and then the fronts last like a day. So it's really a pretty good time. So far, I've enjoyed it probably the most of any month. It's been a great sort of October, November. And let's see, what else can I show you? The downtown, well, you kind of got a feel for that already. It's pretty much all about the water and organizing committee. So as I said, I kind of stepped in. Woody has been gracious and was like, I'll help with whatever he's learned so far and willing to help out going forward. He said, be sure to put Clay up front on everything. So he's on the committee. And then Woody had reached out to three other people already. So I'm going to make sure to include them if they're interested going forward. And I'm betting they are. And then I'd like to get some South Texas folks that I know that are nearby, and I think would be a nice addition. So the committee itself might be a little bit larger than what you're used to, but I'm kind of expecting, a little bit of complexity there with some sort of hybrid type, format of some sort. And then some subcommittees, which could range from one person to, several, somebody with audio visual, maybe social media, and maybe you'll jump in and say, oh no, we have somebody here in council that can do that already. Audio visual, social media, student services. I like to connect up with university folks, get some student activities, fundraising. That's something I can help with. We do have some options there, and field trips, which I've already started kind of lining folks up. There's sort of just at a glance, kind of 5 subcommittees that I think would be useful. Any comments or thoughts on that? Okay, fundraising. I'll say one thing about fundraising. I'm aware that budgets are going to be finalized in many cases, by the end of December. So we'll want to get something in, I would say, by the end of November at the latest, so that I don't have to go to some of these organizations after their budgets have been submitted, but before. So we probably will want to circle back with you guys on that pretty quickly. Come up with some sort of planned budget. That brings me, I had a question in regards to, oh yes, your kind of your revenue model for this. And I don't remember when I was on council, it seemed like we tended to make a little bit of money, but it wasn't a big revenue generator. And I didn't know what your feeling was for this, given that it's probably going to have some kind of hybrid component. Is this going to be revenue neutral? Do you see it as a generator? Are you willing to suck up a little bit of a deficit? I mean, kind of where do you want to come in with this thing?
Our usual policy is to not lose any money. So we want to break even. If we make 10, 15, 20%, great, but we don't like going in the red at all.
Okay, that helps a lot.
And I think, Dale, it's been the sentiment that if we don't look at it as a generator, revenue generator, then that keeps costs for students and other folks reasonable. So that break-even point is I think a good place to strive.
Yeah,
that's great. It also comes in the fundraising part of this, because you just have to be more aggressive with it if you're trying to stay in the black, if you're incurring greater costs. And I'm getting lots of positive comments from people. I mean, I found out shortly after I got here that Corpus Christi bills itself as the birdiest city in America, which I think is great. The mayor actually sent me a little note when she found out that they had a bird person come to the university. That's how serious they are about their birds here. So I want to push that a little bit and see, who's willing to pony up for this meeting of bird professionals around the world. I'm kind of interested, kind of curious, kind of excited about it. Like, again, because there's a lot of people talking about it, but hopefully we can tap into that.
Yeah, Dale, I mean, you know, the folks like, I mean, you could certainly talk to David Newstead and others, but yeah, the city definitely champions birds. They beat out San Diego regularly as the birdiest city in America, and they definitely take pride in that. So I think there is some potential there, you know, getting the city involved, you know, or Chamber of Commerce, Convention Center or something.
All the above, yeah. I mean, if you're going around billing yourself as the birdiest city in the country, surely you can support some, you know, a group of people dedicated to that. But we'll see. Anyway, I'm kind of interested to see what we can do there.
Hey, Dale, I was just wondering if the plan is still to have a joint meeting with the Texas Waterbird Group or other organizations.
Well, that's another question I had for you. Woody had mentioned it as a possibility, if it's something that council had entertained. I've not attended one before, so this is where you'll have to jump in here. It doesn't strike me as one, a large group, or two. Well, my understanding is there's typically no fee, so it's pretty informal. So it might not add too much to the cost of this thing, except if they're kind of put off by the fact that there is a registration fee. If they're not used to paying.
Well, no, Dale, one thing is Chris still on? Oh yeah, Chris is still on. One thing I can't remember, and Sarah's not on it, but like, there's different models, Dale, that we could approach, right? So the Texas Waterbird meeting, I don't know, in Zoom world, we may have 50 people on. In person, back in the day, it was more like 30 or 40. But the one thing we did for New Bern, I believe, was when the Atlantic Marine Bird Consortium, if I remember the name of the group right, they wanted to sort of meet while we're at New Bern. And we charged a fee where they could just pay for the day, and they had a day registration fee if they didn't want to come for the whole week. But that at least put them there at our meeting for a day, or they could register and attend the whole week. Chris, does that sound right?
Yes, and then what we did in Maine is the oyster catcher people,
That's right.
Anyway, whatever that group was, they had kind of their meeting in, the day after and in conjunction, and the same kind of thing, offer of, if they wanted to attend ours, that would be great, or, a 1 day kind of thing. So again, there's lots of flexibility to have, some cross fertilization and meeting with, but maybe not totally integrated the two meetings together. So I think everybody, we're always open to these kinds of suggestions and, work to make it work for both parties.
Chris, are you in the Maryland meeting where we had the American Oyster Catch Working Group a couple days before the Waterbird meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we can certainly explore it. I think this, it sounds like this is a small enough group where it doesn't scare me too badly that, we're starting to talk about a joint meeting so late. I came to it late. We're less than a year out or thereabouts. So it's just a little bit more complicated to try to coordinate, but I don't think it's a very large group, right? It sounds like this might not be such a big lift to have something associated with waterbirds here.
No, and Dale, we're meeting next week, right? So
right,
the timing's perfect. We can talk next week and kind of get it solidified.
And see what the view is from that side. Okay, we'll leave that as a question mark for now.
At the 2016 meeting in New Bern, which was pre-COVID, we had about 250, 260 attendees. So, you can keep that in the back of your mind, and then we'll see what the COVID thing, how that flushes out, and what the travel restrictions and travel hesitancy might be. But I don't think we'd get any more than that. Well, who knows? But that's what we had in New Bern, 250, 260.
And that's the other big part of this is if you you could give me a number, or do we want to poll? I mean, polling's pretty cheap and
Yeah, I think, yes.
and easy, so we
I
could.
think we definitely have to poll.
Okay, okay, good. Because the other split would be what sort of, who might attend just virtually, and then who would be in person, because that's another big part of the cost formula. So that's great. So who actually will do, can I work with someone on like kinds of questions and stuff? Who's the person that would actually send the poll out?
I think Schneider does, don't they?
I can facilitate that, Dale. When we sent out a survey last year, I can't even remember when it was. We've sent several, but the last one must have been the spring about the current meeting, and it was all over the place because some people, people just could not predict what COVID was going to look like, what their agency was going to allow.
I got to step away for a minute.
So we need to do it, but we also have to be prepared that the results will be messy.
Okay. So I will circle back with you and we'll aim to do something probably not too far off. Because that, again, that's going to be one of those important things to get squared away up front. Okay. Let's see, we started talking about the dates and location. Any questions on that? Location, any of that stuff?
I think the location seems good and we entertained it before. So I don't see any issues with that. I think it just comes down to having a cost estimate.
Okay.
And we would be thrilled to have a proposal to go forward with you, I think.
So should I look at that target set of October 31st to 5th, November 5th as a starting point and talk with them about, do we need to adjust that a little bit? Or is there already a feeling of, Monday to Friday is not the best? Let's get a couple, maybe a rank order of what you'd prefer for days of the week, and then we'll adjust it based on availability and costs and those sorts of things. We do that?
Yeah, Dale, I think if you look at the model of Wednesday through Saturday or Tuesday through Friday or whatever, Thursday through, something that's like Chris said, that's typically the model we've done. We've done others, but that's typically what we do.
Okay, so I'll start with that week with those, starting on a Tuesday or Wednesday of that, end of October, beginning November, and then we'll work from that.
Thanks for taking this on, Dale.
Yes, thanks,
We're all
Dale.
really excited about getting together again.
Yeah, I am too, for sure. It'd be great to see folks in person. And like I said, I'm excited about the location, the field trip opportunities I think are really going to be good. So yeah. I will probably, have still, some questions, and I'll probably circle back after I get a bit more information, nothing too formal, but just to get a feedback from folks, and we'll go from there.
Thanks, Dale. You had me at gas station burritos, by the way.
Oh man, it's crazy, right?
Okay, I think there's no further questions about future meetings. I think the only thing we have left to cover is the editor's report. Is that right, Kate?
I think so. Is Chip still on, or did he take off?
He's still out.
Okay. Then yeah, editor's report and then budget, and we're wrapping up.
Oh, okay. Why don't we do the budget?
Oh.
So if we don't anticipate any expenses coming in from the editor's report, then, I'm good with doing the budget now for so that we can kind of keep this moving.
Yep, that sounds fine.
So am I up?
You are up.
Okay, so let me share a screen here. Okay, so what everybody should be seeing now is the 2022 budget, and I'll just run through kind of quickly. It hasn't changed from what is up on Google Documents. What isn't reflected here, because I didn't have time, to further reduce what I'm anticipating on membership dues, but we can talk about that as we get down there. So first item is, we'll continue to transfer money from the endowment into our income, which then comes out down on expenses for our 3 research awards. I've downgraded the Bio One revenue from what we had this year for the reasons I explained a little bit earlier today. There's the 1-year time lag, so we're based on the money that we'll receive based on 2021 hits and the number of pages we have on in their system. Our membership dues, that's going to be a little tricky. That's going to be probably too high, this 14,000, because we will continue to lose money with the free memberships. When people often join so they can get the reduced rate at the meeting. So of course, if they're going to get free, they have no reason to join. And then page charges, I put at 21,000. That is kind of a crapshoot. It just depends on who the authors are and what their funding is. So anticipated total income is about $112,000. Expenses are fairly standard. Our Allen Press back issue storage claims, etc. Our awards that are coming from the endowment monies, Bio One expenses, credit card fees. Our dues have in there the OC money that we've allocated, the $6,000. And then most of the rest of that is for the Schneider Group. We do give the Ornithology Exchange $600 or so, to run OE, which, we apparently aren't using. Insurance is a fixed cost. Our journal editorial office, we've capped at 17,000. 12 or up to 12 will go to Paige to be our managing editor, and then the other 5 will be for our editor-in-chief. A new annual expense is our Scholar One amount, lease number $4,420. We always pay to mail ballots. Our meeting software, I've zeroed that out. Kate reminded me that we haven't committed to having Drifta for a second year, but you can see my note below when I get down there. Our miscellaneous expenses, wire fees, etc., might be a little bit on the high side. Officer expenses, I've reduced that to almost nothing. And then our printing and postage assumes 4 issues in 2022, and that's going to be a little bit determinative if we get all of 44 volumes 1 to 4 out this year, or if any bleed over into next year. And then our professional fees are Zoom, Dropbox, which is nominal, which will probably drop, our web page hosting, our domain name, etc. So our total expenses came in at $112,000. I'm missing a decimal point there. And then, so what we are is slightly in the hole, but I thought that was within the margin of error. We don't really ever pass a budget that's in the hole, but we've got a plus or minus. As I mentioned earlier, our student travel awards, and if we're going to be in person, we've committed $5,000, which is paid for now out of a dedicated line item from the balance sheet. And so So that's solid. That is not something that's in our operating budget. The meeting software expenses, which if it were Drift, it would be $2,632. So usually whatever's associated with the meeting is paid by the meeting. So, this $2,600 would be something that Dale would build into his budget and then reflected in the registration fees. Since we paid for it this initial year out of our special project funds, I was just kind of assuming it would be, as part of our operating budget, but that had to come out and be paid for with the meeting proceeds account or by the Texas meeting registration fees. So, we've got, I think, an acceptable budget. There's always enough not wiggle room, but enough uncertainties that we don't quite know where we're going to be, but this negative $245 in the hole is kind of within the margin of error. Questions?
Hey, Chris, thanks. I know, well, up in the next report, I'm going to propose that we put out 3 issues this year. So I know that needs a lot of discussion, but I'm just putting that out there that the printing fees might not be as high as you've forecast.
So when you say 3 issues, that throws up some red flags in my book. We would have to do a combined issue because the only reason we're getting good mailing rates is because we're a quarterly journal. So we can't decide all of a sudden we're just put out 3 issues. We're going to have to phrase this carefully so that we don't have to pay increased postage costs.
I meant combined issue 3 and 4.
But sometimes when you combine issues, it's actually larger than a single issue, a single issue would be, in which case you're still paying for, all the extra pages, et cetera. So, I'm glad you told me that because the printing and mailing could be less unless each of the 3 issues or the combined issue is larger than a single issue.
I don't think it's likely to be larger than a single issue.
Which is too bad because we need, published pages to keep our Bio 1 up and going and those revenues. So lots of downsides to not having, all the pages that we normally plan on having.
Yep, for sure. I really don't think we have an option though, but again, that's up for some discussion.
I was just trying to add up. Drifta doesn't add it up for you, but I think we'll have a significant revenue from this meeting to cover the cost of Drifta. Danielle, have you looked at that?
And what we had, I to show this during my regular report, but we have about, just because the past couple meetings have made some money, we have $45,000 in, you can see it, I don't know if you can see my cursor, holding meetings proceeds. So, this 45,000, we've been banking for several years. So that's to pay for student and non-North American scientists for travel to meetings. So, this additional money that we'll make off of this year's money will then go into this pot of money.
I think that answered my question, but I'm just wondering, so it sounds like the current year's meeting, we're trying to trying to generate enough revenue that will cover the next year's meeting software, or do we need to get in the habit of queuing the local committee to build that cost into their budget?
So I guess there's, in the past, for instance, when I did the meeting in La Crosse, and I think everybody, other people that have done it, the local university or whoever they're partnering with took care of the, the meeting registration costs, the software, the university, already had some software on hand. So I think it would be cleaner. Well, if we're going to have a contract with Drifta, then somehow we need to build it in. And I think the best place to build it in, as you just pointed out, would be to take it out of the meeting proceeds along with the student and non-North American scientist money. If we decide to blow off Drifta entirely and not renew them again, then that cost and that need will need to be covered by the local committee. We've tried in the past to try and make life easier on the local committee, by assuming that cost with us, so that then, they can just plan the meeting and not have to worry about building in the cost for registrations. But Corpus Christi, or Texas A&M Corpus Christi might actually have a continuing education group that handles meetings and the software and the abstract submission. So I guess that's kind of a negotiating and discussion point with Dale and his group. What are they covering? Because Drifta does the abstract submission, and the registration costs, and everything associated with that. So we can cover it here, or Dale can cover it.
Is there any more questions for Chris? Thanks, Chris. Okay.
So we're going to need at whatever the appropriate point is to a motion to accept this budget.
I move to accept Chris's budget for 2022.
I'll
Seconder?
second.
Thanks, Clay. Thanks, Kate. And everybody vote on the chat, please.
Looks like that passes. Thanks, Chris.
Okay. Just going to start with some stats. So if you look at rates of submission, so the blue line is sort of the mid-year tracking, the orange line is total for a given fiscal year. So those have been declining over time. It's a bit wonky here with articles versus notes, but basically like full-length articles have been declining over time, the number that we put out each year. And also there's been a slight decline in page charges over the long run as well. So all of you know, or probably know, the journal's been struggling the past year and a half, but I just want to point out that these are sort of longer term trends and things that hopefully we can turn around with the new editorial structure. And it also addresses things like redundancy. It's automated so that some of the long, unacceptably long, maybe turnaround times for reviews and time to publication will be reversed. So I'm really optimistic that we can change this. And also part of the like a defined part of both the managing editor and editor-in-chief's job is to promote the journal and actively attract authors and higher quality publications to the journal. So those are some of the long-term trends, and I just want to briefly kind of track over time. Yeah, so basically we've been behind on journal output since middle of 2020. The last issue of 2020, volume 43, was a combined issue. So we combined issue 3 and 4 and published that a few months ago. It went to print. The first 2 volumes of 2021, volume 44, 1 and 2. Number 1 went to the printers about 3 weeks ago, so that should be out in print imminently. 44.2 has been sent to the printers at least once. I think they're in the final stages, galley proofs and so forth. So that should be coming out right on the heels of 44.1. But that still puts us, we should have been publishing the 3rd volume of the journal a month ago. And before I talk about the next 2 issues, I just want to really thank Stephanie Jones stepped in. She's a former editor of Waterbirds. So she basically saved our butts, to be blunt. She helped with the copy editing for 44, so 43, 3 and 4, 44, 1, and 44, 2. So we're slowly getting back on track. Thanks in a large part to Stephanie and also a lot of people. It was basically all hands on deck, just trying to manage the situation that we had. And the current state, 44.3 is at the copy editing stage. There's 14 articles that have been accepted for that issue. And Paige has kindly agreed to step in and help with the copy editing for that issue as well. And that brings us to the last, or the final issue of 2021. So that would normally have been our 4th issue. It would have come out in December. Sorry, just let me backtrack 1 second. So 44.3, our September issue, Andy is projecting that it will be out or to the printers. I'm not even clear on what the deadline is, but sometime in mid-November. And I think even with Paige's help, I think there's a good chance of not meeting that deadline. So that pushes us into 44.4. And right now, Andy only has 10 submissions that are in a good enough state to be included in that last issue. So, and he's projecting December, meeting that deadline by December, which again, I think may or may not be realistic. So what I'd like to propose, instead of going on and trying to put out 4 issues this year, and that means backing things up into 2022 when we've got a new editor and managing editor coming on. What I think is that we should just combine. I know it has implications, but combining volumes 3 and 4 of this year, publishing them as a single volume, and that gives the incoming editors a clean slate that we can get back on track immediately for. And taking those 10 issues that Andy has earmarked for the last issue of this year, then it gives the incoming EIC at least some manuscripts to work with for March of 2022. So that's one thing I'd like to discuss as a group. The other thing is I really like Stephanie really stepped up, and I'd like to do something special to acknowledge that. Like basically she did all that work and she's only claiming expenses. So do something for Stephanie. Oh, sorry. Do you have something right now, Patty?
Yeah, I was gonna say Stephanie did seem amenable when I suggested that we could help her travel to our next in-person meeting as compensation. So I think as that gets closer and things kind of gel around the meeting and the dates and all of that, that we should offer some support for her to join us. She did not want to be paid in any way, shape, or form, but yeah, I don't know. She's not gotten the service award. We could move that right here and now and
At the
make
very
that
least.
award on Friday. That's a good point. Do we want to do that?
Does that have to go through the awards committee and all that, or the recognition committee?
Well, I'm 1/4 of the committee. It probably does. And again, there are criteria that are a little bit more long-term, but so yes, we shouldn't act hastily, even though I think in spirit, she absolutely deserves recognition. Oh, John's here too. So we've got 50%. Do you want me to see if I can get Dave Sheeler on the texter?
John, did you want to say something?
I really love the idea. I think that she's done some heroic work for us.
Oh, yeah.
Both now and in the past. I mean, I can't speak how much work she put into the special edition that Kate and I co-edited. And I would be 100% in favor of her getting a service award.
Okay.
So I believe that the committee simply makes a recommendation to the council, and so I think we could do that if the sentiment is here and the council would support that. I do think that would be a show of absolute recognition.
Yeah, I'd support that for sure.
Yeah, I support that. I think that'd be a great use of that award.
All right,
Okay.
well, I'll make the recommendation to council on behalf of 50% of the awards committee that we recognize Stephanie for her 2021 heroic event, heroic work to get us back on track. I mean, I have to say, getting this far caught up is all on her.
Yep.
It's all her. And I'll leave it at that.
And then, yeah,
So
no,
I'll go ahead and move that we accept the recommendations of the awards committee to provide this award to Stephanie this year.
sorry, what was that, Chris?
I was just making a formal motion to accept the recommendation of the awards committee to do the service award to Stephanie Jones this year.
Okay, thanks. Is there a second?
Don
Already
seconded it in the
seconded.
chat.
Okay, sorry, missed it. Okay, so everyone please vote. Looks pretty
like it passes.
unanimous, and we have a quorum, so that's good.
All right, so I'll contact her tomorrow and I'll add that to the program for Friday.
And there's just one other piece before we get into a discussion about how to deal with the current journal year, and that is thanks again. Like there's a lot of input from the publications committee into reimagining the editorial process. So thank you again. High pressure, short timelines, they really came through and made things happen. And but one of the elements of that editorial process is that it relies heavily on associate editors. So the EIC is really oversight, scientific, ensuring scientific quality of the journal, making final decisions. But the actual work will be done according to the vision of what this is the actual editorial work will be done by volunteer associate editors. So I thought one thing we can do to ensure that the new editorial team hits the ground running and, you know, kind of help them be as successful as they can be is to, if we actually start maybe polling or get something out there, just a call for associate editors, and maybe you know, what are your areas of expertise thematically or taxonomically, whatever, and then at least the incoming editor-in-chief has a pool of potential AEs that he or she can draw off of when they're there, so they're not starting from scratch. So that's something I'd like to propose and get going on ASAP, if people agree. Sounds like a good idea. Okay. Kate, did you have a question?
Maybe just something to, this might be a big push on the publications committee, but just because of the timing of the meeting and things like this, but if there are potentially white papers or something that comes out of really useful workshops, something like that comes out of our meeting that could be put together and submitted through the journal. For example, we've got the die-off panel discussion that's happening on Thursday, where potentially we could get something together in the next several weeks to submit to Waterbird Society in terms of a document that might be useful for editorial publication or something like that could be submitted through the publication. I don't know, like, I guess I'm just kind of like opening up potentially a discussion for this sort of thing when we're lean in terms of content, in terms of what's coming into individual publications, or, you know, like, you know, issue 1 versus issue 3 kind of deals, right? Where maybe we're having really good discussions and we come up with something that's really useful, a commentary, something like that. Is there a way that we can get those things through the journal that might be worth submitting through the publication?
Or just encouraging people to submit?
Yeah, like putting through white papers so that we can say, hey, we had this discussion, we're talking about these things are things that are important to us, and making them maybe more just making them it's hard because it's not an editorial, it's not necessarily a comment, you know, that sort of thing. It's sort of the white paper sort of thing, and we certainly don't want to have non-edited and not peer-reviewed items going through the system, but like what comes through our conferences and those sorts of discussions that are really relevant and hard-hitting and important, and maybe being reflected somehow in the publication itself.
Patty and Clay?
Dave, I was wondering, do you have a database of the papers in progress? This kind of goes to Kate's point in the chat.
No,
That's something that's been really hard to get a handle on. And we continue to get inquiries from authors who are missing communications. So I think Kate's right that we're getting submissions. Some are going out for review. I'm worried that some might not have gone out for review. We've got all these different stages. What's your latest take?
The latest take, I don't have a list of publications for issue 4, but there's 10 of them that have been submitted.
So does that, are we saying that those are the last 10 that were submitted this year? Like, I'm worried that with the transition, we're gonna lose papers that were submitted just because of record keeping.
That could be the case. And I also have to touch base with Paige because she's been the one receiving manuscripts since she started as well.
Okay, all right.
Or maybe is there room for like post-conference, you know, like if there's something where it's like, hey, we want to submit this thing from this working group that we've kind of come to this decision, or we've come to these comments, we've come to these ideas, and we want to bring it to the broader Waterbirds community and want to bring this open for large scale ideas, or, you know, like just ponder some of these questions that we're coming up with in these workshops that we're doing. Because we do workshops all the time where really great information comes out and it's not necessarily passed in a formal way. Is that a avenue to do that, or do we have an avenue to do that beyond the journal itself?
I think that I'll just jump in and say, I think Dave's proposal is a result of wanting to catch us up with the papers that are in hand and to introduce anything at the end of this week through the pipeline. The timing is not good, and past discussion on the council has been to keep the integrity of the journal with peer-reviewed journal articles. And we've tossed around the idea of having an online journalish type of thing, more in what you're describing, but we haven't had that conversation in a couple of years.
Well, I think that's a good idea for the first issue of next year. And then we have to do everything we can to build confidence back in the journal and make the job of the incoming editorial team so that they can actually succeed. Clay, you had a...
Yeah, I was just going to add, I mean, Kate, to your point, I mean, yeah, I think commentary is one thing, but I do think, and this is, Dave, this doesn't answer your question, but I mean, I think the new editor-in-chief, right? Hopefully the committee that's looking at that person, I would encourage us to consider review papers. Reviews get a lot of hits, and that ties into Bio One, that ties into dollars. And if you look at papers that are oftentimes the most cited, and Colson used to do this, because I know that when John was editor, he would solicit review papers. So I encourage us to consider those things, maybe not commentary, but definitely encourage people to do like a review of something. Anyway, but Dave, to your point, I am in support with, unless someone tells me the finances won't work, that we need to sort of, whatever the expression is, to just cut our losses at this point as far as get this year wrapped up and not put the new EIC and Page into a bind trying to catch up, and let them focus on 2022 and beyond.
Well, that's my thinking, Clay, because you're just prolonging the backlog. If you put the incoming editorial team at a disadvantage, then they're going to be behind, right? So I don't know. It's awful. It has real ramifications for the journal and for our revenue stream. But I don't see another option really. we take the loss this year and then, but it puts us in a really good position for next. Don,
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Yeah, to kind of flesh out your proposal a little more, you're talking about a single printed issue for the remainder of this year, this calendar year, that would include what's already in the pipeline for volume 3 and these 10 manuscripts for volume 4. It seems like there's a few ways that could happen. It could be a single bound issue, but it could be demarcated between a volume 3 and or issue 3 and issue 4. Or potentially it could even be two separately bound things that travel together, ship together. Which is your proposal, and kind of flesh out your reasoning for that particular proposal?
You're
Oh,
muted.
you're muted.
no, it's a really good point. There's not just one option of combining the two issues, the last two issues, but we could do two smaller issues but we still get into the backlog, right? So Andy's saying like he's aiming for mid-November to get it to a painter. There's going to be 2 or 3 week period where they do their thing, and then so that third issue is going to be published in December when the fourth issue should have been published. So like in terms of revenue, if it makes more sense to add some of those 10 remaining papers to beef up the combined 3 and 4, then that would make sense. And then there's still some papers left over for the incoming team to work with. That could be an option too, but I think we really have to think about one of those two things. Because getting, even if miraculously we make, let's say the fourth issue could be to the printer in January, it still leaves the incoming team with like 0 submissions to work with.
So I thought starting now, all the new submissions are going to the new managing editor and editor-in-chief. So that they could potentially have 6 weeks of manuscripts coming in that they're now considering and getting out for review for 45 number 1. Or am I misunderstanding what's happening for manuscripts that are coming in right now?
They're going to Paige, and like I said, I have to touch base with her, but I don't think she's been in the position for 6 weeks. It's been shorter than that.
But starting now till the end of the calendar year,
Yes,
6 weeks.
for sure.
So they're gonna, hopefully, people are sending manuscripts in to get into the queue, so they're gonna have something they can work with starting now for publication 45 number 1. If they're starting to receive manuscripts right now, so.
I mean, we could look at submission rates and prorate it for the rest of the year to kind of get some idea of how many submissions they might expect between now and then, and that would help. And it gets back to maybe we can beef up the combined last issue of this year, and still, have some of the incoming in the last month and going forward, and some of the, like a few or some of the submissions that were earmarked for the last issue of this year. I don't know. I think, like, I don't really understand how it affects our revenue stream. Like, maybe if we put out a bigger issue for the last 2 quarters of this year, if that helps us in that way, then yeah. Beefing it up might make sense, but if it doesn't, then you may come to a different conclusion.
This seems
Don?
like a big
Oh.
decision.
Yeah.
In our 14th hour of the
Yes.
workday. I mean, I think this is one that we start the conversation. We've discussed some of the issues, and we could follow up even during the week with an email.
Yep.
If we can figure out, and Chris can help us to say, okay, one big issue, or I guess now I've even lost what the trade-off is here. And I hate to have us rush a big decision like this when it would easily follow up with an email since we've started the conversation.
No, for sure. I just wanted to make everyone aware of it, and like, I don't know, we have a brutal reality to face and make a decision on. So I just wanted everyone to be aware of it, and I'll try to get more information on what stage the 44-4 manuscripts are in. But that could be a couple weeks before I get an answer. So.
Dave, I'll just jump in here. I really support what you're trying to do here, and kind of close this chapter, turn the page, and create as good a situation as we can for the new editorial team. And I think if that means there's no issue 4, I would totally support that decision. I think if we can help, make the best decision possible, great. But given the situation, I think I'd be very comfortable with a small subset, making a decision when whatever information is available, that becomes available. But I think I really appreciate everyone's contributions to righting the ship here. It's not just, it's hugely thanks to Stephanie, but not just Stephanie. And I think if issue 4 needs to be axed to get us more quickly to a better place, I think that's an acceptable option.
And I think a better option would be to combine, as Dave first suggested, issues 3 and 4, so we can stay on the right side of the post office. So it would again be a combined issue. We'd still technically be publishing 4 issues. They're just all smashed, the last 2 were smashed together. I did see the note from Kate, though, saying that they know of at least one paper that was submitted that isn't part of Andy's last 10 for 44. So, I think an important point is to figure out a break point that everything from now on is going to 45 number 1, and everything to date is staying at 44, 3, and 4. And make that, and we can make that decision in the next week or 2. But I think that'll be a good way to help the new editorial team have a clean slate, is make that abundantly clear who's handling which manuscript starting at what exact date.
I think that happened, that Paige is accepting the new submissions. So the urgency is to get the accurate accounting from Andy and communicate with those authors. And then we can see what stage they're at. And I agree, Don, that a small group can, as we have been for, I'm sitting here counting, it's been like 7 months of micromanaging this. So we're almost there.
And find the papers that are falling between the cracks, like the one that Kate just referenced, and get them into the 45 number 1's editorial process. So find these stragglers and get them assigned to the new process.
Okay, I'll try to gather as much like current information as I can, and then we can make a better decision sometime next week or soon. And the one positive thing has been like I've ever talked to a lot of the authors, and people are have been very patient and understanding for the most part, like predominantly. So I think that's one good thing, that if we can rate, yeah, like someone said, if we can rate the ship, I think we're in a place where we can really improve things, get the journal back on track, improve our reputation. So thanks. We'll revisit this very soon. Yep, we're 5 minutes over. I don't think there's any more business. Oh, any more business, Kate? No? Okay, so I just want to thank everyone so much. You know, COVID, there's a lot of things the past couple of years. This year, we've faced a lot of challenges. It's been very challenging, and everybody's risen to the occasion, and we've accomplished so much despite everything. And I think we should be really proud of that. And I'm just really proud of everybody, and I'm really proud to belong to an organization that is that resilient. So just thank you very much. And that's it. Can someone make the motion to adjourn the meeting? Oh, and Clay's putting out a plug for the Heron Symposium.
Yep, best part of the meeting is tomorrow.
Okay, so
Please
yeah,
also come
definitely.
to the Middleton die-off thing on Thursday. Please. We want to have everybody's input on how to coordinate sample sharing for die-offs. Please, everyone.
Cool. So the last thing before we leave is just everybody vote to adjourn, just to be official. And I'll see everyone tomorrow at the meeting. Very excited.
Thank you,
So long.
everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.